Tamara POV. My father joined Matt and Bradley to tackle Solothus. A fierce battle ensued. Even though he had become weak, Solothus was not easy to handle. He had centuries of experience to fight, and so he cleverly maneuvered 3 warriors. But it was easy to see that he was losing his power fast. I wanted to join my father, Matt and Brad, to punish the dark god, but Mom stopped me by holding my hand. If he bathes with even 1 drop of your or my blood, he will gain power, she pointed out. So stay put. I gritted my teeth and stopped myself. However, Teddy joined them. I could see Solothus glancing at me, trying to make his way toward me to injure me, use my blood like a starved, hungry entity. But the men handled him well. They had formed a circle around him, punching and tossing him from side to side. Seth and other warriors also joined soon, and in a little over 20 minutes, Solothus was lying on the ground, covered in blood. Suddenly, his skin started wrinkling fast. It was like he was shrinking, like every last drop of magic in him had drained out with his blood. He turned his head to look at me. "Tamara," he said in a strained voice. "Help, give me, blood." The shaman shouted, "Move away from him." The 4 men stepped back and the shaman came nearer, but he also ensured not to go very near him. The shaman from the Everflame pack also joined him. They recited incantations in unison. Runes formed in the air. They surrounded Solothus. He let out a plea of mercy. "Don't," he whispered. "Free me. I will reward you." But the shamans continued to chant ancient incantations. When I had arrived at my pack, the shamans had told us that they were researching the ancient runes. It wasn't an easy task, and I was unsure how they were going to take care of Solothus. After all, he was a dark god. But little did I know that the shamans had done a lot of research, and Solothus's magic was weak. Soon the runes started to swim over Solothus's skin, touching him and floating away. Pinpricks occurred where they contacted his skin, making him squirm in pain. "Leave me," he whispered. "I want to go back." I knew how dangerous Solothus was. He had killed innocent werewolves over centuries, only to bathe in their blood. Had Bradley not rescued Summer, he would have continued to kill them. The police had found a whole graveyard around the cult building. Every cult member was caught and sentenced to life imprisonment or was standing trial. I wondered what happened to Sheena, the girl who tried to be my best friend only to take me to the cult to sacrifice me. Matt had discovered her truth as well. He had followed her to her apartment, and because of his superior hearing, he could easily hear what they said to each other. He heard their plan a day before we had left. "Ah!" Solothus's body arched as the shaman sent a fresh wave of runes to him. They slammed into his skin and burst into tiny explosions. Goddess, it was a gruesome sight. It wasn't easy to kill a dark god. Even in his current state, he was holding on to life. As soon as all the runes burst around him, his body caught fire. And just like that, Solothus's entire body was burning. We all stepped back, watching the demise of the dark god who was a murderer and justified his killings. Not only that, he encouraged and brainwashed other innocent people to catch and kill for him. In no time, his body was reduced to ashes. The embers that were sent flying in the air carried the smell of burnt flesh and magic. I didn't know when the sky was covered by heavy clouds, but a loud, deafening thunder clapped above, sending me almost jumping. Light crackled, and before I knew it, thick raindrops pelted the ruins. Matt rushed to me, lifted me in his arms, and ran for cover. I glanced over his shoulder, only to see that the ash was being drained inside the altar. And so came the end of the dark god, who wanted to challenge Cressida and regain his dark kingdom. It was my blood that would have bloomed the ancient power in him. It all sounded surreal, but I knew that I had to hide my powers from the world. If I didn't, another Solothus would stand up one day. We returned to our pack, victorious. But the victory was heavy on our hearts. That night, as Matt curled behind me and kept me close to himself, I could sense his emotions. He had tightened his grip on me like I was his most precious treasure, like I would disappear. That night, he would shudder in his dreams, and only when I would whisper reassurances that I am here with him, he would calm down. Next morning, after breakfast, there was still quietness in the air. No one was speaking much. There was so much to think about. Bradley was broody, his sullen demeanor reeking in the air. Matt was beside me all the time, and seeing Brad so disturbed, he would cling all the more. As for Mom and Dad, they were just thankful that I was alive, that fate gave me the best mate on this earth. Our parents were sitting in the main room while Brad was somewhere in the forest, having given way to his wolf to run. We all knew that he wanted to find Summer, but he wasn't going to go anywhere, especially not after last night's incident. "We should get our children married," said Teddy. "It is high time." Oscar and Hans came bursting into the room, and both sat on Dad's lap. My father lovingly gathered them on both his thighs and pressed kisses to their cheeks. Mom chuckled, watching them with love in her eyes. "You're right," Mom said. "There's no need to go back to college now." I pursed my lips. "But I want to finish college, Mom." I looked at Matt for approval. He nodded. "I'll do whatever she likes," he replied with a smile, squeezing my hand. "No need," Father snapped. "We are still not sure if all the cult members are caught by the police." "That's right," Teddy replied, and Shayla agreed with him. "We shouldn't risk your safety, Tammy," she said in the same way when she used to scold me in her way. She was never harsh with me. "If it's okay with you, love, marry Matt, else my son is going to be as grumpy and impossible as he was. I'm afraid I can't handle him now." Mom and Teddy burst out laughing as Daddy chuckled, shaking his head, muttering, "Mates." A blush crept on my cheeks, and I glanced at Matt. He was looking at me with interest and so much affection that it filled my chest with warmth. He picked my hand to his lips and kissed my knuckles. Then suddenly he got up and kneeled in front of me. I gasped as I looked at him with wide eyes. "What are you doing?" I rasped, blushing deeply. The room went absolutely quiet. Matt took out a blue velvet box from his pants and opened it. A gasp left me as I saw the 4-carat diamonds staring at me, sparkling. "Matt, Tamara, I've never stopped thinking about you once in my life. You were on my mind every waking hour, and when I was sleeping, I dreamt of you. I tried to keep myself away from you because of my own issues. But now it's impossible. Please marry me and relieve me of my pain. Will you marry me?" Both our moms were clutching their hearts and going, "Aw," in unison, like it was the sweetest thing they had seen. And me, tears welled in my eyes. This was the first ever love confession from Matt, which showed his raw feelings for me. It felt like he was aching in his heart. After yesterday, he wanted to make me his. When I hesitated a little, his heart ached more. "Tammy, you can attend college." "Yes," I replied. "Yes." Matt's breath lodged in his throat. His Adam's apple bobbed. He plucked the ring out of the box and slid it in my ring finger. He took a deep breath in, stared at the ring for a moment, and then cupped my cheeks, pulling me close to kiss me. When our lips met, I curled my arms around his shoulders and opened up for him. He kissed me fervently, urgently. "Ew!" Oscar and Hans protested. "Stop kissing my sister." Oscar wanted to jump out of my father's lap and come to us, but father picked them both up and exited the room chuckling. My mom and all others left the room as well. Finally, when Matt pulled away, he rested his forehead on mine. "Thank you, Tammy," he said in a raspy voice. "I would have gone mad today if you had denied me." Tamara POV. The night of the wedding felt like a dream. I couldn't believe it was finally here. It was the day Matt had been waiting for, but it still seemed surreal. After he had proposed to me, I had accepted it because I didn't have it in me to resist him anymore. He had protected me and my family in ways more than one could even think of. Though after the proposal, I wanted to go back to college and continue, Mom and Dad were vehemently against it. They were afraid that unless every cultist was behind the bars, I shouldn't venture into the human town. Even Matt's parents were dead against the idea. I looked at myself in the mirror. My gown was elegant, crafted with delicate silk and intricate lace. It was crafted by Marion, the woman who had designed my mom's wedding gown as well. Marion was beaming with ecstasy. She had tears in her eyes as she looked at me. "You look so beautiful, Tamara," she said, clasping her hands. I saw Mom coming into the room. She came up beside me, a proud smile lighting up her face. "You look stunning, darling," she said softly, her voice filled with emotion as she looked at my reflection in the mirror. I turned to her, trying to smile through the knot in my throat. "Mom," I whispered, and she hugged me tightly. There were tears in her eyes, and I knew that she had tried her best not to cry for the entire day. She had lost me when I was a pup, and she was again going to send me away after a gap of 10 years. Her emotions were at an all-time high, and so were mine. She pulled herself away. Her eyes softened as she placed a hand on my shoulder. "You've come so far, Tam," she said, wiping her tears. "This is the start of a new journey as the Luna of the Everflame pack. You were always meant for this, for him. That's why destiny chose to put you in his protection, even when you were just a pup." Tears welled in my eyes, and I didn't fight them back. The emotions of the day, the weight of everything we had gone through to get here, were all crashing over me at once. "Mom, I'll miss you all." And I hugged her back. From the periphery of my vision, I saw Father entering the room along with Oscar and Hans. My father, Alpha Lucien, was absolutely the most handsome werewolf in the world, just like my brother. Even at this age, he looked like a young human male in his 20s. "Daddy," I said and rushed to him. He opened his arms and embraced me. "Tammy," he whispered through his emotion-choked throat, "you've made me proud, little girl." He kissed the crown of my head and released me. "You two are perfect for each other," he said with a smile and a warm voice. "He's a lucky guy." Oscar and Hans ran up to me and wrapped their little arms around my waist. I chuckled softly as I hugged them back. "Tammy, Hans and I are planning to come over to your pack next month," Oscar said excitedly. Next month? It was only a week away. Sigh, how could I deny them? "Okay," I replied with a smile. "You can take us with you on your honeymoon," Hand added. My parents barked a laugh. "Enough!" Father admonished them playfully. Oscar pouted. "But Matt said that he doesn't have a problem. We are all going to play during her honeymoon. I've packed all my games already." Mom shook her head. She slapped them both on their backs playfully. "Go and see if the guests have arrived. We have to go to the moon temple soon." All at once, Oscar and Hans were epitome of sincerity. "Yes, we'll check it." They rushed downstairs, talking loudly about it. I wondered where Bradley was. He was so sullen that I didn't know how to speak with him. Summer's sudden disappearance was creating havoc on him. My brother, who was once so bubbly and joyous, had withdrawn. It was really painful to see him so miserable. Father had sent his people to find Summer, but it had been a week, and there was no news about her. Mom held my hand as we all went out where the cars were waiting. I sat with Mom and Dad. Where was Brad? We arrived at the Moon Goddess Temple, and when I got down, I felt the tension in the air. There were bear shifters and the werewolves in the crowd, all looking at us with anticipation. It was a big wedding, full of expectations, because according to the shamans, this was a wedding that reignited the unity of the two shifter communities. As I walked toward the main building, I saw how candles lined the path. The smell of incense hung in the air, mingling with the scent of flowers. My heart was racing and my pulse quickened. Daddy offered me his arm, and I took it nervously. He walked me to the main sanctum, and that's where I noticed Brad. He was standing with Matt. He gave a smile, and relief surged through me. Matt stood in the main sanctum, dressed in his formal attire. His jaw clenched as he looked at me. The moment our eyes met, his facial expression softened. That familiar protective gaze I had always loved was now locked on me. Butterflies fluttered in my stomach as I took slow steps toward him. He took my hand in his as Father stepped back and went to stand with Mom. The ceremony began with the traditional blessings from shaman. Then came the exchange of vows. I took Matt's hand in mine, feeling their warmth. His eyes filled with intensity as he gazed at me. His grip tightened around my hand. "Tamara, my heart has always been yours. You've been the light of my life through all the trials, the pain, and the laughter. I promise to love you, protect you, and honor you as my equal. I, Matt Erickson, accept you as my mate and wife until death do us part, even beyond that." I swallowed. "Matt, I've loved you always. I promise to stand by your side through everything life brings, no matter what comes our way. I, Tamara Vaslov, accept you as my mate until death do us part." The vows spoken between us felt raw, real, like some energy stirred around us. The shaman asked us to give us our hands. We stretched it in front of him, and he sliced our hands. He offered our blood to the goddess, and then joined our hands. A shudder ran down my spine. Something ancient sealed us, sealing the bond between two communities. "You are man and wife, Alpha and Luna." Shaman looked at Matt. "You may now kiss the bride." Matt's stare intensified. He cupped my face with his large palms and seized my lips in a sizzling kiss. I moaned in his touch, in his kiss. Goddess, I needed him so urgently now that I felt I'd die if he didn't mark me now. Loud clapping and cheers erupted, snapping our thoughts. I flushed hard as I stepped away from Matt, wondering how long we were kissing. Matt held my hand in his tightly, like a promise to never leave me. He had this grin on his face, like he was victorious, like he had achieved what he had wanted in his life. As we walked out of the temple, all the pack members cheered for us, clapping and shouting blessings. Later, after the ceremony, the celebration began. The food was exquisite, the laughter filled the air. With all my family near me and the threat gone, I felt a profound sense of relief. We were all finally together, celebrating and being happy. Matt took me to the dance floor and danced his heart out. When I was tired, he picked me up in his arms and danced. Finally, he sat down with me in his lap. He pressed my head to his chest and murmured, "I can't wait to mark you, love." "And I can't wait to be marked by you," I murmured back. His chest vibrated with a low rumble. "I love you." Suddenly, we heard a glass clinking. It was Brad. I got up straight in Matt's lap. Brad looked at us and smiled. "To Matt and Tamara, you both have overcome a lot of hurdles to be with each other. May your love continue to grow." Everyone raised their glasses in agreement. Matt rested his hand gently on the small of my back. He lowered his mouth to my ear. "Let's slip out." He took my hand and led me outside to his car. Mom and Dad were there. I bade them an emotional goodbye. And soon we were heading toward his pack with Seth following us. Tamara POV. The moment we entered Matt's room, he pounced on me. By the time we were on his bed, we were frantically removing clothes from our bodies. There was no shyness, no shame, only this urgent need, like I craved for him for a lifetime, maybe eons. We kissed in between removing clothes, wanting to get to each other. Matt was panting and gasping, his hands shaking as he worked on me. When we were on the bed, he crawled over and pressed me into the mattress with his body weight. He started at my face, at my lips, my nose and eyes for a moment. His throat bobbed up and down, like he had no power to resist me now. "You're so beautiful that I can't breathe," he whispered. "I've dreamt of this moment all my life, fantasized about you for so long that it is unhealthy." I cupped his face and rubbed my thumb over his cheeks gently. "I'm here, love." He lowered his lips to mine, and then he captured them urgently. A whimper escaped my throat, and his tongue swept inside my mouth, swirling against mine. Heat spread through my veins and my core throbbed. My hands intertwined in his hair as my arms clung to his shoulders, trying to bring him close to me. Goddess, I wanted him so much, more than anything in my life. He slid his hand along my chest, my arms. Lifting them above my head, he pinned them to the pillow at my wrists. And then once again he plundered my mouth, kissing me until I was delirious. He let out a needy groan as I whimpered. I felt the shiver that ran down his spine, and with an animalistic growl he pierced my skin with his fangs. I screamed as pain lanced through me, through my pleasure. The mixture of pain and pleasure was too much for me to bear, and stars burst in my vision. My head went dizzy. He came inside me at the same time with a guttural snarl. "Mine, mine, mine," he snarled against my skin. And only after that he pulled his fangs out of my flesh. He licked my mark on instinct because he knew that his saliva had the healing ability to heal me. I was panting with my body covered in sweat, and with a feeling that something snapped fit inside me, as if two pieces of puzzle snapped together, making us true mates, inseparable even after we died. He brushed his hair away from my forehead. "Mark me, Tammy," he said. "I need you to mark me." My eyes went to his neck where my mark would sit, and I nodded. "I love you," he whispered, clutching me to his chest, and his voice carried satisfaction. "Thank you," he added. Later, when we were both lying beside each other, I couldn't keep my eyes open. He pulled me to his chest. Both of us were relaxed, now that we had marked each other. I had never thought that I would go back to Matt, but here I was, marked and claimed by him. And I never felt this happy or complete in my life. "I love you," I whispered in my sleep. "I love you too," he whispered back, throwing his leg around mine possessively. Summer POV. 2 years later, I was standing at the edge of my bed, listening to the shouts that were coming from downstairs. My father was arguing with a man. I didn't recognize the voice of the man, but he sounded really pissed off. My father was a hunter, He hunted werewolves, a secret I had stumbled upon when he had sold me to a cultist for $5,000, telling him that I was a werewolf. That was the day my heart finally broke. Did he not love his only child? How could he sell me to be sacrificed? But then what do you expect from a man who was an alcoholic? But fates had another plan. That night, I was saved by someone whom I don't remember at all. God bless him. He helped me heal, and I thought I had finally left my miserable life behind me. Somehow Father hunted me down after a type-off from the same cultist, and before I knew it, he threatened me to come back to him, else he would make sure that he would kill the man who saved me. Why the hell did I call him that night? Father was going to give me back to that cultist, but we heard that he was caught by the police. It was a huge scandal. Father was happy, not because they were all caught, because in his words, I can sell you again. I stood up and walked to the door from where I could easily listen to their conversation. If you don't give me my money, I'm going to kill you, the stranger shouted. On the first thought, I wondered if I should go and save him, but I reminded myself of all the abuse from him. He was the type who would never save me in the same scenario, so I remained standing there, frozen to my spot. I told you I don't have it, my father replied. I'll give it to you in a week. A week, the stranger shouted. You said that last week. I closed my eyes, and just as I was about to go to my bed, suddenly my father's loud voice made me jump. Summer, get down here! Gods, what had I done? I didn't even know the stranger. Why was he calling me? If I didn't go, I knew that he would drag me downstairs with my hair in his grasp. In order to prevent that humiliation, I opened the door and took one slow step at a time. As I reached nearer, my heart raced with anxiety. I didn't know the kind of money the stranger was talking about, but I was going to offer him whatever money I had saved. We were so short on cash that even my job as a waitress in the local restaurant wasn't enough for the two of us. Every penny I earned was snatched by my father. He used every penny from me for cigarettes and beer. I had saved a few dollars, because when I had enough, I was going to run away from him and disappear in this vast sea of humans. Ever since my mom died when I was barely 10 years old, he had pulled me out of school. That basically summed up my life. I entered the living room and stopped in the doorway. My dad looked at me with anger in his eyes. Did he want me to fetch something for them? We didn't have anything apart from tap water. I peered at the man who was standing in front of my father. He had dark hair that was graying at the end. He was in a much better shape, leaner, stronger, taller, and muscular, like someone from the mafia. With black hair and dark eyes, he looked like he had walked straight out of a mafia movie. Definitely the kind of man one would want to mess with. In front of him, my father looked weathered. He had a potbelly, his hair was receding, and he reeked of alcohol. Pulling my sleeves down to hide the bruises he had given me 2 nights ago when I had come late from my shift, I stepped cautiously toward him. When I stopped next to him, he looked at me with soft eyes. It was the first time he had looked at me so softly ever since my mom died. My lips curled up in a small smile at his affectionate gesture. He turned his head away to look at the stranger who was now viewing me like a hawk. Mr. Coretti, this is my daughter, Summer, he introduced me to the stranger. Coretti shrugged. Does she have the money? My father chuckled. She is worth her weight in gold. I blinked my eyes, not understanding what he meant. Coretti narrowed his eyes. Where are you going with this, McKeever? His fists closed on his sides, and it seemed he was not happy with the introduction. Why would he be? I wasn't going to give him the money I saved to escape this hellhole. My father pursed his lips in a thin line. Then he said, Summer is a waitress in a local restaurant. She is very obedient and never disobeys. In fact, she is a good sub. Sub? What was a sub? The only sub I knew was a submarine. I opened my mouth to say something, but I snapped it shut when Coretti growled. Summer is great at cooking, cleaning, and generally being supportive. And oh, she's got a good head on her shoulders, Father continued. She is truly submissive. You know, great for a dom like you. Oh, so sub meant submissive. So what was dom? However, Father's words didn't make sense to me. The way he was praising me was shocking as hell, so pardon me if my eyes widened. McKeever, Coretti growled. Oh, is she now? He gave me a once-over. A shudder ran down my spine, and I crossed my arms across my chest. She's worth more than $25,000, so you're actually getting her for cheap, Father added, and my mouth dropped to the floor. $25,000? So he was under that kind of debt? My mind scrambled for words, for the thing to make sense, and when finally things made sense, I realized that my father was in such a deep mess. He was selling me to save himself. "Father," I whispered, goosebumps rising on my skin. "What are you doing?" Coretti rolled his eyes. "I don't want her," he shouted. "I want my money." "McKeever!" My father sighed. "Look, you can use her any way you like. Housekeeper, sub, slave. She will do everything. She can work for you for a while until I have enough money to release her from you." When Coretti didn't say anything, and I still stared at him, he added, "I could have sold her at a higher price. Just the other night, another man came here for her, but I chased him away saying that she isn't worth $10,000 only." When the shock of what he said sank inside me, I gasped. Did he think that I was so stupid to this that he would come to save me? No, he was selling me off. No. This was just a stupid dream. I pinched myself on the forearm to wake up from the nightmare, but things only got worse. "McKeever," Coretti said, "do you know what you're doing?" Father shrugged. "Of course," he chuckled. "She's only 20, and she's a virgin." Horrified, my mind went numb. What was he doing? Which father sold her daughter? "Daddy, are you mad?" I finally muttered, mustering some courage. "You don't go around selling me." "Shut up," he growled. "You're finally of some use." My blood drained. He really meant it. "All right," Coretti said after a tense silence. "If I take her with me, you will relinquish all your rights to her. If I see you around my house after this, I'll personally ask my people to eliminate you and bury your body 6 feet under. You will never see or speak with her. Understood?" "Understood," my father said with a smile. "She is all yours, but before you leave, you have to give me in writing that my debt is cleared." This was not happening. Dad wasn't selling me to someone. "Wait," I blurted, and the two men snapped their gazes at me. Father especially looked furious. "I have some money saved." Coretti's eyebrow rose. "How much?" Father looked curious. "Where is it?" About $500, I said in a low voice. "In my cupboard." Coretti tilted his head. "That's nothing. You're coming with me." Tears welled in my eyes. I looked at my father, who was glancing upstairs toward my room. How could he do something so despicable to his only child? Why didn't I run away from him all these years? Because I wanted to take care of him, even though he was so horrible to me. Tears ran down my eyes, and I stepped away from him. "No, I won't go. You can't force me." In a flash of a moment, my father was on me. He slapped me hard. I tumbled on the floor, shrieking, feeling the sting of pain on my cheek. He grabbed my hair and growled, "Like I said, you ungrateful bitch. Make yourself useful." Coretti helped me get up, and when I was in front of him, he said, "Summer, don't even think of running away. If you try to run, I'll track you and it won't be pretty, both for you and your father. Understood?" Nodding, I trembled hard in his grasp. "Go, pack your things. Don't even think of running, because if you do, you know." He left the sentence hanging in the air. Summer POV. My dad had sold me once earlier, and I should have run away that time. But that night, when I woke up after a terrible nightmare in a strange house, I was scared and shaking. I wondered if I was still in the cult building. The cultist had made me drink something, after which he brought me to a large table. I wanted to protest, but the effect of the medicine he gave me was fast. He had said that it would help me, and that I won't feel the pain when they dissected me. He meant that they would dissect me alive. Petrified, I resisted in whatever way I could, but the medicine had consumed me completely. After that, I didn't know what happened, but I sensed that someone picked me up and carried me out safely. I really wanted to wake up, but I couldn't. If only I knew who saved me, just so I could thank him. I don't know for how long I was unconscious, but my sleep was riddled with nightmares, and when I woke up, I was delirious. Often I would hear people talking in garbled voices. A gentle touch would, a whisper, a soft breeze. When I finally woke up, my body was shaking. It felt like I would be blown away by a strong gust of wind. Why was I so weak? It was the middle of the night. I got out of bed and scanned the room. It was a cozy, luxurious room, which made me feel comfy. However, My thoughts returned to my father and anger slammed in my chest. How could he sell me for such a heinous crime? I tiptoed out of the room to see if anyone was awake, but the house was shrouded in darkness and quiet. I went down the stairs, clutching my shirt, and my eyes fell on a landline phone. Without thinking much, I dialed the number. "You sold me," I hissed at my father. "Oh, you're alive?" he deadpanned. "Did you know that they were going to kill me?" Tears stung in my eyes. He sighed. "Where are you?" "Somewhere you can never reach," I replied. "Don't ever try to find me, Dad." Saying that, I slammed the receiver down. I was shaking so hard that I grabbed the back of a sofa and sat down. It was impossible to stop my tears, and so I sobbed and sobbed. If only Mom was alive. Finally, after what seemed like hours, I decided to thank the person who saved me and then leave. The phone beside me rang, taking me by surprise. Afraid that it would disturb the residents, I picked it up. "Hello?" "I know where you are, Summer," Father's irritated voice came. "I won't come in that house, but I'm waiting on the first street on the east of it. Come back, else I will kill the guy inside. And you know it." A chill ran down my spine. "You won't. How did you?" He scoffed. "You know I will, so be a good girl and come back." "Just leave me," I cried. "I hate you. You hate me. Stop being dramatic. Just fucking come. I'm waiting in the truck. If you try to run away from me, I'll kill that bastard." And so I returned to my father. He was a hunter. I knew he carried all sorts of ammunition with him. It would be foolish to not comply with his command. It was obvious that he was going to send me back with the cultist because he owed him money. But as luck would have it, that cult was raided by the police, and I was saved. My father sold me again, this time to what looked like a mafia man. His drinking and gambling problems were getting worse by the day, but at least I was working. I had some life. He stole that life also from me. As I packed my bags, I looked at my escape routes. What if I jumped out of the window? I pulled the curtain slightly, but froze when I saw that Coretti had come with 3 more men, and his car was parked right beneath my window. Tears slipped out of my eyes as the weight of it came crashing down. But I was determined to escape. If I was going to escape, I needed to bide my time. For that, if I acted weak and obedient, Coretti would lower his guard. Then, when the time was right, I would escape. I picked up my duffel bag, and before leaving took one last look at my bedroom. Though I barely had any good memories about the place because my father chose to beat me in his drunken escapades, it was better than whatever hell was waiting for me next. "Summer!" Dad bellowed from the living room. My hands clenched into tight fists as I struggled with an urge to run away. But I knew that I would regret it. I heard thunderous footsteps up the stairs. My heart began pounding. What if he starts beating me again? So I headed to the door, my eyes sweeping the room. There was a photo of my mom on the side table. I rushed to pick it up. "Summer!" Another bellow. I stepped out of the room and found that Dad was already about to open my door. "What took you so long?" he hissed as if he couldn't wait to get rid of me. I walked past him, wiping my tears. When I arrived in the living room, I found Coretti talking to someone on his phone. "We'll see," he said gruffly and turned to me. "Go," Father ordered. Coretti jerked his head toward the exit, and I walked there on autopilot, wondering what was going to happen to me next. Would he make me his sex slave? The moment I was on the door, Dad sat back on the couch with beer in his hand and a smile on his lips. He picked up the remote of the TV and switched it on. There was not a shred of guilt on his face, just joy. He was free of his debts. Coretti stormed toward his car, grabbing my wrist. He shoved me inside the passenger seat. The 3 men sat behind, all staring at me like I was their next meal. I shrank in my place, wrapping my arms around the duffel bag like it would save me. The car rolled on the streets for about 15 minutes before it came on a highway. No one spoke for the next hour until we arrived at a mansion. My jaw dropped at the beautiful mansion in front of me. Built in the center of acres of land, it had white marble walls. There were beautiful balconies and porches in front of every room. Vibrant vines climbed up in every direction. There were people working around. It seemed like I was in a fairy tale. "Come on," Coretti growled as other men dispersed. I followed him inside the mansion, wide-eyed. He led me to a small library where I came face to face with another older man with a very serious face. Good evening, Mr. Morelli. Morelli gave me a once-over. She will be my daughter's personal servant from today onward. Take her to Laura, he said in a heavy, gruff voice. What? My jaw dropped. Coretti was on my throat immediately. You do as told, girl, else I won't hesitate in killing you. I coughed hard, grabbing his wrist as Morelli scoffed, looking at the scene unfolding. Who were these men? Sorry, I managed to croak. Coretti shoved me away. Come on, he growled. I followed him out meekly, unable to believe what was happening to me. How could God be so cruel to me? We went to the housekeeper, who gave me a uniform to wear. As I wore it in the changing room, I heard other girls talking in whispers about the Morelli family's mafia business. Fuck, I was stranded for my life. Remember not to answer back to Laura, the housekeeper warned as we walked through the corridors. Laura Morelli was a beautiful blonde with curves at the right places and skin like porcelain. She sighed when she looked at me. I hope she doesn't die, she remarked. The housekeeper nodded at her tightly, turned and left like a robot. Laura circled me as if assessing me. I don't know what Dad saw in you, she said in an irritated voice. Anyway, get my suitcases ready. Tomorrow, we are going to the mating ball in the Shadowfang pack. If I'm chosen, I'll be invited to the Luna trials. Pride manifested on her face. I'll be the only woman representing the humans there. So it is very important, understand? Like what? Brad POV. This is ridiculous. I snapped as Father stood at the door with his hands crossed his chest looking firm, and Mom was sitting at the edge of my bed. I don't want Luna trials. Mom sighed. Brad, you are refusing to choose a Luna. We haven't been able to find Summer. While we understand that you're waiting for her, the pack doesn't understand that, nor are they interested in your personal sadness. An alpha's emotional health is extremely important for the pack. You've hunted for Summer for more than 2 years. We've sent the best of our warriors and trackers to find her, but she has disappeared from the face of the earth. She raised her hand in exasperation. With each passing day, we feel you're being pushed into a miserable situation, and you don't even know if she is your mate or not. Because she was a human, I snapped. She doesn't feel the mate bond like I felt. But she should have felt some attraction toward you, my father argued. Instead, she ran away, without leaving her address or waking any one of you, in the middle of the night. What kind of mate would do that? Why didn't she alert any one of you? And why didn't you tell us about her right in the beginning? Do you realize that this is getting complicated by the minute? You're chasing a ghost. Mom added, your birthday is in a week's time, which will mark the date of your 3 years spent searching for her. You'll turn 21. Your misery is spreading like a plague in the pack because you are their future alpha. They are restless about the fact that if you will be able to lead them in this condition. I rubbed my face with my hands. Even Dad got married when he was 28. How can you compare your father's situation with yours? Mom snapped. The Vaslov line was cursed. That's the reason why your father refused to marry. He succumbed to the elders' pressure only to find a breeder. But that is not the case with you. The curse is broken, and you can find a mate without the fear of her getting killed because of a curse. Do you even understand the gravity of the situation? Father pushed off the doorframe and closed the gap between us. He came to stand in front of me and put his hands on my shoulder. We are doing Luna trials so that you may find the best mate for yourself. I'm not saying that you choose a Luna, but our pack members deserve this. You are a leader above anything else. You have a duty towards them, and they want to be assured that they have an able alpha to lead them. Your misery is a cause of concern amongst many pack members, and it'll be 3 years in a week's time since we last saw you genuinely happy. I clenched my jaw and turned away from Dad. He was right, but I wasn't convinced. You will be setting up a precedent after this game, I warned him. This is the first Luna trial and pack members will keep expecting it every year. Isn't that nice? Mom intervened. We are planning to invite alphas and alpha candidates from other packs as well to take part in it along with Luna candidates. Since fated mates are not common, it will give them all an opportunity to mingle with each other and find the best chosen mate. And you'll be surprised, we have also invited a human candidate. I whipped my head to look at her. Human? For Luna trials? My mom shrugged, a small smile playing on her lips. Yes, humans are growing impatient with us. They feel that we aren't letting them integrate into our society. They want to enhance their gene pool. She emphasized the word enhance. But what about the treaty? I asked. Father chuckled. Humans are messy people. They will find a way around any treaty if it suits their purpose. However, we don't have any issues. We've asked them to send one candidate who would be able to compete with other she-wolves. Though it is highly unlikely she would be able to compete, it's fine as long as humans don't have any issue. She'll just go back home. And who is this human girl? Laura Morelli. She is the daughter of the head of the Italian mafia in the country. Other humans were too scared to send their daughters. I believe that they want to experiment with Laura first. And Laura agreed? Shock was an understatement for what I felt. How would a human contend with she-wolves? I turned and walked toward the window, deep in thought. Her father agreed, stating that he was more than happy to send his daughter for Luna trials. Dad chuckled dryly. Morelli thinks that if his daughter is mated with one of the alphas, he could use the werewolf connection in his mafia business. He would become stronger. Actually, he is hoping that Laura is mated to you. Fucker underestimates us, but we'll see. I hope she doesn't get hurt, I mumbled. Yes, we don't want her to get hurt. The trials will be designed accordingly, Mom replied. I'm still finding this absurd, I replied. Just didn't want to participate in any game to choose my Luna. Actually, I didn't want anyone other than Summer. I had spent 3 years finding her, and I would spend the rest of my life doing so. She ran away that night, and I didn't even come to know. That was the biggest regret of my life. Brad, Mom blew out a breath. The whole pack is worried sick, and you won't listen to us. I took a deep breath in. At the end of the trials, I would come out unmated. Yes, that was my plan. Okay, I agreed in an exasperated voice. I'll do this for you. But I wouldn't choose any human or she-wolf. They could go to hell for all I cared. Yes, I would put on a good show for my pack members, just to make them feel happy. Year after year I would pretend. The Luna trials would be the bane of my existence, but I would never walk out of there with a ball and chain attached. Brad POV. Great. Mom clasped her hands. We will start preparing for it. The Luna trials will begin next week. So soon? I asked, my eyes widening. Father chuckled as he wrapped her shoulders with his arm. She was already prepared when she came to meet you. All we have to do now is roll it out. The trials are prepared to the T. He kissed her temple, pride swelling in his chest. I watched them leave and jealousy twinged my heart. This was the kind of love I wanted. They were so devoted to each other. Goddess, where was my mate? I would wait for her for eternity. The very next day, my twin sister, Tamara, arrived. Of course, how could she be left out of this? She had decided not to attend the college because of her Luna duties in Everflame Pack. After her marriage with Matt, she was one of the happiest women I'd seen in my life. Sometimes their love gave me a toothache. Matt had been extremely devoted to her. He had given his unconditional alliance to Father. I liked him a lot. Tammy didn't want pups for 3 years until she turned 21, and he respected her feelings. I also dropped out of college and helped Father in his alpha duties. I took my job seriously, and no one messed with me unless they had a death wish. My father knew that I was stronger than him because I was the child of fated mates and a direct descendant of the moon goddess. Many she-wolves from my pack and the neighboring ones tried to jump in my bed, but my wolf sent them away, growling. And just like that, the next week Tammy and Mom spent preparing for the Luna trials. Since I was least interested in it, I was plotting ways on how to avoid it, but my sister kept a tab on me. She was also the most frustrating woman in my life. Even my brother acted like traitors with the way they helped Tammy. I think they loved Tammy more than they loved me. As the date of the announcement approached, all I wanted was to get it over with. Candidates from various packs started arriving. The trials were going to last for 1 month. Who the hell could even choose a mate in 1 month? It was pure torture. I wished Goddess that she sent me on an unavoidable task, like World War III, or the apocalypse would come. I stabbed my fingers in my hair as I looked at the preparations. Mom had selected a resort for the candidates to stay, and all of us had to stay cooped there for a month. which meant that I wasn't allowed to leave the place like others. Frustration roared through me like nothing. I picked up a glass statue from the mantel in my room and threw it angrily at the wall. It smashed into 1,000 pieces as I let out a menacing growl. The door opened, and in walked Tammy. She looked at the shattered glass pieces. "I can see you are upset," she said, carefully stepping over a glass shard. "What do you want?" I asked as I walked to my bed where I was packing. "It's Saturday evening and you should have been at the resort already." "Don't get started, Tam. I'm not in a mood." I took out some slacks from the armoire and threw them in the suitcase. She let out a frustrated sigh. "Stop wallowing in self-pity, Brad." I narrowed my eyes on her. Only she had the audacity to tease me like this. "Self-pity?" She continued as she gave me the silk shirts that were hanging in the armoire. "Yes," she reiterated. "Self-pity. You haven't found Summer in 3 years. She hasn't contacted you in that time. It means that she has moved on. So give that girl a chance to move on, and you move on with your life instead of wallowing in your misery and making the pack suffer as well." Her words were like ice water over my spirits. She could be right. Summer must have chosen someone else. Disgust bubbled in my heart. I was the strongest alpha in the North, like my dad, and yet here I was. "You're wrong," I growled. I wanted a reason to believe her, but my heart wasn't. She shook her head as she brought some bows and ties. "Brad." She placed them in the suitcase. "I know that your wolf is pining for her, but maybe she is already married. Maybe she has a baby. There are 1,000 things that could have happened to her." She placed a hand on my forearm. "Give yourself a chance to live. Mom and Dad are sad when they see you like this. They are doing it for you. Please." Her eyes filled with tears and my heart squeezed. "Come here," I said and pulled her in an embrace. She was right. I was being selfish. We stood in that position for a while. "Let's hurry," she chuckled, pulling away. "You have to be there by the end of the night. We don't want to be late for our debut on Luna Trials." I rolled my eyes. "I heard that Dad has arranged for a mating ball before that." "No, silly. The ball is just for the introduction of the candidates." We hit the road soon, but I wasn't ready to go inside the resort. My wolf was restless. Midway, I said, "Blaze wants to run." Tammy cocked an eyebrow. "Now?" I nodded, stopping the jeep. "But you are expected to be there for the introduction," she reminded me. "Mom and Dad are going to kill me if they see you're missing." Blaze didn't like the idea of meeting anyone. He was growling inside me. "I want to run. Tell them I had some important tasks come up." Then, without waiting for her to speak, I shifted in my wolf form and loped in the forest. Blaze ran for hours to release his pent-up frustration. He killed 2 elks who challenged him and uprooted a few trees. Finally, we reached the resort in the early morning hours when a few stars were still twinkling and the moon had faded in the horizon. However, the moment I approached the main gate, I froze. Summer POV. For a week, I was on my toes all the time. Laura turned out to be such a spoiled brat that she demanded attention at every minute of waking hours, even the sleeping ones. Though she told me that we would be going for some Luna trials in a werewolf pack the next day, she informed me later that it was postponed by a week. The mating ball was not a selection criterion. It was just an introduction ball. But still, I couldn't wrap my head around this werewolf thing. Did they even exist? Werewolves were mythical creatures. The week that went by was spent in preparing Laura's clothes, jewelry, makeup, and other countless stuff that I didn't know existed. She treated me like a slave and didn't leave an occasion to shame me. I was too skinny, too ugly, couldn't keep up with her, clumsy, a retard, and everything in between, and then some more. Her constant disrespect to my emotions was a dampener on my spirits. But what could a girl do when her father was the one who disrespected her the most? Every time Laura addressed me with a negative adjective, I felt like bursting into tears or snapping at her. Once I snapped, and I was taken to a room where I starved for the day. Oh, they also beat me up, so that was my lesson. In 1 week, I had matured many years. "Hurry up, will you?" Laura snapped at me in her shrill voice. "We're getting late." It was the day when we had to finally go to the so-called Shadowfang pack. I imagined that it was a place with wolves everywhere, like in a jungle. A shudder ran down my spine. I really didn't want to go and even suggested to Laura that she should take an experienced girl with her, but she didn't agree, saying that I had to follow her command, else she would make sure that I was 6 feet under the ground. I picked up the heavy suitcases and took them to the car that was waiting for us as I cursed my father for the millionth time. As I blinked the tears from my eyes, I wish my mom had killed me in her womb. "Let me take them," said Bernard with a kind smile, the chauffeur who was supposed to take us to the airport. Taking the load off me, he hurried to the car where he placed all her suitcases in the trunk. Laura came out, all prim and proper, looking like she was on a mission. Morelli, her father, followed her. "Pumpkin," he said as he kissed her cheek, "this is very important for us. We need to make this alliance, and if we succeed, you can't imagine the power we will yield in the mafia community, so everything's on you." Laura straightened. "I know, Papa," she said excitedly. "I've spent many hours studying werewolves on how to seduce them." She patted his chest. "So don't worry, I'll win this and get you an alpha alliance." I stopped the urge to roll my eyes. If werewolves liked such spoiled brats, then they were made for each other. Morelli turned to me with a stern face. "You better help her in every possible way, Summer," he growled like a pig. "If she loses, then it will be on you. Get that?" I trembled under his gaze, wondering what he meant by this. "But how would I help Laura?" "Shut up!" Laura snapped at me. "Don't you answer back my father." I gulped whatever words formed at the tip of my tongue. "Papa, don't worry," she said, again pecking his cheek. "I will get us an alpha wolf, okay? Besides, I will put her to use if need be." Morelli chuckled. "That's like my daughter." In the next 10 minutes, we were on our way to the airport, and I was still wondering how would I help her in securing an alpha wolf. Sitting on the passenger seat of the car, I looked outside the window, trying my best not to cry. And what did Laura mean that she would put me to use when needed? We reached the airport in an hour where Morelli's private plane was waiting on the tarmac. As the porter took her suitcases to the plane, she also walked behind him, barking orders. I remained near the car, staring at the plane. I had never been on one, and I was sure that I'd puke once inside. Bernard came to me and in a low voice said, "I'm so sorry about this, Summer." I almost jumped out of my skin. "What?" He pressed his lips in a thin line. Then he glanced at Laura. "She is a mean girl. I don't know why you have to accompany her, but be careful. For her benefit, she can throw you to the wolves. Stay low," and he glanced at her again cautiously. Then he whispered, "If possible, run away from there. This is your only chance for freedom." My jaw dropped. "Won't Morelli find me?" He chuckled dryly. "They will think that wolves have eaten you. Take advantage of the situation and run away. Disappear." Though a shudder passed through at the mention of wolves eating me, I also felt somewhat excited. I took a rough breath in. "Thanks for the advice, Bernard." He winked at me. "Good luck." "Summer," Laura shouted at me with sarcasm filled in her voice. "Will your Majesty do the honors of coming to the plane?" I hurried toward the aircraft. Reaching inside felt like I was in a different world. It was beautiful with white leather seats, carpeted floors, and an air hostess who was catering to Laura. Laura jerked her head, gesturing to me to sit behind. I clutched my duffel bag and walked there meekly. Excitement buzzed through me when I thought of what Bernard said to me. Escape. This was my only chance. In the 4-hour flight, I was scared to get out of my seat. Not the Luna trials, it was the plane ride that would kill me. I broke into cold sweat when the aircraft took off, and then when it landed. When I finally came out of the plane, sweat was pooling in my armpits. "Stay behind me," Laura barked. She pushed up her cleavage in the low-cut beige shirt she was wearing and stepped out. I followed her, looking widely at the people who had come to receive us. My cheeks were bright red, and hair stuck on my neck and face. "Come on," Laura hissed at me, seeing that I was glued to my place. I clenched my jaw and walked behind her. A man and a woman took Laura's 5 suitcases and loaded them in a van. Were they werewolves? They must be. They were burly and looked muscular. Laura greeted them with enthusiasm and all the sweetness in the world she had never shown back at home. I followed after her into the van that was supposed to take us to the venue. By the time we pulled in front of the resort, it was already evening. There were not many people in the lobby, but there were 2 girls who snickered at us. Laura waved at them, but they simply ignored her and walked away, mumbling something about humans. "Hi!" A middle-aged lady approached us. "I'm Kira," she said with a smile, handing us our key cards. "You must be Laura and Summer, the contestants." "Yes, I'm the contestant," Laura corrected her. "She's my personal servant." Kira's eyes widened in surprise for a second, but she regained her composure. "You both are in room 315. You will be staying together." "Thank you," Laura grinned. "But can you arrange a servant room for her? Like, how can I stay with her?" Kira shook her head. "Ah, no, your schedule is in the room," Kira said. "You are expected for breakfast at 8 a.m. in the morning." When Kira said that we would be staying together in a small room, I assumed I had to sleep on the floor or carpet. But this was a freaking apartment. Laura immediately walked into the larger one. "This one's mine," she stated. "Bring my suitcases. I'm tired, and I want to sleep." After I dragged her suitcases in her room and helped her unpack, I walked into my room and simply plopped on the bed, tired as hell. Next morning when I woke up, it was already 8:30 a.m. Shit. I cussed myself and ran to Laura's room, but she wasn't there. Shitting in my pants, I got ready in a record 15 minutes, wore my sneakers, pulled my hair into a top knot, adjusted my faded shorts and shirt, and sprinted to the elevator. Scent of food wafted as soon as the elevator doors opened. I followed the scent and entered the buffet room, and staggered back. The potent smell of musk and lemon and spice punched me in the gut. It must be food, because why else would I drool so much? As I walked toward the buffet table, I searched for Laura, but all I noticed were beautiful female and male werewolves. The center table was where most of the men were sitting, looking like gods, with broad shoulders and muscular bodies. Most girls were hovering around them or sitting quietly at their tables. I had never seen a congregation with so many beautiful people. It should be illegal to have so much beauty packed in one room. Biceps flexed, dimpled grins flashed, deep, throaty laughter emanated, and my mouth turned dry. My stomach growled and I made my way to the buffet. I loaded my plate with sausage, fruits, cheese, and Russian salad, and turned but collided with a solid wall of a muscled chest. I glanced up, my pupils dilating. Stormy gray eyes caught mine in a predator's gaze, and I froze, Summer POV. My heart beat wildly in my chest. Time slowed down as I craned my neck up to look at him. My throat dried as I stared into his silver eyes. He had chiseled chin and sharp cheekbones that were shaded by a shadow of stubble. He had short dark hair that were tousled like he had run his fingers through it. And that was the only thing that was soft about him. Rest was rugged, untamed, feral. Tattoos lined up his biceps and disappeared under the sleeves of his green t-shirt, their edges appearing at the base of his columnar neck. He looked like a god, like he had come out a fantasy novel. Surely he was one of the alphas looking for a Luna. I had read a lot of literature in the brochure Laura gave me in the flight, so I had some knowledge about the terms werewolves used, but I had to yet see one turning into a wolf. How crazy would that be? With his brows creased, he stared at me intently as if searching for something I couldn't put my finger on. Under his gaze, my cheeks heated. I almost tumbled, but he steadied me with strong hands, and the moment he touched me, my soul left. I tried to get away from him, but he let out a low feral growl which made my heart jump into my throat out of fear, as if in a warning. I clamped my mouth shut before I did something stupid like moan. "Hello, Summer," he said in a low, throaty voice, making goosebumps line my skin. There was surprise in his eyes mixed with so much anger that it was rolling from him in waves. How did he know my name? But that was a stupid question. I guess every candidate here knew everyone's name. However, I wasn't a candidate. "Sorry," I muttered, and stepped back. I'm not a Luna candidate." I brought my tray in front of me to use it to step away from him. "Are you all right?" Laura's honeyed voice sounded behind me. In panic, I jerked away from his hold on my arms. The pain in my arms made me realize that he had held me in a very tight grip. My breath was shallow. The alpha in front of me let out a snarl, his eyes flashing gold. Laura looked at him and her eyes went wide. "Oh my God! Alpha Bradley of the Shadowfang Pack," she said excitedly, her eyes turning dreamy. "It's such a pleasure to meet you." She looked at me with disdain. I'm so sorry for her clumsy behavior. She's my maid, Summer. I don't know who gave her the permission to enter this breakfast venue." She shot me a deathly glare, I apologized for her misbehavior. So the tall, beautiful, muscular wolf had a name to go with his feral growl and eyes. I had to get the hell out of here. It was humiliating with the way Laura was speaking about me. Lowering my head, I mumbled a sorry and started to leave. "Wait," Bradley growled. Why was he so angry? What had I done to him? This was the first time I was meeting him, yet he behaved so furious, like I had destroyed his life. "She can have her meals here," he said in an authoritative voice without looking at Laura, and still staring at me. "And no one will stop her." "Are you already staking a claim, Alpha Bradley?" An amused voice sounded behind us. "Alpha Damon of Crimson Howl Pack," Laura chirped, getting excited by the minute. "Gods, I'm so lucky to meet with both of you at the same time." She batted her eyelashes at them. Damon didn't pay her attention, but he turned to me and, placing his hand on my hand, said, "And who are you, little one?" With another feral growl, Bradley smacked his hand away from my shoulder. Danger bells rang in my head. It felt like the walls were closing in. I didn't want to be a part of any pissing match between two men who looked like they could snap my neck effortlessly only for their amusement. "Whoa!" Damon chuckled, snapping his gaze at Bradley. "You have scared the little human." I had to get away from them as soon as possible. Laura was already shooting daggers at me. That was my cue to leave, so I stepped away from them and made my way to the farthest quiet corner outside the room on the balcony. When I glanced over my shoulder, I found Bradley's dark gaze on me. A shiver ran down my spine, and I quickly averted my gaze. The corner where I sat was absolutely quiet. It was hidden from everyone and felt safe. However, a few minutes later, Laura came over to me. "Are you fucking mad?" she hissed. "How could you piss off Alpha Bradley? He is the heir of the Shadowfang Pack and the host of this Luna Trials." I gulped. "It was a mistake. I'm sorry." "Get out of here before you make more mistakes," she snapped, "and don't come unless I ask you to." "Then what about my meals?" I asked in a low voice, scared of her. "You won't die if you won't have your food for a day," she barked. "I'll ask the manager to send something for you at the end of the day when everyone has had their dinner. You can divide that into 3 meals, understood?" Tears stung at the back of my eyes. "Okay," I mumbled. She looked at my plate. "Now finish this up fast and go to the room. The ball is in the evening, and you better prepare my dress for it." "Yes," I replied. She got up and left in a huff. I let out a sigh of relief and gobbled my food as fast as I could. As I headed to my room, I saw Bradley watching me with the same intensity. If only I could escape from this place. Humiliation was my way of life. But how much could a human bear? Everyone in my life made it a point to humiliate me. Why? Because I wanted to live a nice life? Because I didn't want to be some junkie or a criminal? I could have left my father long back after prolonged episodes of abuse, but I stayed back only so that when I had enough money, I could leave it all behind me. However, now I was stuck in this disgusting situation for life, and the only way to get out of here was to escape. So I looked around, taking in my surroundings and memorizing every detail of the resort. The resort was surrounded with tall walls, and a thick and dense forest lay beyond it. Tucking my hair behind my ear, I realized that there was no one in the lobby or near the elevators. Just the receptionist, who gave me a tight smile and went back to work. Did that mean that I was the only non-candidate here? Laura came back an hour later, her mood sullen. I had taken out a few gowns from her cupboards. "This place sucks," she said, sitting down on the couch. "The women don't want to interact with me," she whined. "They think they are some kinds of goddesses, superior to me. Like hell, they don't know how rich I am. And those alphas, they have eyes only for the she-wolves. Then why did they call me?" I didn't reply to her because I knew her. She behaved like an entitled kid always. She wanted people to come to her and be friends with. But friendship was a two-way street. You had to initiate talks sometimes. "My stylist will be coming here in the evening. Make sure that you give her all the makeup I brought. I'm not going to use their stuff." She rolled her eyes. Then she narrowed them on me. "How did you bump into Alpha Bradley?" Color drained from my cheeks. What was she insinuating? "I didn't bump into him. It was the other way round," I said in a careful voice. She clenched her jaw. "Just behave yourself and don't step out of line. I'll not hesitate to tell it to Daddy. Get that?" I nodded. "Yes." "Good. Now get the red nail polish and apply it on toenails. I have to prepare for the lunch. Brad POV. Summer McKeever. Her name rolled on my tongue like sin as I pulled up the list of entries for Luna trials on my laptop. She was 20, a few months younger than me, and there was no mention of her arrival. The only indication was that of an assistant accompanying Laura, which my father allowed because he wasn't sure how to have a human in a werewolf pack. He must have thought that the girl would be overwhelmed, and so he must have allowed the assistant. But who knew that it would be none other than Summer? However, when Laura introduced Summer as her maid, I wanted to rip her apart. My wolf, who was already on the edge, was excited. He was pacing within the confines of my mind, trying to take charge and be with Summer. Hell, even I wanted to be with her. After so many years of relentless search, here she was, right in front of me. I wanted to slide one hand through her thick silky hair and another around her waist. I wanted to pull her in for a kiss and never stop. In the morning, when my wolf approached the gate of the resort, Blaze froze. Summer's unmistakable scent was in the air. At first, he thought that he was imagining or perhaps had gone mad, but then he sniffed the air again, and the scent was still there. I could smell her from miles away. But what baffled me was that she had forgotten me completely. When I stood there in front of her, anger slammed in my chest for not recognizing me, but shock rippled through me when she responded to me in a way that I couldn't smell any lie. She actually didn't remember me. My mind raced to every detail, every second of my time spent with her. She was delirious most of the time because they had drugged her. Whenever she would wake up, she was not in her senses. Nightmares riddled her sleep. I couldn't imagine the trauma she had undergone. And then she ran away, without informing us. In the middle of the night, there was a time when I thought she was running from law, but that didn't make sense. She was just too timid to commit any felony. I had searched if she had any social profiles. She didn't have any. It was like she was living off the grid, trying to hide herself in this world. But as fate would have it, she was once again brought into my life, and this time I wouldn't let her go. I needed to know more about her. How was she a maid to the Morelli family? Where was her father, who I had seen in the cabin that first day? Everything about her was a mystery, and I wanted to unravel it. I closed the laptop, tamping my wolf down who wanted to go to her. He was clawing at me on the inside to be with his mate. Yes, Summer was my mate. It took me long to realize it, but there was nothing I could associate this feeling with. It was a tug at the core of my heart, this invisible thread that connected me with her. I knew she couldn't feel it because she was a human, but I could, and very strongly, like she was imprinted on my heart and soul. Sitting in my penthouse, which was on the 10th floor of the resort, all I wanted was to take the elevator and go down to the 3rd floor. Protect her, my wolf urged. Father had announced the Luna trials, and all the Alpha and Luna candidates were already here. I felt like abolishing the fucking trials, but it would mean harm to my father's reputation. Besides, had he not announced the trials, I wouldn't have found Summer. I had to get Summer out of the trials to keep her safe, to keep her away from every fucking Alpha. Then I would take part in the trials and reject every girl. Summer was a complication I didn't see happening. She's mine, my wolf growled. I won't let her go now. Yes, she's ours. The moment I saw her, I asked my IT head, Norris, to find out more about her. He had gone in a frenzy to dig out every information about her. A soft ping on my laptop sounded. I opened my inbox only to see that he had sent the report. That was fast, and that was why I liked him so much. Norris had done his computer science from Ivy League College, and I had pushed my father to make him IT chief. He was the great-grandson of Elder Rhina. I clicked on the file and saw a photo of hers in a restaurant. She was skinny and pale. My wolf gnawed at me inside. Feed her. Her green eyes with pupils blown wide were staring at me from the photo. My mind was filled with trashy images of her, of how she stared at me while she begged. I shook my head, dispelling those images. She was perfect, the most gorgeous girl to ever live, and she looked like a deer caught in the headlights. Now that she was here, I had to do everything I had in my power to protect her. The first thing I did was to call Tammy. When she came inside, I was already pacing my room. "Brad," she breathed. "I smelled Summer. Is it true?" Yes! I halted in my tracks. She's here, Tammy. Tammy slapped her hand on her mouth. As a human candidate? I shook my head as I stabbed my fingers in my hair. No, I gritted. That's the complication. She is here as Laura's maid, and Laura is the human candidate. Tammy's eyes widened in shock. Maid? A snarl left my lips. I want to pluck her away from Laura, take her out of the resort and keep her safe until the Luna trials are over. Tammy sat on the couch as she stared at me. I don't know what to do, she murmured. If we take her away from Laura, her life could be in real jeopardy. My control was slipping by the second. Never, I growled at her. I'll protect her with my life. Not that silly, Tammy snapped. She will be protected by all of us in this world. But what about when she goes to the human world? Morelli is a mafia boss. He would make sure that she is killed. My claws extended and I felt like ripping Morelli into pieces. I'll kill him before he even thinks of harming Summer's hair. Just then the door opened, and to my utter surprise, Father walked in. I cocked an eyebrow to Tamara, and she shrugged. I guess she conveyed it all to Alpha Lucien through Mind Link. She is here? Father asked, completely bewildered. Yes, I breathed. We should stop the Luna trials, Tamara suggested. No, we can't do that, Father replied, appearing irritated. We are deep into this, so we can't. I was getting restless. My arm rippled with fur as Blaze surged ahead to take control. He was a dangerous feral beast, one of the most powerful. Perhaps the most powerful. I couldn't resist him and headed to the door to see my mate. Brad, stay, Father ordered like I was an errant pup, and not the future Alpha. I had to obey his order as he rolled an Alpha command over me. I could have fought his Alpha's order, but I willed Blaze to stop resisting. I wanted to see her so badly, and spend every minute of the day with her. I was going to learn everything I could about her, starting with a sizzling kiss. Wait, Brad, Father said again. This is important. Tammy gave us a curious look, wondering what my father would say. Father remained silent for a few seconds before he sensed that Blaze had gone down. I wanted this meeting with my father to end quickly. Brad, before I came here, I asked Norris to send me a report about her, but I guess you had already asked him, he said, walking to the couch where Tammy was. I read the report, and I came to know one thing. She is weak, broken. Fury slams my heart and I snarl. How dare he insult her? He had no right to do so. My wolf let out an animalistic growl and a warning. Let me explain, Brad, he demanded. This better be good, Dad, I snapped. He shook his head. Calm down, Brad. We all have to think together on how to take Summer away from Laura, and for that I would like Tammy to approach her. There must be something, some loophole which will help us. I narrowed my eyes on him. Perhaps she would remember Tammy. Okay. Father turned to Tammy. You have a job now. On it, Tammy said enthusiastically. Get Summer into your confidence. Dig out every detail you can and relay it to us via Mind Link, Father added. But make sure that Laura doesn't know about it. Summer POV. The evening couldn't come this late. I had to bear Laura's whining the whole day. When she went for lunch, she ordered me not to follow her or come down for lunch because I would mar her reputation, stain her flawless personality. So I stayed in the room and hunted for food in the mini-fridge. There were some nuts and Coke. It would do. I was used to this all my life. When Laura returned from lunch, her face was contorted with fury. Who the hell do these bitches think I am? She grumbled. I am Costa Morelli's daughter, and yet they take me so lightly? I rolled my eyes at her entitled behavior. She wanted to assert her position, society status, and wealth over the women who didn't belong to her world. Probably they were all rich like her, or richer. Who cared? They were all candidates in the Luna trials, and maybe they thought of her as an equal. Maybe not. I had gathered by now that Laura was the first human to take part in Luna trials, to be mated to a werewolf. It might sound strange to humans, but it was something that I found normal. Did I officially lose it? And those bitch organizers, Laura snapped as she took her bracelet out and tossed it on the bed. They didn't treat me well. None of them made an effort to introduce me to others. All of them sat away from me, didn't interact with me, and I felt like an outsider. I pursed my lips and didn't offer her any advice, because I knew if I did that, she would only get more irritated. Less irritated Laura was better than a more irritated one. She had no restraints when it came to lifting her hand on me. She zipped her dress and dropped it on the floor. I collected it, folded it, and put it in a different suitcase silently. She continued complaining. I have no idea why Alpha Bradley avoided me. She glanced at me and narrowed her eyes. Do you know him already? Why was he talking to you? I jerked my head up. And no, I replied, heat rushing to my cheeks as I remembered him and our interaction. How he looked at me with possessiveness. I don't know him. Do you even know who he is? Yes, you said he is the heir of the Shadowfang pack. He is the strongest and wealthiest alpha of the North, Laura informed me. I'm hoping he choose me, so you better work in my favor, okay? Yes, I said immediately. Laura became silent. She assessed me for a while and then flopped on the pillow. This is going to be so frustrating if no one talks to me. I lowered my head and started collecting her jewelry. I knew that in situations like these, when she doubted me, and when most likely she was going to report it to her father, I better stay low and not provoke them. This was a survival instinct I had learnt the hard way. My father would hit me in his alcoholic and non-alcoholic rage all the time. If I argued with him, he would get provoked, and then there was no end to his slaps and kicks. As I walked out, I heard her calling someone. Daddy, she whined. Pumpkin? Morelli's voice came over the speakerphone. No one talks to me here. I feel like I am so alone, she pouted. Doll, Morelli said. If you want others to speak with you, then you should be sweet to them. I hope you're being sweet. I am, she sighed, but they don't want to include me in their conversation. In that case, you should offer them something. You know, like a gift, he suggested. Laura snapped her gaze at me and removed the speaker. I walked out of her room quickly. She brought her phone to her ear. Like what, Daddy? She asked. She waited for a while to explain it to her. Uh-huh, she said excitedly. I have to be tactful about it. After a few minutes, she disconnected the call. Perhaps she had gone to sleep and that's why the room became quiet. I, too, went off to sleep after researching the internet, but woke up sharply at 4 p.m. to ready Laura for the evening ball. Laura discarded all the gowns I had laid for her and went on to choose an electric blue gown with diamond and blue sapphire jewelry. She asked her stylist not to bother her because she was capable of taking care of herself. By 7 p.m., she was all dressed up and ready to go. As she touched up her mascara, she glanced at me and said, "Be ready in case I have to call you." "Why do you have to call me?" I asked. "Just be ready, okay? And stop asking me questions. Moron." I sucked in a sharp breath at her blatant insult, but didn't say anything. Survival was utmost. Plus, I had to make sure that she didn't suspect me. I was going to escape tonight, even if it took me running through the wild beasts-infested forest. Laura walked out of the room after giving me once over, like she had some plan for me already. The way she looked, a shudder ran down my spine. As soon as she left, the first thing I did was to dig out my backpack, threw my stuff and clothes inside, got dressed in faded jeans and a full-sleeves flannel shirt. I wore my sneakers and waited for another 30 minutes before coming out of the room. I was sure that in those 30 minutes, all the Luna candidates must have gathered in the lobby before going to the venue for the ball. Slowly, I climbed down the stairs instead of taking the lift. There was no one in the lobby. I dashed to the place where they had arranged a buffet breakfast in the morning, hoping that there would be food. I needed to stash enough to last for at least a week. Thankfully, there was a large buffet waiting for me. I guess there were other guests as well who wouldn't be attending the ball. My stomach growled, and I realized how hungry I was. I put my backpack down near a table that was nearest to the buffet and darted to fill a plate for myself. There was one server out there, and he smiled at me, seeing how I piled my plate. Embarrassed, I just hurried away from there. I sat at my table and gobbled as much as I could because one needed a full belly before escaping. "You're Summer, right?" I looked to the side with my cheeks stuffed with bacon and nodded at a beautiful woman who seemed familiar. Her blonde hair fell in waves down her back. She was dressed in a violet silk gown as if for the ball. She looked like... I racked my brain hard. I nodded, still captivated by her beauty. "How fun," she said and sat down beside me. "Oh no, 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 no." I continued to chew my breakfast as I avoided her. This wasn't an interaction I wanted. She could be a witness to my escape. "Hey, slow down," she chuckled. I'm not going to snatch your food. I pursed my lips in a smile. But no, I had to hurry. The woman was still staring at me as I gulped down the mouthful of bacon. How can I help you? I asked, dismissing her politely. She tilted her head to the side as if assessing me. I'm Tamara. So what did you do to piss off my brother in the morning? She asked as she picked up a sausage from my tray. May I? I nodded, putting down my fork, not liking the way she was trying to be friendly to me. I didn't know that I had pissed off anyone, I replied. Who is your brother? Besides, don't you have to go for the ball? Tamara laughed softly as she chewed the sausage. No, I have decided not to go for the ball. And my brother is Alpha Bradley. Do you remember him? My mouth dropped. So the hottest guy in the resort was her brother? Yes, I do remember him, I replied, blushing. My phone rang. I pulled it out of my back pocket and groaned. Where are you? Laura raged. At the resort. Where else? Come here fast. I'm sending a car to fetch you. Why? I asked, bewildered. This was going to delay my escape plan. Did you spoil your gown? Should I bring another? Don't argue, she grunted. There's a car coming to get you. Just hop in and be here. I gritted my teeth as Laura disconnected the call. Closing my eyes, I felt the anger simmering inside me. What if I didn't go? I opened my eyes to see Tamara staring at me with a cocked eyebrow. She could tell Laura about my escape plan. Damn it. Are you okay? She asked, leaning forward. No. Yes, I said with a forced smile. Laura has asked me to come to the ball. Are you invited there? No. Then you shouldn't go. I shook my head. You don't know Laura. If I don't go... I snapped my mouth. It was no use telling her anything. Excuse me, I muttered and left. I took my bag back to the room and returned to the lobby to wait for the car. It screeched right in front of the main door 10 minutes later. Just as I was about to get inside, Tamara came. I'll go with you, she said with a hint of a smile in her eyes. I don't have a ride. Summer POV. I was not surprised when Tamara said that she would go with me, but I was surprised when she said that she didn't have a ride. I mean, she was the sister of the alpha of the pack, which was organizing this event. Weren't they super rich people? Couldn't they afford a car for her? It made me think if she had an ulterior motive. But then Tamara smiled at me so softly that my heart melted. Sure, I replied, wondering how Laura managed to send this car. Whose car was this? Or were participants allocated vehicles for personal use? Either way, it wasn't my botheration. As I sat down in the car, I saw that a black Jeep came to stand in front of our car and another black one halted right behind us. And when Tamara sat in the car, the driver whipped his head back to look at her. There was a trace of fear on his face. Luna Tamara, he said in a raspy voice. She cocked her eyebrow. Yes? He blinked at her as he glanced at me and then stuttered. I had my instructions to take Summer to the ball. Tamara finished his sentence rather angrily. She glared at him and in a very cold voice ordered, Take us to the ball. The driver's mouth dropped and he appeared tense. Tamara didn't like his reaction. Do you see the two Jeeps? He nodded. They are here for the security of the Luna. Now do as told, or you'll see the dungeons in 10 minutes. That was the last straw. The driver snapped his mouth and did as he was told. However, I was left wondering about the exchange of words between the driver and Tamara. It seemed like Tamara's words were loaded with a threat. Being such an important member of the pack, how could a driver argue with her? And what instructions did he have about me? Why was there so much security around us? It must be because of Tamara, I guessed. But something didn't fit, and I found myself wringing my fingers in my lap. Tamara must have noticed. She brought her hand over mine and placed it softly. What are you worrying about? She asked. I shook my head. Nothing. I glanced at the driver. Where was I supposed to go? I blurted. The driver's eyes met mine in the rearview mirror. There was a hint of anger in them, but he immediately averted his gaze to the road. The two black Jeeps were still there, maintaining a comfortable distance. We are going to the ball, Tamara said in an assuring voice which only made me think if the driver was taking me elsewhere. A chill ran down my spine and I nodded, feeling nervous. I'll take the back door of the venue, I said, not wanting to go to the venue in my jeans and shirt. It would be so inappropriate. Not that I'd been in any ball all my life, but I had heard about the dresses. Tamara smiled. Why would you do that? You will walk with me inside the hall from the main entrance. I shook my head. I don't want to embarrass you. You can never embarrass me, Summer, she replied in a way that made me feel like I had some connection with her. A strange warmth tugged at my heart. No one had been this kind with me in all my life, so it was natural that I felt awkward. Taking a deep breath in, I nodded again. Then I dared to ask her, "You said you didn't want to go for the ball, then what made you change your mind?" She chuckled. "You." I jerked my head back. "Me? Why?" I bunched up my shirt in my hands. I'm not. God, how do I tell her? But I pushed myself in case she had wrong notions about me. "I'm straight," I blurted like a fool. This time Tamara jerked her head back and then burst into laughter. What was so funny? My cheeks heated. Did I cross a line? I wanted to disappear in thin air, like now. When she finally stopped laughing, she said, "I am happily married to Alpha Matt." She lifted her hand and showed me her ring. "See." "Oh," and I blushed deeper. How could I miss that? "Then why?" I asked, feeling all the more stupid. Maybe I should stop talking. "Because I wanted to be with you. That's all," she replied, glancing at the driver. I couldn't understand what was going on, but I gave her a small smile. "That's very kind of you. Thank you." On the inside, I wished she was my friend. Such a lovely soul. "Don't thank me yet," she said, winking. We arrived at the venue soon. As soon as our car stopped, men from the Jeep in front of us jumped out and ran to open our doors. Surprise flickered through me when men from the Jeep behind surrounded us in a protective circle. They looked at me with keen interest, but I realized that it was all because of Tamara. Some security she had. It was more than what Laura could even imagine. Tamara walked in front of me. The ballroom pulsed with light. Large chandeliers hung from the ceiling cast a warm glow over the people who were swirling in gowns and tuxedos as they moved along the marble floor. Music floated in the air. It was mixed with the rustle of silk and laughter. People clinked glasses as servers moved between the guests. As I stepped past the heavy double doors, heads turned. I found people staring at me, telling me silently that I didn't belong to such an elite gathering. I withered under their stares, feeling so odd that I wanted the earth to crack up and swallow me. I felt heat rising to my cheeks and curled my hands at my side, nails biting into my palms. Every step felt like trespassing, and every gaze whispered that I did not belong here. So I lowered my head and followed Tamara till the end of the hall, where Alpha of the Shadowfang pack was standing and watching me intently. "Bradley," Tamara approached him with a soft, knowing smile. "Tammy," he replied, still looking at me. I wanted to disappear. He was so tall and brooding alpha as against a timid me. It was like if he wanted, he could snap me into two and I'd break easily. My breath hitched when I dared to lift my eyes and look into his stormy gray ones. God help me. Did the temperature of the ballroom go up? It seemed like the AC stopped working. "Hi, Summer," Bradley said, extending his hand toward me. "Do you remember me?" What was with the brother and sister asking me about remembering them all the time? I took his hand immediately and froze in my spot. Did he feel the same, like the electricity that zapped through me, making my toes curl? I laughed at my reaction internally. "Of course," I breathed. "We met in the morning." He didn't say anything and only continued to look at me, and I found myself jumping into the sea of his eyes that held a tempest. The world around me faded, and for a while it seemed like only the two of us existed in this plane, or every plane in the universe. Somehow, I pulled myself back to the present, feeling like a creep who didn't want to leave the hand of the strongest alpha. Did I come across as a gold digger? Oh, God, no. I didn't fit anywhere in this society. So the sooner I escaped, the better. I pulled my hand out of his, and I swear I heard him growling like he didn't like my act. "I have to go," I muttered. "Go where?" he asked, his eyes narrowing on me. "Oh, the beautiful human from the morning. We meet again," a heavy voice from behind me sounded. I turned to see that Alpha Damon was standing only at an arm's length away. How did he spot me? And why was he looking so surprised? "Hello?" I said, tucking a strand of my hair behind my ear. Bradley tensed as he stepped right beside me for some odd reason. Damon arched an eyebrow, ignoring his growls. "Laura said that you were coming," he said in a casual manner, smothering his surprise. I heard that growl again from Bradley, like it was that of an animal. It seemed like he wanted to fight with Damon. Did they have any animosity between them? Some old feud? Well, who was I to analyze that history? I needed to get out of here as soon as possible. Damon chuckled, shaking his head. He looked at Bradley. She's not good enough for your wolf, Alpha Bradley. Bradley's eyes turned darker, and for the first time I noticed that he had fangs. A shudder ran down my body, but not out of fear. I oddly felt thrilled. Who is good enough for you, Alpha Damon? Bradley responded. Then he moved closer to him. Let me remind you, if you so much as lay a hand on any woman out here with wrong intentions, you'll find yourself in deeper trouble than you ever thought possible. My eyes widened at how Bradley just threatened Damon. And for what? Damon clenched his jaw and then gave him a tight smile. Before he could say something in retaliation, Laura rushed toward us. Summer, what are you doing here? She looked at me in surprise and then snapped her head at Damon, her cheeks heating up. You asked me to come here, I replied, feeling like a dumb. What was going on? Summer POV. I apologize for her behavior, Laura said. I don't know what she is doing here. My mouth dropped open. You called me here, Laura. What are you saying? Shut up, she hissed. Stop lying. I didn't ask you to come here. Laura grabbed my upper arm to drag me away, but she was blocked by 3 burly men. Alpha Bradley glared at her as he removed her hand from my upper arm in a way that she winced in pain. You stop lying, he grunted. Then he pulled me beside him to my utter surprise. Alpha Bradley, Laura cried. Why will I lie? She's just a maid who wanted to come here. She's a fucking gold digger. Can't you see? No one other than those who were invited are here. She glanced at me in disdain. She is here to ruin my reputation like she always does. Enough, Bradley hissed. Summer was with my sister Tamara when you called her. Laura's blood drained from her face. Tamara heard the conversation with you, so it's not Summer who is lying. It is you who is lying. But Bradley stepped closer to her. Now I want to know, why are you lying? What was your intention to bring Summer here? And then when she is here, why are you denying? Can you clarify? Because if this is how you will behave, then I'm sorry. I will have to ask you to leave. A manipulative woman like you is not fit to be anyone's Luna. I could feel tension in the air. People were looking at us with amusement, as if a drama was unfolding. I was sure that gossip was going to find its way through the crowd sooner than later. Though I became acutely aware of the situation, I actually liked the look on Laura's face. Laura looked like she could faint. She started shaking as her gaze darted at Tamara, me, and then Bradley. Damon, on the other hand, slipped out of there. Alpha Bradley, it was just that. Bradley put his hand up in the air to silence her. I will have to talk to your father about it, for I do not tolerate such nonsense in my pack. This ball was for everyone to mingle. Not all in here are Luna candidates, so I don't know why didn't you let Summer accompany you. That's right, Tamara added, crossing her arms across her chest. We will have to reconsider her entry. What? Laura was on the verge of crying. She looked at me with so much hatred that I could wither under her gaze. My father would never believe you. It will be my word against hers. She pointed at me. I couldn't believe Laura. The entitled, spoilt mafia princess could do anything to assert who her father was. Before her father harmed Alpha Bradley and his kind sister, I stepped in. Alpha Bradley, I should be going. I'm sorry to have caused so much commotion. This is not an incident to be made a show out of. With that, I started to leave, but Bradley caught my wrist and pulled me back. I apologize on Laura's behalf. There was a misunderstanding. No Summer, he said as I shivered in his grasp. Electricity shot up my arm and zipped all the way between my thighs. Heat crept on my cheeks, and I stifled a gasp. He looked at me with his stormy gray eyes. This has gone beyond any resolution, and it won't settle so easily. Then what are you going to do? I asked exasperatedly. See, I told you, she is at fault, Laura insisted. I swear I felt like slapping her. Ignoring her words, Bradley stated, Please come to the antechamber. All of you, I would like to discuss this privately. Then, without leaving my wrist, he pulled me to a small room behind the ballroom as Tamara, Laura, and a few of his men followed us. As soon as we were in the room, the door was closed. The room was small, but plush. A green carpet sat in the middle of the wooden floor with luxurious sofas and a center table. Alpha Bradley sat on the couch and tugged me to sit beside him. I was getting flustered by his behavior. Was he trying to get clingy? As Tamara and Laura sat down, the men continued to stand as if protecting him. Bradley threw his arm behind me and crossed his legs at the knee. I think he leaned toward me, and did he just inhale my scent? Feeling 1,000 shades awkward, I shrank and tried to shift away, but he placed his hand on my shoulder, stopping my movement. Gods above. What was wrong with this man? Laura was nervous. I think there is a solid misunderstanding, Alpha Bradley, she started. No, there isn't. He pulled his phone out and dialed Morelli's number. Oh my God. I'm just a maid, Alpha Bradley, I said in a low voice, feeling scared now. Please, you don't have to speak with Mr. Morelli. I was sure that the mafia boss would find a way to kill me. Bradley POV. It was Damon written all over. Heir of the Crimson Howl Pack. Alpha Josh and Maris's son. When Tamara came to know that Summer was here, she made it her mission to ensure that Summer became my Luna. The only problem was that she was Laura's maid, and Laura was the daughter of a notorious mafia boss, Morelli. Though I knew that he could do nothing to me, and I could bring him to his knees if he tried to fight against me. However, the problem didn't end there. The humans wanted to interact with the werewolves in the new emerging economy. If I sent away Laura, which was I so fucking wanting to, it could have serious repercussions. So I had to be tactful. Tactful enough to get my Summer out of his claws, and also make an example of this whole event. Laura, like a spoiled bitch, wanted people to come to her and talk to her, treat her like a queen. But that wasn't happening here. No one gave her attention. Her purpose was getting defeated. So she used the only thing she could. She offered Summer to Damon. It was Damon's car that had gone to fetch Summer. He would have taken her to an unknown location and raped her repeatedly, and Laura would have been okay with it as long as he helped her with Luna trials. It was their dirty little pact, which wasn't hard to unravel. Tamara wanted to spend time with Summer, to get to know her better, and to make sure that she was well protected. But she noticed that Summer was leaving, like about to flee. So she sat down with her and talked to her, while she contacted me through our mind link, explaining the situation. Panic surged through me. I had to stop Summer from slipping from my hands again. As I was contemplating on going to her, Tamara connected with me again, saying that Laura had called her to the ball. It was a red flag when the car Laura sent for Summer smelled of Damon. Laura ensured that she was with Summer all the time to protect her. I also sent my warriors to protect both my sister and my mate. The driver of the car had no chance. Tammy told me how surprised he was initially to see her with Summer, but he was too afraid to argue. I was furious as hell. My wolf snarled beneath the surface, his claws itching to rip apart Damon. Rage pulsed through my veins like wildfire. He paced beneath my skin, making my muscles coil tightly. My beast roared for blood, ready to tear down the world if anyone harmed Summer. Only when I saw Summer entering the ballroom, and only when she was near me, did he calm down. It took everything inside me not to touch her, feel her, smell her, and take her away. Rut her, mark her, claim her. My beast demanded. He wanted to roll in her scent, make sure everyone knew who she belonged to. I will. And then Laura lied. She didn't know what she had done. I took them all to the small antechamber behind the ballroom. Summer wanted to go away, take the blame on her. She was so weak, so timid and scared, but I wouldn't allow her to do that. She wanted to get away from me, but I stopped her by placing my hand on her shoulder. No, baby. There was no escaping from me now. Morelli picked up the phone on third ring. Morelli. Good evening, Mr. Morelli. This is Bradley from Shadowfang Pack. Did you receive the money I sent you? Brad POV. Morelli paused for a second before saying yes. I have, he replied. And where are the papers I asked you to send me? I asked. My IT guy, Norris, was just too good with his job. Along with Beta-Tarian and a few of his men, he had gone to the human town where he had met Summer's father. The bastard thought that he could hunt and kill us. But what happens when Hunter gets hunted? And that too by werewolves? McKeever pissed in his pants seeing so many werewolves in his house. He committed to losing money to some Coretti. There were no papers which could point out the crime, but Norris hacked into the casino run by Coretti on Morelli's behalf. He found the logs and printed all of them. Norris showed those logs to McKeever, and Beta-Tarian did the rest. He gave the money McKeever owed to Coretti, making sure that he informed his boss. But Morelli was a bastard. He said that the interest on the money McKeever owed was close to $100,000. The fucker didn't know that I would give $10 million or the entire world if that was what it took to get my summer back. As I talked to Morelli, I was sure that Tyrion was sitting with his wolves out there. "I haven't signed the paper," Morelli grumbled. My wolf snarled inside me. If I was sitting in front of Morelli, I would have killed him without remorse. In a very cold voice, I asked, "Why?" He took a deep breath in. "Because I will not give away the maid for my daughter, that's all." "This is human trafficking," he chuckled. "You don't say that to me, Alpha Bradley. I am Italian mafia. I get what I want. You are forgetting that I can complain to your police about it." He let out a laugh. "Go ahead. Did you forget that the police are also in my hands?" I clenched my teeth. What was I expecting? That Morelli would be honorable? "You can't do a thing to me, Alpha Bradley. You thought that by covering up McKeever, you would be able to show your power and release that little piece of shit." He let out another cold laugh. "I won't fucking release her, and now I'll make sure that when she returns home, she is in worse condition. I'll fucking use her in one of my sex clubs." My wolf let out a menacing snarl. Everyone in the room, including Tamara, inclined their heads in submission. Laura paled, but my little human just looked at me with curiosity. I had a tough time tamping down Blaze. He was pacing, snarling, and demanding Morelli's blood. In a low, cold voice, I said, "In that case, we will disqualify Laura." "Oh, on what basis?" Morelli scoffed. "She didn't cheat. She didn't do anything that would be counted as cheating because Luna trials haven't started." He paused for a second. "Now listen to me properly, Alpha Bradley. Laura is going to stay in the competition, and she will bag an alpha for herself. I will see to it. If you harm my daughter or throw her out, then you know that the humans will have a huge problem with your community. And if I will force them a little, they will send hunters for you all." He chuckled. "You are nothing but just a little boy in front of me. You don't get to challenge me. I am Mafia." Furious, I disconnected the call. I thought that he would take the bait, but he was smarter than what I thought he would be. I closed my eyes, thinking of what to do next. My main aim was to free Summer from Morelli. Anger, confusion, and disgust overwhelmed me. How could I release Summer from the clutches of Morelli? I needed another strategy, and I needed it fast. When I opened my eyes, I found Tamara staring at me with wide eyes. I was sure that she and every other wolf in the room heard the conversation. "What did Daddy say?" Laura asked, snapping me from my thoughts. In order to calm down my wolf, I took a strand of Summer's hair behind her back in between my fingers and rubbed it. Blaze immediately calmed down and stopped snarling. That cleared the haze from my mind. I looked at Laura and said, "Your father is a piece of shit, just like you." Her mouth dropped open and her eyes widened. "What?" she cried. "You and Damon made a plan to trap Summer, didn't you?" I asked sharply. She appeared to be on a back foot. "No," she said. "Then why did you send Damon's car to fetch Summer from the resort and not the car we allotted to you?" She opened her mouth to say something, but I cut her off. "Don't speak lies. The driver who brought you here is being interrogated by my people. He has confessed that he was taking Summer to an unknown location. For Damon." Laura started shaking. "This is not true," she cried. "I have nothing to do with all this. I didn't call her. Someone is trying to set me up. I put my hand up. "You called her, and we can show the call records, so don't lie. Anyway, we feel that you are a threat to Summer McKeever, and so we will have to separate you two until the Luna trials are over. The driver has set me up," Laura cried as she glanced at Summer. Summer's face was ashen white as she stared at Laura. "Is this true?" "Oh, shut up!" she snapped at Summer. My wolf immediately surfaced, my eyes flashing golden. "Behave yourself." Laura gulped. "Alpha Bradley, I didn't." "Enough," I shouted, my voice booming in the room. "You may leave now. You should be happy that I'm letting you continue with the Luna trials. Now get out." Laura gasped, but she didn't argue. She just got up and stormed out of the room. I took a deep breath in, trying to calm my rage, but nothing worked. The threat on Summer was still looming large on us. At least I had her separated from Laura. But now what? My gaze turned to Summer, who was looking at me with trepidation in her eyes. There's no need to fear, Summer, I replied, staring into those green eyes where I could drown forever, happily. We will make arrangements for you in a different room. You don't know Morelli, she said in a timid voice. He will not let this happen. He will come after you and me and all of your people. That man is vicious as hell. I can't risk your life. I placed my hand on her lips. You speak too much, little human. Sparks tingled all over as I felt her soft lips beneath my hand. Trust me a little. A frown appeared on her forehead. She blinked, and I reluctantly removed my hand from her mouth. Why are you doing this for me? She asked in a low voice as our gazes locked. Because I want to, I breathed, wondering if she remembered me at all, wondering if she knew what I could do for her. She lowered her head, her cheeks heating up. Someone coughed loudly in the room, snapping our reverie. Goddess, my sister was such a cockblock. I think you both should head to the ballroom. They are waiting for you, Brad, to lead the ball, she said with a smile on her lips. I looked tenderly at Summer as I got up. Then I extended my hand to her. She took it with confusion in her eyes. I tugged her out of the room and said, Would you do the honor of dancing with me? What? She squeaked. No, I can't. But before she could protest further, I nodded at the musicians and pulled her to the dance floor. There were 100 eyes on me and on her, but who cared? I could dance with my little human mate even she wore a burlap sack. As the music shifted to a beautiful waltz, I extended my hand to her with a quiet command. She hesitated a little, but then she placed her hand in mine, and my breath hitched. As we moved together, I felt like we belonged to a different world. Her feet matched my rhythm like she knew how to follow me. Even as her cheeks heated, my gaze never left her. She was so beautiful, and by dancing with her tonight, I knew that she would be a target of all the girls in the room. Gasps echoed and jealousy simmered. People only saw the girl in denim dancing with royalty. But they didn't see what I saw. Summer, my beautiful little mate, was with me. I wanted to press my body to hers, coat her smell all over me, meld with her, and then some more. The music came to end too soon. She stepped away, but I didn't let her hand go. But she wrung her hand away from me, much to my dislike. Ah! Laura's cry came to our ears. Summer rushed to her. Ah! She cried, bending over as Summer panicked. My stomach! What happened? Summer asked. Help me, it's paining! Laura rasped, and then she farted. Loud! Summer POV. I had no idea why Alpha Bradley had asked me to dance with him. I mean, he chose me to lead the dance. As he took my hand in his, sparks tingled across my body. Was this normal human behavior? How could sparks fly across your skin and butterflies fluttered in my belly like they wanted to create havoc? His vicinity was calming and surreal, like I forgot the world around me. As he glided across the floor with me as his partner, I felt like I was dancing on the clouds and the world faded around us. What was Alpha Bradley doing to me? But this was a dream, wasn't it? He was the Alpha of the North, and I was a maid. Our worlds collided only briefly when I had to serve people like him, and after that, there was nothing. I wasn't a fool to think that I had a future with him, but my traitorous heart was saying something else. It thundered in his embrace. Why was it I craved him from the core of my heart? Maybe that was what every girl in the room wanted. Wasn't this the purpose of the ball? To mingle with the potential candidates and to marry them? As we danced across the floor, I could sense the wonder, jealousy, and murmurs of a maid dancing with the alpha. It snapped me back to reality. Lowering my head, I licked my lips and thought that I should stop dancing. His tight grip on my hand didn't allow me to leave. It was only when the music stopped that I stepped away from him, wanting to get out of the hall as soon as possible because I didn't want to paint my back as a target for other girls. However, when Laura screamed in pain, I rushed to her. She had bent over in pain, but then she farted loudly. Gosh, it was so embarrassing, but I held her arm and put it across my shoulders. Laura, what happened? I asked. My stomach, she bawled. It feels like it's on fire. My gaze lifted Alpha Bradley in a silent plea for help. He nodded as if understanding what I wanted. In a few seconds, 2 men and a nurse came. They helped Laura and took her outside to the ambulance that was standing as an emergency. I accompanied Laura. Alpha Bradley also wanted to come with me, but Tamara stopped him. I'll go with her. You are needed for the ball. He clenched his jaw, agreeing reluctantly to Tamara. She came to sit with me in the ambulance. You should go back to the ball, I said. I can manage. She smiled softly. No, Summer. I want to be with you. God, why was she so good to me? I wasn't used to this kind of softness, and I didn't know that it would slam so hard in my chest. I blinked away the tears that threatened to spill out. Thanks, I thanked her in a hoarse voice. Anytime, she said. We arrived at the PAC hospital, and I was amazed by the facility. It was so modern, like I was walking in a five-star hotel. A doctor approached us with more nurses, and soon Laura was taken inside. An hour later, after all the tests were conducted, the doctor said, Miss Laura has caught a stomach bug. She won't be able to take part in the Luna trials. What? My jaw dropped. No, this can't be, I said, blood draining from my face. This was the reason we had come to this place. What would Morelli do now? The doctor shrugged as Tamara and I stared at him with disbelief. How could she get a stomach infection? I asked. I don't know. Did she eat anything at the party? I shook my head. I wouldn't know because I arrived late to the party. No, she didn't eat much. A deep, throaty voice sounded from behind. Without looking, I knew that it was Bradley. What was he doing here? My cheeks heated as I turned my head over my shoulder and found him staring at me intensely as he approached us. Tamara cocked her eyebrow. Why did you come? I couldn't stay back. He came to stand beside me. Did he just inhale my smell? Feeling awkward in his presence, I pursed my lips. She mostly had drinks, Bradley informed. I talked to the servers. The dinner hadn't started, so she didn't eat much other than having drinks. But this is going to be such a disaster, I said, worry crawling inside me. Bradley took my hand in his. He squeezed it softly. Don't worry, things are going to be fine. From the periphery of my vision, I saw a nurse heading our way. Doctor, Laura has settled, and she wants to talk to Summer. The doctor frowned. He nodded, and I rushed to speak with Laura. She was lying on the hospital bed, looking pale. Where's my phone? She snapped at me. I don't have it, I replied. Moron, she hissed. Ask the nurse. She must be having it. I took a deep breath to calm my anger at the way she threw dirty adjectives at me all the time. The nurse pointed to the side table. I picked up her phone and gave it to her. Get out, she said sharply. I want to talk to my dad. I walked out of the room and stood at the door for a while. Bradley and Tamara came to me. Why do you bear with her so much? Tamara asked with gritted teeth. I chuckled dryly. Do I have a choice? Bradley's fist curled on his sides. It will soon be fine, he murmured, and it seemed like he muttered it more to himself than to me. Come in, Laura called me after a while. Tamara and Bradley came in with me, much to Laura's surprise. Oh, I didn't know you two were here, she blabbered. Bradley crossed his arms as he narrowed his eyes on her. Would you like to leave the Luna trials? He asked. No, Laura immediately opposed. Instead of me, Summer will take part in the Luna trials. What? No, I countered. This is ridiculous. Laura ignored my words. She will represent me in the Luna trials. I just talked to Daddy. He said that Summer has to represent me, and when I am well, I'll join from where she left. Oh my God, Laura continued. Daddy doesn't want me to back down. Not now when Summer is here. I mean, what is she here for? She has to help me in every way possible. I was sure that Bradley would oppose, or maybe Tamara would be opposed to the idea. I didn't have it in me to contest Luna trials. I opened my mouth to say it when Bradley said, It's fine. She can. Wait, what? But I can't. I protested. I'm not cut for that. I can't replace you. Just shut up, Summer, Laura retorted. Daddy wants it, and Alpha Bradley has no problem. Then why are you acting so pricey? You have to take part in it. She paused for a while and looked at Bradley. And Daddy also told me about the conversation you had with him. You can't steal our maid just like that. She will continue to work for me. A snarl left Bradley's lips. Laura shrank in her bed as Tamara tensed. Say that again, and I will rip your tongue from your mouth. I gulped. This entire fiasco was only heading south. You can't speak with me like this, Laura stuttered. I'm your G-guest. Then behave like one, Bradley warned. Or do you want me to disqualify you from Luna trials? No, Laura croaked. I'm sorry. Bradley scowled at her, turned and stormed out of the room. Tammy, he called. Make sure that Summer gets another room and put her name in the list for Luna trials. Tamara chuckled as she shook her head. She glanced at me and headed out to her brother. When I was left alone with Laura, she fumed. "You better win this for me, Summer. Else Daddy is really gonna be pissed." A soul and a half left my body. "Okay," I squeaked. The nurse announced that the meeting time was over, and so I walked out of the hospital in a haze. What was I gonna do now? I didn't know about Luna trials. What was this all about? What was expected from me? Sweat trickled down my spine, and Morelli wanted me to win? What the hell was going on in my life? Just a few hours ago, I was planning an escape, and here I was, going to take part in the Luna trials. What a twist of fate. "I'll drop you home," a voice breathed down my neck. I gasped, clutching my thundering heart. "Alpha Bradley, He placed his finger on my lips. Again, no argument. "I'll drop you." And before I could stop myself, I kissed his finger. Bradley POV. I forgot to breathe for a moment as I stared at Summer. Frozen to my spot, I didn't know what to do. Her cheeks heated and turned a delicious red. I lowered my head until I was merely a few breaths away from her lips. With wide eyes, she looked into my eyes like a deer caught in headlights. "Did you just kiss me?" I asked as the haze of lust fogged my brain. She stepped back immediately. "No," she blurted. "I wanted to say something, and it was..." My lips tilted up, and before I knew, I let out a laugh. My first in so many days. I lowered my hand from her lips and said, "You're getting late. Come on, let's head back to the resort." Goddess above. The amount of control I was showing on my wolf should go into the Guinness Book of World Records. "Rut her. Claim her. Mark her. Now!" "We will." I opened the car's door for her, and she stepped inside, much to my relief. Tamara sat behind with a big smile on her face. I gunned the car and sped off from there, feeling elated. No, I was ecstatic, and I bloody loved the feeling of it. As I drove to the resort, my car was now filled with Summer's scent. It calmed my wolf so much that he was purring inside me. Warmth flooded in my chest. I glanced at Summer, who was looking out of the window, still flustered. I wanted to hold her hand in mine, but fisted my hand tightly to avoid cringing her. "You did a good job," I said to Tamara through the mind link. She chuckled. Had to. The entitled bitch was getting on my nerves. I let out a small laugh, and Summer snapped her head to look at me. "Anything wrong?" she asked. I shook my head. "No," but I couldn't help the smile that lit my face. "Do you want to know what I gave to Laura?" Tammy asked, grinning like a canary who ate the cat. "What did you give her?" I read her application, and it said that she was allergic to corn flour. I added a pinch of that in the champagne that the server served her. "You are wicked." Tamara let out a loud laughter. "That I am not." "What are you not?" Summer asked, bamboozled. "It's nothing, Summer," Tamara said through her laughter. "Just a joke between me and my twin." Summer was totally lost. She just shook her head and became quiet. We arrived at the resort soon, and a staff member guided us to Summer's new room. It was the executive room in front of my penthouse. When I came here, I had made sure that no one was on my floor. But now I wanted Summer to have that room, and I promised myself that I'd get her in my room as soon as possible. Or in my home. My bed. Pregnant and barefoot. What? A wolf could dream. "This is your new room," I said to her as the girl opened the room for her. When she looked around it with her beautiful wide eyes and didn't say a word, my wolf bristled. "She doesn't like it," he whined. "Get her in the penthouse." "I will, but not now." "You didn't like it?" I asked, tense as hell. It's beautiful," she breathed. Her gaze landed on me and my heart stopped. "Thank you, Alpha Bradley, but this room is too luxurious for me. I mean, Stop saying that, Summer," I said, stepping closer to her. "You deserve more than you think you do. So don't underestimate yourself. You will be taking part in the Luna trials, and the first thing that alphas see is how confident their would-be Luna is. If you keep showing your weakness, you will lose it before you know it." I had to say those words to her to instill her confidence. It was another thing that I wouldn't allow a single fucking alpha to come close to her. I hated that she was around so many unmated alphas who were looking for a potential Luna. Her eyes widened again and rounded at the corners as she listened to me keenly. I was so captivated by her eyes that my breath hitched and I stopped speaking. A loud cough from the side broke our moment. "Ahem," Tamara coughed. Summer immediately looked away, her cheeks heating up again. I took a deep breath in. Gathering myself together, I said to Summer, "The Luna trials begin at 10 a.m. tomorrow. There are some clothes hanging in the wardrobe for you. I took the liberty of buying them for you." The surprise on her face was evident, but the moment Tammy informed me what she was going to do with Laura, I called our family stylist and she quickly arranged clothes for Summer. Marion was such a blessing for our family. "Thank you," she rasped. "Great," Tammy interrupted us. "Now I think you should sleep, Summer. You have a big day tomorrow." She pointed at the long table on the side. "The schedule for Luna trials is right over there. Read it and let me know if you have any confusion." Summer nodded, her eyes softening, but the way her heartbeat increased, I was sure that she was nervous. My wolf wanted to come out and assure her, but if I gave myself to him now, I knew Summer would run away from here out of fear. "Let's go," Tammy urged through our mind link. "She needs to rest." Ignoring her words, I said to Summer, "You don't have to go to your old room. I've asked someone to collect your luggage." "Thanks," she said softly, stifling a yawn. Goddess, she looked so cute, I really wanted to hug her. "Let us go." Tammy hissed through our mind link. I let out a sigh. Reluctantly, I turned and exited her room. How was I going to spend the night in my room, which was right across hers? "See you tomorrow, Summer," Tammy chirped, waving her hand, and exited the room with me. She grabbed my hand and dragged me away from there, closing the door behind us. "Are you insane?" she hissed. "You are acting all alpha on her. She will get nervous." "What to expect, Tammy?" I whined. "My wolf is craving for her." "I know, but you have to control yourself for a while, at least until the Luna trials are over." I opened my room and walked to the bar. "This is all so fucked up," I fumed as I poured myself some whiskey. "We have to think of a plan to keep Laura away from the trials." "I already have one," Tammy said, a wicked smile coming on her lips. I chuckled. "Cool, I'll do something to keep Damon away from Summer. I hate that fucking bastard." "Don't do anything that would raise suspicion," Tammy warned. "His parents are sneaky as hell." "Yeah." Tammy left soon after, and I put my next plan into action. I went to bed after midnight when everything was in place. I had a restless night, and my dreams were erotic, full of a girl with emerald eyes. The next morning I woke up with a start when the alarm went off. It was 9:30 a.m. and the trials were about to begin. What was Summer doing? It took me 5 minutes to brush and go to her. Excited, I knocked on her door. Her scent was everywhere, and my wolf was already purring in anticipation. "Summer?" I heard footsteps shuffling behind the closed door. A few seconds later, the door opened, and I lost every sense. I stood there, stunned. Third POV. Solothis sat in his room with heavy curtains drawn shut against the moonlight. He hated moon, he hated its beams, and he hated the existence of Moon Goddess. She was sitting in her palace, loitering around the universe in her silver chariot while he was here, sitting in a room where the only light was the dying embers in a fireplace. He stared at the embers, having forgotten to feed the fire because he was too busy thinking about the boy called Bradley. He had sniffed him as a werewolf, and that meant that he was somewhere pretty nearby. How could he not sniff a werewolf close to his house? He was seething because even his cult members couldn't detect werewolves. How could they? They were all fucking humans. His hand grasped the hilt of his dagger. He rubbed the cold steel absently, as if it would anchor him. This dagger was specially built to kill those who carried her bloodline. The cultists were growing restless after the attack on their ritual. They wanted revenge. They were scared they were raided. The police would discover bodies in the vicinity of the woods. And the number of bodies, he let out a growl. He, as their leader, had to promise them that Bradley, the boy who interfered with their mission, would be dealt swiftly. "Patience," he muttered under his breath as he got to fill the glass of whiskey. The shadows around him moved, agitated by his patience. But the word had become his mantra all these centuries. The bloodline of the Moon Goddess was ancient and powerful. Its remnants were hidden for centuries, buried under myth and legend. Solothis knew the truth. He had to seize one of the descendants and get his kingdom back. The next morning, he set his plans into motion. He had catalogued Brad's scent. He tracked it, and it took him to the college. And there he was shocked to get fading smells more werewolves. One in particular caught his attention. She was a bear shifter. a professor called Tulip Montana. He used his weak magic to look like a student and mingled well with them. Over the conversation, he came to know about Matt Erickson and how he jilted her for a girl called Tamara. He used his weak magic to look like a professor and walked in the campus with deliberate steps the next day, his eyes scanning the students who bustled past him. And then he saw her. He caught the scent of Tulip, a professor at the college, walking by with a group of students. Solothus approached her with ease. He adopted this air of a charming professor and spoke with her as if they were colleagues. He had this deep, smooth voice that captivated her immediately. "Professor Tulip," he greeted, his eyes locked with hers. When she looked at him, she let out a rough breath, easily falling to his charm. "Yes," he smiled. "I'm Solothus, professor of ancient history. I was wondering if we can talk." Before Tulip knew it, she was mesmerized by him, and under his control already. They were in the library for the next hour. She went to take her classes, but returned again and again to meet Professor Salo. By the time she had to return home, she found herself inviting him to her house in the campus. As she drove with him to her house, Salo really wanted to get inside because he hated moonlight. "This place is lovely," he commented as he looked at the boring vista. She chuckled. "Thank you." She went on to get wine for them. As she offered it to him, she said, "I looked at your profile. It is quite impressive." Salo smiled. "I did my PhD in ancient history and myths." He had asked one of his hacker cultists to create his profile in the college's system. "That's awesome," she replied. He grinned. Then in a low voice he touched her nerve. "I heard about Matt Erickson, how he jilted you." Tulip blushed. That meant that he on track. "I didn't have anything to do with him, so she was trying to save herself." "But you're such a beautiful woman," he added. "If it were for me, I'd worship your body like a goddess." And Tulip was floored. "Would you?" she asked suggestively. "Like a starving man." In less than 15 minutes, they were on her bed having wild sex. He gave her what she needed, and now it was time to get what he needed. He intertwined his hands with hers and asked, "I heard you also had a spat with a boy called Bradley Vasloff." "That fucker!" Tulip grated. "He was the one put me in this jeopardy." "Oh, really? Do explain. We can make his life miserable together." Tulip laughed. She spoke at length about Bradley, Matt, and Tamara. In about an hour, he knew everything he wanted to, including the curse-breaker, Luna Auren. Solothus couldn't help but feel that finally victory was going to be his. He had to find the curse-breaker. But before that, he had to find Bradley and Tamara. He left Tulip and walked to Bradley's house. He instructed his shadows to keep a watch on them. He hated the moonlight, but he had to endure the beams for his plans to work. When he reached there, he circled it from the shadows, trying to stay in the woods, taking every detail, waiting for any movement. His instincts flared because the house was filled with werewolves. As he drew nearer, he sniffed Bradley again. But then a faint scent of blood tickled his senses. It was that of a werewolf, but it had the power of magic, latent magic. The shadows around him hissed, begging him to see what it was. When he nodded, they rushed to the house as he stood in the shadows of the woods, contemplating his next move. The shadows came back to him, ascertaining that there was something special about the girl in the room on the first floor. Excitement buzzed through him. Did he finally found what he was looking for? He couldn't thank enough Summer, the girl who brought Bradley to him. In order to test his theory about the bloodline, which he knew carried special powers, he placed a wilted rose on the balcony of the girl's room. When she came out and stepped on the thorny stem, blood oozed out, and it nourished the rose, making it bloom. Fuck. He stared at her intensely. His next, an absolute sacrifice, his gateway to the Dark Kingdom. A deep satisfaction surged through him, overpowering his exhilaration. After waiting for ages, finally, he found the hidden treasure, Tamara, the girl who had to die. Third POV. Solothus smiled darkly to himself. The pieces were finally coming together. It was time to make his move. He stood motionless in the shadows of the woods, even as his mind raced. The discovery of tomorrow was absolute pleasure. He could feel the ancient bloodline coursing through her veins, waiting to be unlocked for him. His pulse quickened when he imagined what would happen next. She was his path to the Dark Kingdom he sought to reclaim. He couldn't tear his gaze away from the little girl who he had been looking for centuries. And as he stared at her, the shadows around him grew restless. "What do we do?" they hissed. Their whispers echoed in his mind. They were urging him to act quickly. Even they could feel the power that Tamara held. It was her raw, untapped energy that was just waiting out there to be claimed. But for now, he had to make sure that Tamara was safe, that she wasn't hurt in any way, knowledge that she was lured by his people for him. He was going to sacrifice her on the next full moon, only to irritate and show off Cressida. Or maybe before that. It depended on his mood, now that he found her. After what seemed hours, Solothus finally went back to his place. There were no police, and so he wondered if Brad and his friends had called them. He walked in the house, knowing fully well that a few cultists always lingered there. They were always cloaked and disguised. Now he had a special job for them. Not all of them. Only a couple of them were his loyalists and believed that he was their god. The shadows slithered around him, hissing that cultists wanted to see him, asking if they could kill them. In a low, guttural voice, he said, "No, I have work. Once my work is done, they are yours." Those shadows, loyal to him, scuttled off to stay in his room. Solothus came out with his mask on. He looked at all of them and said, "I have identified a girl who should be our greatest sacrifice," he said loudly, his voice booming in the hall. "But she doesn't know that she will be sacrificed to your god. She will resist, she will struggle, but I want all of you to work toward it. Lure her out. Keep her under control. If necessary, use the man who fathered Summer McKeever. He would know what to do to keep her in control. But make sure that her father doesn't kill her, because if that happens, I will go mad." A shiver ran down amongst the cultists. No one wanted to see the wrath of Solothus. They were excited with their new assignment. A sacrifice hadn't been made in long. Their last sacrifice was rescued by some college students. Solothus continued, "Your mission is to bring Tamara Vaslov to the cult's hidden building without alerting anyone to the danger." "Yes, master," they agreed. Solothus pulled out a young girl, a woman, and 5 men for the mission. He could already feel the thrill of victory rushing through him. Once Tamara was in his control, nothing would stand in his way. He would take her blood, and his powers would return. Then he would challenge Cressida. The dark forces would finally rise to rule. He would get his kingdom back. The 7 cultists moved quickly, their forms disappearing into the night. The rest of them were still restless. They demanded to kill Brad. "You can do whatever you like with him," Solothus said. But after Tamara's sacrifice, they gritted their teeth, but they didn't go against his orders. Solothus had already explained what to do to the 7 loyalists. Each one knew their role perfectly. They were to seduce and trap their prey without hesitation. And the one who would initiate the process was Sheena. Tamara POV. Matt hadn't returned. I was exhausted and slept like a log in the night. The rose in the balcony was a mystery. I didn't know who had kept it there, but it felt ominous, so I trashed it. When I woke up in the morning, I felt like a dead weight was on my chest. It was that of all the tension in my mind. I ambled out of my room, only to see that Brad was leaning against the door of the room in which Summer was still sleeping. He looked like he was glued to the place. On an instinct, I knew he would leave the door soon. It was like he was sitting there like her knight in shining armor. It was early in the morning. I took a quick bath and got out of the house quietly, thinking of calling Matt. However, his phone was switched off. I don't know why, but it irked me to not listen to his deep, throaty voice for so long. Where was he? The thought gnawed inside me, and before I knew it, I was sitting inside the small cafe in the corner of the campus. I ordered a cappuccino for myself and sat in a quiet corner of the cafe that overlooked the woods. I took out my laptop and started reading my assignment. The server gave me the coffee with a smile and went to another customer, a girl my age. I glanced at her and she smiled at me. I smiled back, noticing her beautiful hazel eyes and light brown hair. Though I went back to reading, my thoughts were with Matt. "Hey!" A sweet and soft voice snapped me from my thoughts. I looked up only to find myself staring in the eyes of that girl. "Hi!" I replied, bewildered. She gave a toothy smile. "Sorry to interrupt you like this. I'm Sheena," she said. "I needed help." I frowned. "Sure," I said hesitantly. "What's it about?" Sheena looked at the chair opposite to me. "Can I sit down?" I shrugged and she sat down. She started, "I've just joined the college. The admin handed me the map of the college, but I keep getting lost on the campus." She giggled. "I have to go to the psychology class next. Can you tell me where the block is?" She took the map out of her bag and showed me. "Like, where are we?" she asked softly, totally confused. "And where is the psychology block?" My lips curled up. "Don't worry, I'm going there as well. You can come with me." "Oh, really? Thank God!" She laughed softly. I couldn't help noticing how cute she looked with that heart-shaped face. I was sure that she was a heartbreaker. In the next few minutes, we began talking, and I was happy to help her sort most of her problems. Incidentally, she was with me in the history class as well. "You know I am scared of these woods," Sheena said as she sipped her latte. "I haven't ventured into them." She laughed nervously. "I heard that people hear howls at night from these woods." I pursed my lips. Those howls belonged to Brad and his wolves whenever they ran out to expend their energy. They all needed to run once in a while. "Wild animals, I guess," I replied nonchalantly. She laughed. "I hope those animals don't come to the main campus." "I haven't seen any," I replied. "Cool," she laughed softly. Then she looked at her watch. "It's time to leave," she said, picking up her bag. I sighed as I collected my things, and together we walked out of the cafe. As we walked toward the psychology block, Sheena told me about the dorm she was in. "Oh, I'm in the same dorm," I said excitedly. Sheena's brows jumped up. "Too many coincidences," she laughed. "Are you stalking me?" I laughed back. "No, are you stalking me?" She shook her head, still laughing as she locked her arm into mine. "Maybe I am." And then she winked. Tamara POV. Just like that, Sheena became my friend. She was sweet and soft. I'd never met anyone with such a sunny personality. I felt comfortable in her presence. We arrived at the psychology block, and just when we were entering, her phone buzzed. "Geez," she said, rolling her eyes. "That's my mom. I have to take it." "Sure," I said, smiling. She turned and hurried away as I walked into the class, hoping to see Matt. However, he hadn't come for it. His absence made me jittery by the minute. I had my plans to reject him, which flew out of the window the moment he and I became intimate. But I didn't realize that his no-show was going to make me miserable. I slipped into the lecture hall just as the professor began. Feeling lethargic, I slid into the back seat without a word. Sheena was a good distraction from Matt, but the feeling of loneliness returned. Where was he, and what was he doing? Why did he disappear just like that? I had heard him saying to Brad that he was going to see the cult building where Summer was captured. Somehow that made me all the more anxious. Cultists were hardcore. What if they had caught him? No. Goddess, no. I closed my eyes and searched for him through our bond. The thread was strong. But even after I knew that he was not harmed, my eyes remained fixed on the board as the professor began. I couldn't register a word. Around me, students whispered, passed notes, giggled, but none of it reached me. When I was called on, I blinked slowly, then muttered, "I don't know." I looked at my backpack, which was unzipped and disorganized. A half-eaten granola bar peeked out. My chest felt tight, and I wanted to get out of the hall. When the class ended, I picked up my bag and headed out to Brad's place. Maybe that would divert my attention. "Hey!" Sheena's soft voice pulled me out of my thoughts again. "Where are you going?" I whipped my head to see her. Where did she come from? "To my place," I replied with a small smile. She sagged, shaking her head. "I feel like such a douche," she breathed. "I missed my first psychology class, and I'm sure that the professor must have gone so far in the course." I licked my lips, wondering if I should offer teaching her or helping her to cope up. Sheena looked at me. "I know it would be too much to ask for, but will you help me catch up on what we've done so far?" "It's a crazy thing to ask," she chuckled, tucking a strand of her hair behind her ear. "But I don't have other friends." She laughed nervously. My lips curled up. New students could be intimidated because the course was enormous and a helping hand was needed. "Sure," I replied. She squealed and lunged at me to envelop me in a tight hug. "OMG, you're a lifesaver. Thanks so much. Can we start today? I promise I'll be a nice girl, and dinner is on me." I couldn't help laughing at her. "No, it's fine. You can come over to my brother's place. We can study there together." "Really?" she asked, her eyes rounding at the corner. "He won't kill me, right?" I burst into laughter. "Silly." She pursed her lips and made that cute expression. "Once again, thank you." With my spirits better, I headed to the history lecture hall instead of going back to Brad's. But I called him and asked about Summer. She had woken up in the morning, but had gone back to sleep. Sheena's phone buzzed again. "Oh great," she hissed. "It's my mom again. Why does she choose this time to call me?" she said, sounding irritated. "You must speak with her," I encouraged. "Hope all's well." She shook her head. "No," she drawled. "Mom's a coke addict. She loves me, but when she is high, she tends to become clingy. I've tried so many times to get her off the drugs, but I have no idea where she got them from." "Oh dear," I rasped, feeling sorry for Sheena. No one should suffer from such mental abuse. "You should talk to her." Her shoulders sagged, but she picked up the call and walked away. Tulip was not as aggressive as she was earlier. It was like she was smiling and teaching us, making jokes, and she didn't even glance at me once. She didn't even ask for Matt. It was a pleasant surprise, but I wondered if she had moved on. I wish she did move on. When I came out of the history class, I was even more depressed because I had tried reaching Matt, and his phone was still switched off. Frustration surged through me, and I murmured under my breath, "Can you just call me?" After the class was over, Tulip shot me a curious look and exited the hall hurriedly, like she has a flight to catch. Not that I cared, but her behavior was bizarre. Though I had 2 more classes, I just didn't have the energy to attend them. So I walked to Brad's place this time. When I was halfway there, Sheena called me. "Tamara," she hollered, sprinting toward me. When she reached me, she was panting. "Hey, sorry. Mom had a long talk with me, in which she promised me the 100th time that she wouldn't take drugs." "That's nice," I said as I started to walk again. She rolled her eyes. "Nice? She is impossible, but..." She came to stand in front of me, and I halted in my tracks. "Can I come to your place? You said you would help me." "Yes, sure," I replied. "The offer stands." She giggled. "Thanks so much, Tamara. Means a lot." We both walked to Brad's place, talking about the syllabus and what all I do at college. The house was pretty quiet. The warriors stared at Sheena, sniffing her and memorizing her scent. I couldn't help chuckling. They looked at everyone as a threat, even the petite Sheena. Brad was with Summer, and so I headed to my room. Sheena made herself comfortable there. She took out her laptop, ready to take notes. As for me, I went to check in Summer. She still looked pale. Brad was sitting at the edge of her bed, staring at her. "How is she?" I asked in a low voice. "Not good," he muttered. I could sense how horrible he was feeling. "Did you hear from Matt?" I asked. "Nope. Did you?" "No." I gritted my teeth. "Did he not go with some of our warriors?" "Yes, but he hasn't returned. I'm also worried about him." "Well, if he calls, tell him that I'm mad, like real mad." Brad chuckled. "I will ask him to talk to you. And I'll slam my phone." Saying that, I spun and marched back to my room. Sheena jerked her head back, seeing the anger on my face. "Should I leave?" she asked with a cautious tone. "Ah, no," I huffed. "It's nothing. Let's just study." For the next 1 hour, Sheena took the notes diligently on her laptop. Her mom called her again, for which she had to go out of the house and talk. When she came back, she looked mentally drained. I really pitied her, but she smiled and we continued. Sheena left 2 hours later. She said, "I'd love it if we could have the next session at my place." "Will it be possible?" "Why?" I frowned. "My mom was paranoid that I was going to be killed or something," Sheena sighed. "When I'm in front of her, she is more settled. I couldn't commit to her right away." "We'll see," I said with a tight smile. Sheena stared at me for a moment and then pulled me in a hug. "You are the sweetest girl I've met, God's favorite." I patted her back to reassure her. I knew that she was hurting a lot inside. Sheena left soon after, and I decided that I could go to her house next time. Tamara POV. My anxiety increased when Matt didn't return the next night either. I looked at Brad. "Did Matt tell you as to where he was going specifically?" "Nope," Brad replied. He glanced at Summer, who was sleeping. She had woken up during the day. Brad had pampered her to the hilt, but the girl was too fragile to walk and fend for herself. What kind of abuse she must have gone through. It sent a chill down my spine. I was going to talk to her in time in order to help her heal mentally and physically. Brad continued. He roughly said that he was going toward the cult building, but that shouldn't take so much time. "We should send some people to find him. I'm not feeling comfortable about it," I admitted. "I've sent 5 of my warriors with him. Brad replied, rubbing the back of his neck. My phone buzzed in the room. I rushed to pick up the call, thinking it was Matt, but it was Seth. "Hi, Tammy, where is Alpha Matt?" Seth asked on the phone, his voice filled with worry. "Where are you?" "At his house." "I'm coming," I said with urgency in my voice. "Do you want me to come with you?" Brad asked, shifting on his feet. I shook my head as I picked up my bag. "No, take care of Summer, but I'll call you if needed." Brad seemed to relax and I walked outside. I took Brad's car and rushed to Matt's house, which was only 2 blocks away. Seth was standing outside with other warriors from his pack. "Tammy," Seth came to me, his demeanor that of anxiety. "I hadn't heard from Matt for the past 2 days. We are getting worried. Where is he?" His words only added to my nervousness. "I don't know," I replied. "What do you mean? He was with you." I ran my fingers through my hair. "Come on, there's a lot I have to tell you." When we were in Matt's house, I spilled out everything regarding Summer and how Matt had gone to find the cultists along with a few wolf warriors. "Why the hell did he not tell me?" Seth seethed. "I don't like it when he is secretive." "Seth, instead of getting angry, you should go to find him," I pointed. "Of course, that's what I will do," he gritted. "But I also want you to be safe. Don't go to your dorm. Stay with Brad, okay?" I nodded. "When are you leaving to find him?" "Right now," he said. He looked at his warriors and instructed them what to do. Then he turned to me. "If you don't hear from us in 24 hours, inform the local police." "Yes, I will," I said, but tears welled in my eyes. "Please find Matt," I rasped. It was the first time I felt so lonely, so empty. I swear to the goddess, if Matt returned safely, I would marry him and mark him. Instantly. Seth pulled me in a hug. "Don't worry, Tammy, we will find him. But please be safe. I'd suggest that you don't go anywhere, okay?" Though I nodded, I felt like I was nodding in auto mode. My feelings were all over the place. Depression slammed in my chest like a speeding train. I needed to see Matt so urgently, like my life depended on it. Seth left soon after to the location I told them, while I returned to Brad's place. My next 2 classes of art and herbology were in the evening. I contemplated whether to attend them or not. "You should go," Brad said. "I'm also going. It'll be a good distraction for both of us." We were both sitting in the dining room as the Omegas served us coffee and bruschetta. I didn't feel like eating, so I didn't touch the bruschetta. I replied absent-mindedly. He was right. Maybe the classes would give me some distraction, but on the inside I knew I would sit blankly even there. "Seth asked me not to go anywhere," I informed him. "You'll be with me, Tam," Brad said as he extended his hand to me. "I know you are very anxious. I just want to help." "Okay." I went to the college along with Brad. He dropped me to the art class and then went for his math class, instructing me not to go anywhere with anyone until he arrives. As I sat in the art class, the pencil felt heavier in my hand. All I could think of was Matt. My mind replayed the last time I had drawn him, when the professor had asked him to model for the rest of the class. The way he looked darkly at me, the way his eyes seemed to pierce right through me. I felt like crying. The idle chatter from my classmates faded into the background. I exhaled, but the space felt so suffocating. His memories tugged at my heart, making it difficult to focus. Somehow, I managed to sit in the class for the entire 1 hour. After that, I gathered my things and quickly exited, hoping to go back home, but I stood in the corridor, waiting for Brad. "Tamara?" Sheena's sweet voice pierced through my thoughts. Surprised, I whipped my head toward her. "Hi, what are you doing here?" I asked. She grinned. "One of my mom's friend's daughters is taking art as a subject. She asked me to wait for her here. What about you?" "I just finished my class here. Was waiting for my brother." She blushed slightly. "Ginny is going to be late. How about we have some coffee in the cafe?" she asked. "It's on me," I chuckled. "No, thanks. I'm in a hurry. Brad is coming to pick me up." "Oh, come on, you can ask him to come to the cafe," she insisted. I shook my head. How could I explain to her what was going on at my place? "Next time, Sheena, I'm too busy today," she pouted. "Okay, but you have to come with me to the cafe tomorrow morning." I laughed lightly. "I can't promise." She pouted again. I couldn't help noticing how cute she looked. "My mom wants to meet you. Is it okay to bring her to your place?" Her request surprised me. Why would her mom want to meet me? She must have sensed my surprise. I'm sorry for this stupid request, Tamara, she explained, lowering her head. But my mom's condition is inexplicable. She is paranoid of everything and everyone I come in contact with. And She looked away with tears welling in her eyes. I tried to alleviate her anxiety in the hope that she would stop taking drugs. I hate her condition, but I also pity her. Sympathy washed over me. I placed my hand over her arm. You can come over to meet us, Sheena, and I'm so sorry about it. You are a brave girl with a big heart. She grinned through her tears. Really? I chuckled. Yes, come over tomorrow evening. How about we all have dinner together? Mom makes great chicken pot pie, she enthused. If that makes her happy, sure. Why not? Sheena squealed and hugged me tightly. You're the best, she laughed. I'll tell my mom and she is going to be elated. I shook my head. Small things made people so happy. Sheena had come into my life like a warm breeze. She was sweet and was looking for acceptance. What I liked about her was her honesty. She didn't hide the fact that her mom was a drug addict. Tomorrow it is then, I said as I stepped back. From the periphery of my vision, I saw Brad. He was staring at us with a soft smile. See you tomorrow. Sheena beamed. Sheena watched Tamara leaving, a satisfied smile tugging at her lips. She had done her best to lure Tamara as the next sacrifice for their god Salothis. Salothis was going to be so proud of her and would promote her in the ranks after this. She would be able to stand at the main oval table and dissect the body directly instead of watching it from sidelines always. As soon as Tamara left, Sheena hurried down to her place, a small apartment where the rest of the cultists were waiting for the latest update on the mark. What did she say? Ozra asked excitedly. She was the one heading the project. All others were either sitting and doing their usual office work or watching TV. All the cultists were employed, but no one knew that they also belonged to Salothis's cult. It was a code between them not to tell anyone which cult they belonged to. If they said it, they were executed by Salothis himself. It went well, Sheena chirped. Tamara has agreed for a dinner at her place, and she looked at Ozra with a glint in her eyes. You can come with me. Ozra's lips curled up. Good work, Sheena. You deserve a lot of praise. Thank you, Sheena grinned. But you have to act like my drug addict mother. That's fine, Ozra chuckled. Sheena looked at all others and found that they were looking at her curiously. What? She said, flipping her hair over her shoulder. I may be young, but I know how to do the work. Others laughed, but Ozra only smiled. You are the youngest, and there was reason why Salothis included you in the cult. Sheena managed to smile, feeling proud of herself. This was her first project, and she had succeeded. Tamara was in her grasp already. She had been charming, friendly, and very sweet all the time, while maintaining an image of a poor little girl with a sad background. People fell for it so fast. So what's the plan once we reach her place? Sheena asked. That place is guarded by over 10 people. I don't know why, but they are all fucking hulks. It would take more than physical strength to take them all down. Other men came to sit with Sheena at the table with their beers and laptops. Tell us more about the house, said the tallest one with glasses. Sheena started. Summer. Our last sacrifice is in a room on the first floor. She is still weak and fragile, and that boy Bradley, he is always around her. Tamara keeps looking out for Summer, which is stupid, but I guess you can't do anything about it. There are 2 girls who always work for them, like house helps, and those are so scared of these men. We have to do something to make sure that they are all down before we take Tamara, the man breathed. It would be impossible to steal her under such heavy security. We can do it, Sheena announced. I've said that my mom makes lovely chicken pot pie. Everyone became silent for a few moments before a few men began laughing. That can be arranged, Ozra replied with a smile. I'll add a heavy dose of drugs to the pot pie. Yep, Sheena said. I'll make sure that all of them eat it, including Tamara. And once they have eaten it, it will take about 20 minutes for the effect to show. They'll be down soon, and then all of you can come and bind them with ropes, Ozra instructed. But you have to use a large dose, one of the men said. They are bulky people. They'll need large doses in order to knock off. I can use large doses, but what if they die? Ozra pointed. I mean, they are drugs, not a child's play. The last thing we want is police trailing us down. The man shrugged. Do what you think is right. All I'm saying is that they should pass out for just enough time until we take Tamara with us. Maybe you can mix a little extra, Sheena suggested. We need enough time to take Tamara out of there and into the cult building. There was a heavy silence as they all planned their next move. Everything was in place, but there was anxiety in the air. Why don't you get Tamara out of her house and drug her? Another thin and wiry man suggested. You mean drug her in the public? Sheena scoffed. Are you out of your mind? I will be caught immediately. I am just suggesting, he murmured. Well, we will go as Sheena suggested. Azra replied in a firm voice. She has already laid the trap, and all we have to do is execute our plan. But I don't think that everyone is going to eat that chicken pot pie, a man grunted. That could be an issue, another said. Then what are we going to do? Azra took a deep breath in because this was a genuine problem. I'll get some red velvet pastries and lace them with drugs. You know what? A man interrupted. You can take wine bottle laced with drugs. That usually does wonders. In this case, you should take 2 wine bottles. Azra narrowed her eyes. That's great idea. Better than red velvet pastries. You can put drugs in the bottles? Yes, I can, the man replied with a hint of pride. It's easy to inject it through cork. Nice, Sheena chirped. Let's wait until tomorrow night. You can inform Solothis about our plan. We will get Tamara tomorrow to him. Azra's lips curled up. She took out her phone and messaged Solothis on his private number. That night, Azra and Sheena couldn't sleep well, feeling excited and tense. The next day, they went to buy wine bottles and handed them to the team. Next, they both ordered chicken pot pie. By the time it was 6 p.m., all of them were bustling with tension. They had to go to Tamara's place at 8 p.m. How am I looking? Azra asked Sheena as she looked at herself in the mirror. She was wearing a bright blue cotton dress with a blue headband. She had put on makeup on herself, making dark circles under her eyes and adding lines to make her skin look saggy. Sheena chuckled. You fit into the role. She was wearing black shorts and a tank top. When they came out, they saw the men. All of them looked like they were on the edge. One of them handed them the wine bottle, while the other handed them a casserole with chicken pot pie. They are both laced with finest drugs, he said. Make sure that they have a large piece from them. Sheena nodded, excitement bubbling in her chest as she took the wine bottles. She had called Tamara earlier that she would be coming soon, to which Tamara had said that they were waiting. Wait for our call, okay? Azra said to the men. Don't move before that. Our objective is to get Tamara and no one else. The men nodded as they walked out with them to the car. All the best, said one of them as Sheena sat behind the wheel. May Solothis be with you. Sheena sped to Tamara's house. She couldn't believe that in just a few hours, her mission would be accomplished. She arrived at Tamara's house in 20 minutes. Here we are, she said, parking the car in the driveway. She knew that the rest of the crew was right behind her, ready to sweep in any time. Azra jumped out with the pie in her hands as Sheena took wine bottles. The house was appearing quiet with soft light spilling out of it. Some of the windows were open, breeze fluttering the curtains. They walked on the porch and rang the bell. No one answered. Where is everyone? Sheena asked, getting irritated. She rang the bell again and waited impatiently. After what felt like eternity, she heard footsteps on the other side. The door opened and a petite girl peeped out. Yes? She asked, blinking at them. Hey, I'm Sheena, she said, her voice dripping with honey. Tamara's friend. She called us for dinner. She knew that this girl was one of the house helps. The girl looked at them like she was shocked. But Tamara isn't here. She left. Left? Where? Sheena barked. The girl shrugged. The entire family has left. I don't know where they've gone. Is this a fucking joke? Sheena let out a forced laugh. Please tell Tamara that I'm here. The girl jerked her head back. Why will I joke with you? Tamara and Brad have left, and so have the others. You are lying, Sheena shouted, losing her patience. Something is wrong, she rasped, suddenly changing her tone. This girl has killed them. Oh my God, we need to check the house. I saw them all here yesterday. We are calling the police if you don't show us the house. The girl was bewildered. Why will I kill them? She said, scared as hell. Then show us the house, Azra demanded, feeling restless. The girl opened the door wide for them to enter. You may see whichever room you like. The women entered, unable to believe that the house was empty. Only a TV was on, which the girl was watching probably. Sheena darted upstairs to Tamara's room. Then she checked other rooms as well, but they were all empty. Not a soul was there. Her heart raced wildly in her chest. What the fuck happened in such short time? They had also messaged Solothis that they were bringing Tamara. Unease bubbled inside her chest. If she didn't bring Tamara, Solothis won't throw her out of the cult. He would kill her. Sheena paled at the thought. She rushed downstairs. "Where have they gone?" she asked the girl. From the periphery of her vision, she saw Ozra with arms crossed across her chest, looking angry. "I don't know," the girl replied. "They don't tell me where they are going for a vacation." This time, Ozra came slowly toward the girl. She took out her gun and pointed it at her head. "Where does Tamara live?" Third POV. Sheena's heart raced as she glanced around the house. There was no one except the stupid house help. When the girl didn't respond to her question, she went to her and shook her by holding her shoulders. "Where is she? Where did she go?" she asked, frustration lacing her words. The girl jerked away, clenching her jaw. She let out a low growl. Even though she was just an Omega, these humans didn't know that she was stronger than them. She stepped away and replied, "I told you I don't know. They didn't tell me where they went." "Let's go out," Ozra said. "We are wasting our time." Then she looked at the house help. "Did Tamara say anything about dinner with us? She was the one who invited us for dinner. I can't believe that she ditched us." The girl shrugged, clearly confused. "She didn't say anything about dinner with you two." "When are they returning?" Sheena asked. "I don't know," the girl replied. "Maybe never, maybe tomorrow, but I think they have gone on a long vacation." Clenching her fists, Ozra walked out of the house with Sheena following her. When she was on the porch, she said in a cold voice, "This doesn't make sense. Did she message you? We were supposed to bring her to Solothis. Solothis is waiting, and if we don't bring her—" "I know, Ozra," Sheena snapped, her hands shaking as she tried her best to understand the situation. They all had made elaborate plans to trap Tamara, and here they were standing like fools with no Tamara or her family in sight. "If we leave without Tamara, Solothis will kill us," she whispered. "We can't just stand here," Ozra growled, pacing back and forth. "We need to find out where she is." It wasn't the weight of failure that pressed on her chest, suffocating her. It was the fear of Solothis. Her hands trembled with panic. She didn't want to think what Solothis would do. She took out her phone to check messages from Tamara, but there were none. So she called her, but the phone went unanswered. "Damn it," she cursed under her breath. She turned to Ozra with wild eyes. "What do we do now?" A muscle feathered in Ozra's jaw. "We run, and we wish that Solothis never finds us, because if he does, then he will kill us." They hurried to their car and drove as fast as possible, desperate to escape. Both of them would keep looking if someone was following them. When they finally left the town, they were somewhat relieved. "I swear I'll never associate myself with any cult now," Sheena said. "I thought it was so cool to be a part of it. Now all I want is to be away from them." "It's not so easy," Ozra replied, lighting a cigarette. "Let's just hope they don't find us. Drop me to my place. Dump this car on the highway and then go to your place, okay?" "Okay," Sheena said as she wiped the sweat from her brows, wondering what other men must be doing now. They were an hour into the highway when they noticed 3 motorcycles training them. "Fuck!" Ozra rasped. "They've found us. Drive faster!" Sheena panicked all the more. She drove fast, but she couldn't outrun the men, then soon caught up with them. One of them pointed a gun at their tire and shot. The car screeched to a halt immediately as Sheena and Ozra screamed. 2 men jumped from their motorcycle. They opened the door, grabbed them by arms, and pulled them out. There was no way out. They were trapped. Sheena knew that the men didn't care about their excuses. They would bring them straight to Solothis. They were standing in front of Solothis in less than 2 hours with their hands tied behind their backs. "Leave," Solothis's voice boomed in the hall, making Sheena and Ozra shiver. The men left, the echoes of their boots bouncing off the cold stone wall. Now Ozra and Sheena stood alone. "I'm sorry," Sheena rasped. "Tamara has gone for a vacation. She will return in a few days." Standing in the darkness of the hall, Solothis looked like a towering figure of power and rage. Shadows clung to him like a cloak, swirling around him as if they loved him. Sheena let out a squeak when she saw a faint glow in his eyes. She swallowed hard, thinking that she was imagining because she was tense. She glanced at Ozra, who had only paled as she watched Solothis. Solothis stepped forward and removed his mask. He narrowed his gaze and the temperature of the place dropped. The shadows around him lengthened as if they were angry too. "You failed me," he said in a low guttural voice. "You had one job. The girl was so close." He stepped closer, his presence somewhat looming and consuming the space. Sheena's breath hitched. She felt like she was in a horror movie. Her pulse quickened as his figure became taller, and his eyes glowed more. Who are you?" she squealed like a mouse. "I am God Solothis," he snarled, "and you were tasked to bring my sacrifice. You failed." Sheena started, but the words caught in her throat as he raised his hand. Shadows hissed and curled around her throat. "You didn't fail me. You failed yourself, your purpose, this mission," he growled. "We tried, Solothis," Ozra said, her body shaking hard. "We didn't expect her to disappear like that. Enough!" Solothis interrupted sharply. The shadows rushed forward and wrapped around the women. He stepped toward Ozra and curled his long fingers around her throat. "You will die for this." And then he squeezed his hand over her delicate neck. Ozra couldn't even struggle because the shadows had grasped her tightly. He shoved her on the ground and she fell dead. Then he looked at Sheena, whose chest was gripped with terror. The shadows hissed and coiled around her, begging him to allow them to kill her. "She's yours," he said. The shadows hissed in glee and coiled tighter around Sheena like a python around its prey. "No!" Sheena's shrill voice boomed in the hall, but it faded soon after. Satisfied, the shadows retreated, letting her lifeless body fall on the cold stone floor. Now all Solothis could do was to ask Tulip about Tamara's address. He had to go there and get her himself. Tulip was in her room when he knocked on her door. She was surprised to see him, but he sensed that she was happy. Inside there was another man, a werewolf called Harrison. "Did you miss me?" she asked him, standing on the doorway. "Yes," he lied. She gave him a lopsided smile and stepped aside for him to enter. As soon as he entered, his eyes fell on Harrison, who was lying naked in the bed. Harrison narrowed his eyes at Solothis. "Who is this?" he asked Tulip. "My former lover," she replied casually as she closed the door. She walked to Solothis and kissed him on his back. "Would you like some coffee? Harrison is tired of pleasuring me and he needs some." After that, she trailed her fingers over his arms. "We can have a threesome." "Sound good," Solothis said, "but let me help you make coffee." Tulip smiled and tugged him to the kitchen. As she prepared coffee, he watched her with his arms crossed across his chest. Then he went to stand behind her and caged her in his arms. "Is Harrison better than me?" he asked, kissing her earlobe. She shivered in his arms. "No," she replied. "You are so much better." "Am I better than Matt?" Tulip stopped stirring coffee in the mug. She took a deep breath in. "No, you are better than him. You're like a god of sex." He chuckled. "I am a god, but not of sex." She laughed. "Whatever you say." "Where does this Matt live?" he asked. She shrugged. "I don't care." Solothis gripped her hand from behind and then whispered, "I know you're a bear shifter." Stunned, Tulip froze. What do you mean?" He bit her neck lightly. "I mean what I say, Tulip, but your secret is safe with me as long as you." He paused. "As long as I what?" she asked. She knew that if her college came to know she was a supernatural, they would expel her, or kill her. "As long as you tell me the address of Matt and his girlfriend Tamara, or should I say Matt and his mate Tamara?" Tulip's throat dried. They, she stuttered. Solothis sharply made her turn toward him. He heard Harrison entering the kitchen. From the periphery of his vision, he saw that Harrison's claws were extended. He snapped his fingers. Shadows from the corners of the kitchen lifted and coiled around Harrison. "He will die if you don't give me their address," he threatened Tulip. Third POV. Tulip's face turned ashen white. Seeing Harrison in the grip of shadows, she panicked. "Who are you?" she whispered, her eyes fixed on her mate, who was standing still as the shadows continued to grasp him tighter by the second. "That's none of your concern, but you're wasting my time. Tell me Tamara's address and I'll leave Harrison." Panic warred with anger. Anger won. "If you know that I'm a bear, then you should know not to mess with me." Her arms rippled with hair and her claws extended. Harrison let out a scream as the shadows clenched him so tight that he couldn't breathe. He felt like he was going to break into two. "Leave him," Tulip snarled. "That's my mate. If you harm even a hair on his body, I swear to Velas, I am going to kill you so fast you wouldn't know what happened." Solothus let out a low, dark laugh. "You are delaying. If you give me the address now, I will leave him. Immediately. And don't mess with my patience. I'm already on the edge." She clenched her teeth hard. Harrison was getting paler by the second. "Okay," she rasped, feeling like she was dying with her mate. The pain was too much to bear. The shadows loosened around Harrison, and he collapsed to the ground. He was on his haunches as he gasped and panted to breathe. But the shadows still swirled around him, pulsing, threatening to coil him in their grip. "Tamara is a werewolf, and she lives in the Shadowfang pack. Her father is Alpha Lucien." Tulip gave the information, staring at Harrison. Solothus's lips curled up. "That was nice," he said and snapped his fingers. The shadows uncoiled around Harrison and Tulip darted to him. "Harrison?" she croaked. "Are you okay?" He nodded, coughing and spluttering. She shot a dark glare at Solothus as he passed by them. Suddenly he stopped and asked, "Which pack does Alpha Matt belong to?" "Everflame," she hissed, wanting him to leave immediately. Solothus chuckled dryly. He walked out of the room, the shadows following him. But just as he exited, he snapped his fingers again. How could he leave two witnesses who had seen his true face and what he could do as a god? The shadows rejoiced in his command. They rushed back to Tupil and Harrison. Before he closed the door behind him, he heard screams of the two of them. He savored those blood-curdling screams for a while and then walked back to his building. He knew that by the time he would be a few meters away from Tulip's house, the two would be dead. He skied. What a pathetic end of mates. And then he walked satisfied, humming a tune of death. "I'll be soon there for you, Tamara. You're my salvation." He arrived at his building and summoned all his followers. All of them assembled by midnight as some came from far places. All of them were waiting for him to come and address them about the reason for calling them all in such urgency. They waited for a long time before he came out. As soon as he was out, he took a deep breath in. "I've summoned you all tonight for a reason," he said, his voice booming in the main hall. "We will be going to a place called Shadowfang. You won't find the spot on the map of the world, but it's a little place where I have found our perfect sacrifice. However, she is surrounded by powerful people. You all have to help me to get to her or get her to me. Are you with me?" The hall filled with hums of excitement and agreement. His lips curled up. Everything was finally falling into place. "Wonderful," he shouted. "I have placed the map of where to find Shadowfang over there," he added, pointing at a table where the map was stretched. "See it, memorize it, and then I'll tear that map. As soon as you know where the place is, go. I'll meet you at Shadowfang." Another buzz of excitement rippled through the crowd. They all fell into a file, and one by one, they looked at the map. However, just as the fifth person was looking at it, they heard sirens wailing loudly. "Shit! Fuck! Is that the police?" Panic surged through all of them. Solothus narrowed his eyes. This time panic spilled. The cultists started running hither and thither. Chaos ensued. He let out a low growl of frustration as he turned sharply to retreat into his room. The mayhem outside turned into full-blown tension. His cultists were scrambling, rushing in every direction. He shoved a few from his way and entered his room and closed it behind him. Just at that time, he heard the police opening the main door with a bam. They shouted at all the cultists, aiming guns at them. As soon as he reached the confines of his room, he began pacing. He was unable to make sense of the whole situation. How did the police know? The timing was too perfect, too suspicious. Who betrayed him? His mind searched for possibilities. It didn't make sense unless someone was keeping an eye on him. Was someone monitoring his movements? The thought was enough to send him into a spiral. Something was off. The only family that had a beef against him in this part of the woods was Tamara's. But they had gone away, so the information must have come from someone within the ranks. But who was it? Who could have betrayed him? His hands tightened into fists. With a growl of frustration, he thought he should go out to help his cult members. But that would be stupidity. He was this close to achieving his target. He wouldn't risk showing himself. If they captured him, it would be the end. Without another thought, he hurried into the basement, a place no one knew about. The shadows inside welcomed him, swirling around him like old friends. He sat there, melding with them, hearing the sound of footsteps echoing through the building. He knew that they were searching for him. It made him furious that a god like him was reduced to hiding from humans. He heard the shuffling of feet, murmurs, and doors being kicked open. He clenched his jaw to stop breathing when they searched his room. They wouldn't find much other than the shadows who only moved when he commanded. He wanted to kill all of them, but it would be so fucking stupid. So Solothus sat hidden in his basement, listening, waiting, wondering who the traitor was. Time stretched as the police continued to search the premises. He could hear them shouting as they rounded up the cult members. Soon they would start digging graves of all those who were sacrificed. He knew that it was a matter of time that the thing would become a full-blown scandal, and the media would have a field day. The night wore on, and eventually the search ceased. By dawn, he felt like the police finally left. They must have taken all the cultists, except him. He thought of getting out, but not so soon. He heard police dogs barking around, and he knew that they were here to sniff the bodies. It made him angry as hell. Now he didn't know how long was he going to remain in his basement. The hunt wasn't over by a long shot. Finally, he came out of his basement on the third dawn, when he was sure that there was no sound from the outside. As he walked out, the shadows swirled around him. He noticed that the hall was empty. There were signs of chaos, with the dissecting table upturned and shoes and robes lying scattered everywhere. He walked softly across the cold stone floor to reach the main door, which was now hanging on the hinges. He peeked out and saw that the place was covered in yellow ribbons that said "Crime Scene." Slowly, he stepped out of the building, checked right and left, and then darted into the thick jungle ahead. He had to get out of here as soon as possible. There were no police, no dogs, only unearthed graves. Gritting his teeth, he continued to run as fast as possible. He mentally patted himself for never showing his face to the cultists, so the police would now chase a phantom. Solothus stopped only when he reached the periphery of the jungle on the other side of the main town. He recognized the road ahead of him. It led to the Shadowfang pack. "I'll get you tomorrow," he said with a cruel smirk. "You destroyed all I had built in centuries. You will pay for it, and then some more." Third POV. By the time he reached the highway, the sun had arisen in the sky. He looked up at the sky, feeling extremely tired. His magic was weakening fast. It was like every effort to use the shadows at his will was draining him of it. He stood there at the edge, panting, with his hands on his hips. He had never been reduced to this form ever, so desperate, angry, and frustrated. The highway was empty. Not a car or any other vehicle was on it. Gritting his teeth, he started to walk down the road. But today, he needed speed. It was by afternoon that he spotted an old sedan making its way down the road. This was the opportunity he had to use at every cost. Solothus approached the human. The man stopped the car as Solothus raised his hand, signaling for a ride. He didn't speak much, but he knew that the man was now caught in his hypnotic gaze. The man rolled down the window and offered him a ride. "Where are you headed?" the man asked in a dazed voice. "Drop me at the edge of this forest," he replied in a silky voice. The man nodded without a question. "Hop in," he said. Solothus climbed into the passenger seat. He wanted to gag at the smell of cigarette and cheap cologne, but he just opened the window and turned his face outside. He took a sigh of relief as his muscles screamed of ache. He had been without food for 3 days and ran out of his hiding place like a bat from hell. As if understanding his predicament, the man said, "I'm Jose. There's some bread in that wrap." He pointed to a box on the rear seat. "If you like, you can eat it." Solothus grabbed the box, opened it, and ate it greedily. Once he was full, he rested his hands on his lap. "Thanks. I'll tell you where to stop." And the man drove, unaware of the dark god beside him. As they approached the border of the forest some 50 miles later, Jose slowed down. "This is as far as I can go," he said, his voice tinged with submission. Solothus nodded. He didn't waste time as he stepped out of the car and sending Jose on his way with a wave of his hand. Jose drove off, leaving Solothus standing alone at the edge of the forest. When Solothus turned toward it, a deep satisfaction grew in his chest. He didn't need to rush because he had a plan. His mind worked with precision. In all his years of banishment, he had learnt one valuable lesson. Patience was a virtue, especially when it came to hunting down powerful bloodlines. And now that he had found her, everything would fall in place. Tamara had no idea who he truly was, and he was going to use that to his advantage. He had spent years studying how to stay undetected, and he was going to put his skills into practice. The Shadowfang territory was close, but he couldn't afford to be seen. There were numerous wolves patrolling the border. They would claw him as soon as they saw him. His magic was weak, and he couldn't afford to confront them. Once Tamara was sacrificed and he bathed in her blood, he would retain his power, his magic, and then he would challenge Cressida. He stayed in shadows for a long time, surrounded by the shadows so that the wolves didn't sniff him, waiting for an opportunity to enter the pack. Hours later, he saw few trucks passing through the area with food supplies. It was an ideal cover. When a truck slowed down a little, he stowed himself away into it and hid beneath the crates of fresh produce. The journey was not so long, but he remained still. When the truck finally reached inside the pack, he waited for the driver to unload, and then he seized his chance. After making sure that the driver was out of sight, he jumped out of the back and slipped in the driver's compartment. There he found his old clothes and his wallet. He changed into them, and a quick theft of driver's wallet ensured that he had the money to rent a room in a nearby inn. The owner of the inn didn't suspect him because his clothes were smelling of fresh produce and of the driver who was a werewolf. The room was small but good enough for him to sleep for a day. When it was night, he woke up. It was time to find her. For 2 days, he walked around the pack to understand and get information about her. By the end of the 2 days, he had enough information. He knew when she sneezed and when she laughed. And on 4th day, as the moon hung high, casting long shadows on the streets of the Shadowfang pack, Solothus followed his instincts. Tamara was sitting in a small cafe with 2 girls who were in a serious conversation with her. Her golden hair framed her face as she idly stirred her coffee. He waited for her to be alone, even if for a moment. Finally, when she got up to go outside, he followed her. He had to use the last of his magic to lure her. He was so close to his destination that excitement bubbled inside him. What could be more perfect than finding his prey alone? He approached her as soon as they were on a sidewalk. "May I join you?" he asked smoothly, putting his magic in his low voice to make it magnetic. Tamara looked up at him, jerking her head back. When their gazes met, she asked curiously, "Do I know you?" He chuckled. "No, but I heard that you went to a human college." He scratched his head to appear cute. "I know this is awkward, but I really wanted to go there. I got good grades and was wondering if you could guide me." She blinked, but he knew that his charm had wrapped around her like a serpent, tightening its grip. Yes, his magic was draining, but it was worth it. "Sure," she breathed. "What do you want to ask? Let's talk while we walk to your home," he suggested. Yes, that would be great. As they walked, he asked her all the relevant questions he had heard so many times. He took out candies and offered her with a chuckle. "Not the best bribe, but will it do?" he asked adorably. She laughed softly and took one from him. The moment she chewed it, she began to feel lightheaded. "Let me take you somewhere you can rest," Solothus murmured, lifting her gently. She barely protested as he took her to the Eldermere ruins. He rushed to the ancient altar inside. Her breathing was slow, shallow, and she seemed barely conscious. The ritual was ready. The final sacrifice was about to be made. The shadows swirled around the altar, hissing, "Tamara POV." I opened my eyes and everything felt wrong. I blinked at the dim moonlight that was filtering through the pit of the Eldermere ruins. For a moment, I thought it was a dream, but the haze from my mind dissipated fast, and as my senses came back, I realized I was lying on the cold stone floor. No, I found myself stretched out on an altar. The cold air hung around me, and I could feel the pulse of ancient magic in the air. A voice broke the silence, and my heart skipped a beat. The voice was low, melodic. A man was chanting incantations. I turned to look at him. Solothus. As he spoke, I saw dark runes forming in the air around me, twisting and glowing like ominous ethereal symbols. His magic was wrapping around me, trying to suffocate me. The cold chill closed in on me, and the ruins swirled, trying to hover over me and make me their prisoner. The shadows crawled from beneath, hissing. Bewildered, I let out a low chuckle, and then I pushed myself off the stone altar. "No!" Solothus shouted in frustration as his eyes glowed dark. Before I could react, he came to me to push me down so that he could complete his ritual. But in a turn of events, I raised my hand, twisted my body, and grabbed his wrist, using his own momentum against him. In an instant, I shoved him back. He was sent stumbling down, his ass hitting the floor. His eyes grew in disbelief as I jumped off the altar. "What? How?" The expression on his face was priceless. Not in all his worthless life he could imagine that I would break his magic. I brushed off the dirt from my shoulders as a smirk tugged my lips. "I knew you were in the pack," I said. "Did you think that we were fools not to know that you were here stalking us, trying to find me?" His eyes widened in shock. "You thought you were the one who lured me in, didn't you?" I continued, stepping forward. "But guess what? It was me who lured you here." His face contorted into fury as he got up. "You imbecile," he growled. "I am a god. You think you can control me, fool me?" He snapped his fingers, and the shadows around me moved as if obeying his command. I clenched my jaw as the shadows moved closer to me, coiling toward me, and then they stopped midair. Instead of squeezing me in their grip, they slithered like snakes and retreated back to him. Solothus's expression twisted into confusion and disbelief. He reached out to command them again. "Go!" he shouted at them, but they ignored him completely, curling around his legs instead of mine. "You can control shadows here, but you forget who I am," I said in an angry voice. "The shadows here," I said with authority lacing my voice. "They obey the Vaslov bloodline, not you, and especially not in the Eldermere ruins." For a moment, Solothus seemed to shrink back in disbelief. Then he suddenly flicked his wrist toward the runes. They seemed to close in on me with rapid speed. I covered my face with both my arms, ready for them to slam on my body and explode, but a loud voice boomed in the temple. The runes burst around me in tiny pinpricks, turning to ashes and falling on the ground. Solothus was shocked. He whipped his head to the side. I heard a rustle from my left. My pulse quickened, and I saw Matt emerging from the shadows. His expression was a mixture of concern and controlled fury. He was on his way to me with long strides. And right beside him were two shamans. They were chanting incantations continuously, their eyes fixed on Solothus. "Tamara," Matt said in an urgent voice as he moved toward me. He pulled me in his embrace and glared at Solothus. At first, Solothus's expression was that of disbelief. Like what happened in such less time? He had me in control, and now it seemed like I was in control. "So this the alpha bear that Tulip fucked?" he sneered, his lips curling as he looked Matt up and down. Fury blasted through me, and I narrowed my eyes. Solothus let out a laugh as the shaman chanted. "I know about Tulip," he said to me. "She fucked him well, ruined him for anyone else. Do you know that he goes to her every now and then?" Fury tuned into hot lava in my veins. My breath turned shallow. "Shut up," I growled. But he didn't. He continued speaking evil. "Even when you were with him, he used to go to Tulip. He had tasted her body. Why do you think he would come to you?" He winked. "Come to me, Tamara. This bastard doesn't suit you. I, on the other hand, will worship you, every part of you." He extended his hand toward me. "Take my hand, and you'll get everything you desired for." "You fucking bastard," Matt growled. In an instant, he was in front of Solothus. He punched him hard on his face. "You liar! Did you think that Tamara didn't know of your movements?" He punched Solothus again. This time, Solothus hissed and punched him back. Matt stumbled back. From the periphery of my vision, I saw my father, mother, Bradley, Matt's parents, Seth, and other warriors rushing inside. They formed a circle around us. My mother came to me and circled her arms around my shoulders protectively. Father came to stand behind us like a shield, and Brad stood in front of us. All at once, the shaman raised their voices, reciting ancient incantations. Runes appeared around Solothus. "Step back, Matt," Bradley rasped, but Matt's eyes glinted with fury. With a deafening growl, he attacked Solothus. "I will stop you. How dare you even think of killing my Tamara? How dare you try to plant seeds of doubt in her? Tulip is dead, and so is her mate, Harrison, and we suspect it was you who killed them." Solothus's eyes widened for a flicker of a second. "Fuck off," he said and barreled into Matt, taking him down with him on the floor. I shrieked. What followed was complete mayhem. I couldn't believe that Solothus, a god, was so low in power that he couldn't match the power of a bear alpha. Matt punched him in his ribs. The god snarled and hit him back. Bradley joined Matt. He attacked Solothus from behind, kneeing his spine. Solothus let out a dangerous scream and turned frantically to deal with Bradley. But Bradley was quick to move away. Matt attacked him on his side with a force that cracked his bones. Solothus looked like a mad god. The magic that he showed earlier had vanished, like it was the last left in him. "Move away," our shaman shouted. On his cue, Brad and Matt stepped back, and he thrust his hand forward. Larger runes appeared, and they surrounded Solothus in a way that he couldn't escape them. He spun on his heels in order to get out of the circle, but the runes would burn his skin. He hissed as he looked wildly around him to escape. "What is happening?" he asked himself, unable to believe that things simply didn't go in his favor. I remembered when Matt hadn't come home for 3 days. I was so disturbed that I wanted to go to the cult building and find him, but Summer had run away the moment she woke that night. Brad was going mad. He wanted to kill everything and anything that came in his way to find Summer. However, Matt returned and told us about his research. He had snooped around the building to know about the cult. It was then that he found the truth about Solothus. He sent all the information to Father. Father dug out history about Solothus. My mom got a vision about Solothus in her dreams, an ancient fight between Cressida and Solothus. She informed of her dream to Father, and there was no stopping after that. I was called home immediately along with Matt and Bradley. Brad was reluctant to come, but he knew that our pack was at stake. No, our entire community of werewolves was at stake. He came back with us, and after that we just waited for Solothus to make contact with us. Summer POV. The night before, after everyone had left my room and I was alone, I sat at the edge of the bed, thinking about the events of the day. I grabbed my head in my hands, wondering where I landed myself. Escape looked like a distant reality. Feeling mentally exhausted, I dragged my feet to the bathroom and took a long, hot bath. On coming out, I saw that my bag was in my room, and all my clothes were out of it. So I walked to the closet to take out my only pajamas and shirt for the night. However, I was stunned when I saw that several new dresses were hanging inside with their price labels intact. I looked at the labels and was shocked to see that the cost of each of them was higher than what I earned in a year. 5 pairs of matching footwear peeked from the last shelf. People were so rich, every dress was more beautiful than the last. I swallowed as I wondered if I could wear them, or did they belong to the previous owner, but all of them seemed like they were my size. My eyes went to a small note on the side. I picked it up and read, "Dear Summer, this is a small gift from Alpha Bradley for you for Luna trials. Marion." I let out a rough exhale. Probably he didn't want to see me in shabby clothes in front of all the Lunas. I was representing Laura, and he must have thought that he had to help a poor maid. Anyway, this was a generous gift. I pulled out my pajamas and my long-sleeved cotton shirt from there and wore it. The dresses were for formal occasions. I wouldn't soil them otherwise, though I did notice a few night dresses as well. Once I was in bed, I read the entire schedule for Luna trials and memorized it. It was an exhausting schedule, but I prayed to God that I did well, else Morelli would eat me alive. As soon as Laura was fine, I'd quit and escape. In the morning, I took a nice bath and chose to wear a baby blue dress. Then I combed my hair straight and applied the only makeup I owned, a pink lip gloss. I wore white ballet shoes with it and walked out to be in the lobby with other contestants when I heard a loud, impatient knock on the door. I opened my room's door and found Alpha Bradley standing there, shirtless. My breath hitched as my gaze landed on his chest. He had such a perfectly sculpted body that it should be a crime. Every plane, every dip was chiseled to perfection. His hair was tousled and falling on his forehead. I had to drag my gaze with effort to look at him and noticed that he was inhaling the air deeply with his nostrils flared, and the expression on his face was that of agony. He looked stunned, like he was bereft of words. Was I smelling bad? Embarrassed, I bit my bottom lip as my cheeks heated. "Alpha Bradley?" I whispered. You look stunning, he blurted. I think I had switched off the AC of the room because the temperature suddenly went high. Thank you, I said. He was standing in front of me, blocking my path, and I was getting late. After an awkward moment of silence, I said, I have to go to the lobby. He clenched his jaw as if hating the idea of me going to the lobby. A crease formed on my forehead at his reaction. Finally, he gave a tight nod and stepped aside. I slightly bowed my head in courtesy, closed the door behind me, and walked to the elevator. Summer, he called me as I pressed the button of the lift. I looked over my shoulder. Yes? He ran his fingers through his hair. My room is right in front of yours. If you need any help, even if it is during midnight or after that, you can call me. I cocked my eyebrow. Why would I need help during midnight or after that? Unless he wanted me to. I'm not that kind of girl, Alpha Bradley, I said sharply. The door of the lift opened, and I stepped in rather annoyed. That's not what I meant, he rasped as he came toward me. He stopped the lift from closing and stepped inside. After pressing the lobby button, he turned to me. You got me wrong. I pressed my back to the opposite wall, feeling like a mouse in front of a lion. Okay. Fuck, he grunted, stabbing his hand in his hair. I'm sorry, but I didn't mean to offend you. My fear eased a little. Just then the door of the lift opened, and I saw a few girls outside. They jerked their heads when they realized that I was with shirtless Alpha Bradley. Once again, I blushed so deep, hoping that they didn't get the wrong meaning. Alpha Bradley, one of them cooed. Daisy, Bradley gave her a tight nod while I hurried out. Will you be joining us? She asked. I'm not sure, he replied absent-mindedly as he watched me leave. Do you want me to? Of course, Daisy beamed. We would love it. But why did I feel he was asking me that question? Shaking my head, I just walked to the lobby where most of the contestants were already present. Since they all knew who I was, and I was sure that they must have heard about Laura, I decided to stay away from all of them. Less talking meant less visibility. It would be easy to escape. So I went to stand near the table where they were serving coffee and biscuits. I got myself a latte and stood in a corner quietly, watching the beautiful butterflies who were chatting and seducing every alpha in the room. If seduction worked, then I was sure I would lose. I had no seducing powers. Sighing, I sipped my coffee. All at once a man clapped loudly. Boys and girls, he called. I am your guide and MC, Alex Moley. Today is the first round of the Luna trials. As you've already read, we will be taking the girls to the hospital. You will see the patients, interact with them, and make them feel nice. We will observe you, evaluate you, and in the evening during dinner, we will announce the results. 2 of you will be leaving us tonight. A ripple of excited murmurs and whispers passed through the room. Alex continued, As for the alphas, you can accompany the girls, but you won't interact with them. You can watch them from a distance. Hi, Summer, a deep voice sounded from the side. I whipped my head to see that Alpha Damon was standing near me. Honestly, after last night's episode, I gathered that he wasn't to be trusted. You look beautiful, he said with a hint of lust in his eyes. What was wrong with him? I pursed my lips in a tight smile. I hope you don't lose. I'd hate to see you lose. After all, I'm interested in Laura. Oh, then he leaned over me and whispered, and who knows that I might make you my Luna? Laura can choose someone else. Like what? My jaw dropped. How pathetic was this man? Quickly, I moved away from there, and he chuckled. I hurried to the small van that was waiting for the girls to board to take us to the hospital. The journey lasted half an hour, and I sat in the last all alone, sure that no one wanted my company. However, Daisy and her 2 friends came to sit with me. It was really surprising, but I felt good. Hi, I said to them, tucking a strand of hair behind my ear. This was a good opportunity to make friends. Daisy gave me a smile which didn't reach her eyes. We know that you will win. I opened my mouth and then snapped it shut because I was confused. Oh, don't be so coy, she said as her friends giggled. You came down with Alpha Bradley, and he was shirtless. What do you want us to think? That you 2 were not cozying up? You've got it wrong, Daisy, I denied. She laughed more, attracting the attention of other girls. But what else can you expect from a maid? And that too, a human maid? I mean, you don't possess any quality that would make you win, so you tried seduction. Everyone in the van laughed as my mouth dropped at her blatant insinuation. Anger bubbled inside me. Funny, I said, my eyes narrowing as I met Daisy's gaze. I didn't realize that being a maid came with a degree in mind reading. I'm sure you know all about seduction because you really think that's all I've got. Maybe you should get a job as a talent scout for maids. The van went quiet as Daisy's expression faltered. Summer POV. Daisy glared at me. I heard a chuckle from the front and knew that it was Alex. I continued, "You know, I'm not sure where you got your information, but I'm not here to be anyone's entertainment. I came to do my job, so if you're done making assumptions, I'd appreciate it if we could focus on the task at hand." Daisy's anger rippled in waves. "Don't think too much of yourself, maid. I'll see you." I shrugged with one shoulder and turned my face to look out. I wasn't answerable to her, so I didn't care. The hospital was a buzz of activity. We were all rounded up, given gloves and caps, and taken inside by a group of nurses headed by Dr. Elias. He guided us to the children's ward. As we all walked inside, I felt like I was walking into a different world. The other contestants looked so comfortable, so confident. They were dressed in beautiful clothes, carrying bags full of expensive gifts for the children. It was clear that they came from wealthy families, unlike me. Laura had asked me to win the contest for her, but she hadn't given me the resources. I was sure she knew what the first contest was, but she didn't bother to give me money for it. So I didn't have anything to give but my time and my heart. The hospital was bustling with activity. Children in beds, nurses running around, and the hum of machines in the background. The other contestants were already giving their donations, talking to the staff and observing kids. I stood back, feeling small and out of place. I was flustered. What was I supposed to do? I didn't have the money or the gifts that they had. I watched Daisy, one of the other contestants, hand over a large check to the hospital staff. "For the children's ward," she said with a smile that was too sweet to be real. "I hope this helps." The staff smiled and thanked her. "Wow," the staff said, looking at the check. $20,000. Daisy giggled as she looked at others proudly. "This is nothing. I just want the children to get the best facilities." Then she glanced at me and scoffed. "I don't know how others are going to contribute. Not everyone can afford good money." I knew it was a jab on me, but I remained quiet. One of the other girls, Lexi, handed over a basket filled with expensive toys and a check of $10,000. The children's eyes lit up as she showed them what she had brought. They were all smiles, happy to receive the colorful toys. Other contestants doled out their checks and toys for the children, which the nurses collected and took to the side. I felt a tap on my shoulder. I turned around to find Tamara, smiling at me. "Don't worry, Summer," she said gently. "You don't need to have a lot of money to make an impact." I nodded, appreciating her words, but still, I felt like I was falling short. I couldn't help but feel that I wasn't good enough. All the other contestants had so much more to offer, but I had nothing. I stood there, unsure of how to start, when one of the nurses came over to me. "Would you like to donate something?" she asked kindly. Yes," I said, my voice soft. "I would love to." As the other contestants walked away, she led me to a room where several children were sitting, some on beds, others in wheelchairs. They smiled shyly when they saw me. I sat down next to a little girl who was holding a stuffed bear, her face pale but her eyes bright. "What's your name?" I asked her softly. "Jolly," she whispered. "I'm Summer," I said with a smile. "I'm here to spend some time with you today." She nodded, her fingers clutching the bear tightly. I glanced around the room, and I saw a shelf filled with books. Then I had an idea. I wasn't rich, but I had something to give. My time, my attention, and my heart. I decided to spend time with these kids in a way that no one else seemed to be doing. I didn't have a basket of toys to give them, but I could offer myself. I leaned closer to Jolly. "Do you want to hear a story?" I asked. Her face lit up. "Yes, please," she said, her voice soft but excited. Almost all other kids became interested. I smiled and began telling her a story about a magical kingdom where everyone was kind and loved each other. As I spoke, I noticed the other kids gathering around. They were all interested, listening intently to every word. It felt like magic, the way they all came together to hear the story. It was as if, for a moment, they forgot about their illnesses and just enjoyed the simple joy of a story. When I finished, Jolly clapped her hands. That was amazing, Summer. Can you tell us another story? I laughed softly. I'll tell you another one soon, but first, why don't we draw some pictures of the magical kingdom? We can make our own drawings of the characters. The children eagerly agreed, and soon I was sitting with them, coloring and drawing together. It was a small thing, but it made them happy, and it made me happier. They weren't interested in the toys or the gifts that the other contestants had brought. They just wanted to feel seen and heard, to have someone care about them for who they were, not for what they had. As I looked around the room, I saw the nurses smiling at me, nodding in approval, and a few were in tears. I felt like I was making a real connection with the children, and that meant more than anything else. "You've done something that no one else did," murmured one of the nurses as she came to me. "Sometimes, even their parents don't have enough time to spend with them." I smiled softly. Parents are overrated. My father sold me to clear his debt. What else could I say about parents? The nurse laughed, shaking her head. Summer POV. The other contestants had gone, and only a few lingered, but now I noticed they were looking over at me, some with jealousy, others with surprise. Well, I wasn't there to impress anyone. I was there to make a difference, even if it was small, because that was all I had to offer. My time, my heart, and my empathy. As the day went on, the staff took the contestants to other wards where more checks were given. Some girls even sat with the patients to get a picture. I remained at the end of the crowd, not wanting to be in the pictures. Once again, when every contestant left, I remained there and talked to the patients, hearing out their miseries. I felt like I was creating a bond with all of them. All my life, no one was sympathetic toward me. No one took my side. I had to fight it all alone. But now I could give these patients what I never got. My support and sympathy. An ear to listen to their woes. Everything wasn't about money. It wasn't about gifts. At the end of the day, the staff came over to me. "You've made a real impact today, Summer," one of the nurses said. "The children have been happier than we've seen them in a long time." I smiled, feeling a warmth spread through me. "I'm just glad I could help," I said quietly. All of us were gathered to go back. In the van, Alex announced, "Please gather in the main conference hall of the resort. We will be announcing the results of the contest." I let out a rough exhale as I peered at other contestants, who were chirping away happily, satisfied with the donations they made and how they appeared in front of the cameras. Tired, I sat alone at the back of the van. I wished Tamara was with me, but she was probably busy being one of the organizers. I wondered why she even befriended me in the beginning. Maybe she was bored with the girls? I took a nice bath when I reached my room. Before going for the results, I silently prayed to God that I made it through, even if I was in the last. Wearing a soft pink blouse paired with a white long skirt, I went to the conference room. Alphas and potential Lunas were talking amongst themselves. I searched for a familiar face. No, my eyes searched for him. He wasn't there, but I found Alpha Damon leering at me. Quickly, I averted my gaze. What was his problem? Through the commotion out there, my eyes landed right on the man sitting on the podium, looking like he was in control of everything. Our eyes met, and I couldn't help but bow my head. He appeared like an older version of Bradley. Next to him was a beautiful woman who looked like an older version of Tamara. Yep, Bradley's parents. Surprisingly, they both smiled at me. Just then, the judge for the contest, a stern-looking man, came over to the podium. He looked at everyone with a calculating expression before nodding. "I'm Cody Brown, your judge for the contest." His gaze swept over the room. "You've all done well." I blinked in anticipation. My hands turned clammy. Tonight, 2 she-wolves will be leaving. A murmur broke out as he opened the envelope in his hand. A frown appeared on his forehead. "Kitty and—" He lifted his gaze. I clenched my jaw when his eyes met mine. Shit, he was going to call my name. He said, "And Georgia, they will be leaving us." The 2 girls let out a loud cry as I breathed a sigh of relief, clutching my heart with my hand. Cody ran his hand over his bald head. "One of you has won the contest and will be receiving $5,000 as a gesture of goodwill." "I know that's me," Daisy giggled. Cody turned his gaze at me again. He smiled, a rare gesture. "Summer has won the first contest." "What?" Daisy almost squeaked. Cody continued. "Your genuine heart and connection with the children were what impressed us. You've shown that it's not about wealth or gifts. It's about making a difference. And you did that. It was about giving them something that money couldn't buy: time, attention, and love. The Shadowfang pack is the wealthiest pack in the North, so donations given by all of you meant little. The judges were looking for something more valuable than that. I felt my heart leap. I couldn't believe it. I had won. A few girls came to me to congratulate me as Daisy sent daggers through her glares. "Congratulations, Summer. Keep it up." The entire room erupted in claps and cheers. "You may proceed to dinner," Cody said, and the crowd dispersed. As I began to walk out, I felt a sense of pride I hadn't felt before. It wasn't about being the richest or the most powerful. It was about being the most compassionate, the one who could make a real difference. And that was enough. "So you've won the first contest?" His voice snapped me out of my thoughts. He was leaning against the doorframe with his arms crossed across his chest, looking like a god. "Alpha Bradley." My cheeks heated. "Yes." Why did I stammer in front of him? His presence always flustered me. But where was he all day? And why did I feel like I was missing him? "Congrats." "Thank you." What happened to the room AC? Why was I feeling hot? And how come the room was empty now? "You won," Tamara shouted as she came to hug me from behind. I chuckled. She was so enthusiastic and my only friend. "Thanks, Tamara." "Call me Tammy." She squeezed me tighter and stepped back. "That was awesome." I grinned. It was all I could do. From the periphery of my vision, I saw his parents making way to us. Tammy introduced them. "This is Alpha Lucien, and this is my mom, Luna Auren." I don't know why, but I dipped my head to bow to them. "Many congratulations," Luna Auren beamed. "You're truly the Luna material." I shook my head. "I'm doing this for Laura." Luna Auren glanced at Bradley and then came near me. "For the time being, think that you are doing it for yourself, and only then you'll be able to win the next contest." I blinked at her in surprise. She encouraged me like she was my mother. I nodded, swallowing a thick knot of emotions. "Good, now enjoy your dinner." Then, along with Alpha Lucien, who was smiling at me, she walked out of the room, Bradley POV. I tried to keep my cool as Summer stood next to me, her presence tugging at me in ways I couldn't deny, couldn't resist. All my life, I was used to girls swooning over me, but Summer was different. Despite the fact that she was my mate, the way she carried herself, her kindness, her strength, it all just drew me in. I couldn't help but feel a need to protect her, to keep her safe, but also to be close to her. The mate bond was growing stronger with each passing moment. My wolf was getting restless. Today, it was difficult to keep him grounded because I had a lot to do. While the contestants were at the hospital, I took the opportunity to do a plethora of things. The evening had started with a bam. Summer won the first contest, which wasn't surprising. The judge wasn't looking for donations. We had a lot of money already. He was looking for something different, and Summer provided that. With everyone congratulating Summer for winning her first Luna trial, I could see she was beaming. Mom and Dad left with Tammy, and I escorted her toward the dinner venue. "I can't believe I won," she said quietly, clearly overwhelmed. "You earned it," I replied, my voice a little rougher than usual. It felt right to be here, beside her, and for once, I didn't care about anything else. The dinner party, the people around us, it all faded into the background as we started talking. I tried to focus on the conversation, but my eyes kept drifting to her. She was so beautiful, so much more than the usual girls I'd encountered. Everything about her made me want to pull her close and never let go, and my wolf purred in agreement. But when Alpha Damon approached her with that smile of his, I felt something tighten in my chest. Even Summer cringed as he approached. I hated this bastard, and I didn't like the way he looked at her. He made me uncomfortable, like ants crawling beneath my skin. I hated the way he seemed so interested in Summer. He was too smooth, too polished for my liking, and the fact that he was the alpha of the Crimson Howl pack didn't help. "You did great, Summer," he said with a lopsided, leery smile. "Who would have thought, a human, that you would win the first contest?" Summer pursed her lips in a tight smile, shifting closer to me. So I did what I wanted to. I placed my hand at the small of her back in a clear show of possessiveness. "Bite me." As Damon congratulated Summer, I stood there, trying to keep my cool. But the feeling of possessiveness I couldn't shake started to rise in me. I didn't like how she smiled at him. I couldn't deny the jealousy bubbling up inside me. I was waiting for him to touch her, and then I would have a reason to neuter him. "You did great, Summer," Damon said with a smile. "I can see you're going places." "Thank you," she replied, her voice soft and modest. She was kind, too kind, and that made me want to protect her even more. But before I could even think about it, I was already walking her away from there, much to Damon's surprise. But I felt Summer relaxing under my touch. The tension in my chest slowly began to ease as I sat next to her at the dinner table. I glanced over at her, and she smiled, a little unsure of herself. That smile did things to me. I made her sit at a table and walked to get food for us. "Wait here," I said as a command, and she nodded, like a good girl. Well, if it isn't the poor little maid who's trying to act like one of us," Daisy's voice rang out across the table, dripping with sarcasm. I clenched my jaw, but I didn't respond immediately. I knew Summer wasn't going to take that lying down, and I didn't want to make things worse. But Daisy wasn't going to let it go. "Daisy," she said, her voice icy, "mind your words." "Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say something wrong?" She mocked, her voice full of sweet venom. "You don't have to be rude," she snapped back. "I don't deserve your crap." Daisy chuckled, her eyes glinting with amusement. "Oh, please. What are you going to do? Win the next contest with your humble act? No one is fooled." My temper flared, but I didn't let it get the best of me. I was done letting people talk down to Summer like she was nothing. So I walked to the table, feeling my fangs slipping out. "You need to stop," I said, my voice low and dangerous. Daisy's smirk faltered slightly, but she wasn't backing down. "You're being too soft on her, Brad. Don't you see? She's nothing but a pawn in this whole thing. Laura is the main contestant." That was the last straw. "Shut up, Daisy," I growled, standing up from the table, my alpha aura spilling. "Don't you dare talk like that again." The whole room had gone quiet by then, and I could see the others looking at us, waiting for someone to break the tension. Daisy's face turned pale, and she didn't say anything. I'm sorry, Alpha Bradley," she apologized. I sat back down beside Summer, trying to ignore the fire burning in my chest. Daisy had crossed a line, and I wasn't going to let her get away with it. "Sorry about her," I said, trying to soften the moment. Summer shook her head. "It's not your fault." "They're jealous," I said, reaching over and giving her hand a quick squeeze. "Don't listen to them. You're better than all of them." She smiled a little, and that smile made everything else seem so insignificant. As the dinner went on, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was changing between us. Every time she looked at me, I felt like we were getting closer, like the distance between us was shrinking. When the meal was finished, I walked her back to her room, still feeling the pull between us. The attraction was undeniable. "I'll see you later," I said, my voice low as I leaned in, hoping she would allow me to kiss her cheek. She looked up at me, her eyes sparkling. "Thanks, Alpha Bradley," she whispered, her voice soft and full of warmth. Her lips parted, and I allowed myself to kiss her. How was I going to spend the night? Summer blushed a delicious red, and then she turned and walked into her room, leaving me standing there with a mix of emotions swirling in my chest. I closed the door, and as I walked back to my own room, I couldn't help but wonder if I could stay away from her any longer. Bradley POV. I leaned on the door for a long time, filling my lungs with her smell. She was all I wanted, and I had already started on how to go about it. Morelli had to come down, but I knew that I had to be extremely quiet about it, and I needed help from my father, Alpha Lucien. There was a week's time for the next Luna trial, and in that much time, I was going to cause mayhem, but quietly. The night was quiet, and the pack lights shimmered as I sat in my office contemplating Morelli's empire's dealings. The mafia boss's tentacles reached deep into the underground world. He ran casinos where he laundered millions in dirty money. It was time to bring his house of cards crashing down. Father had agreed to help, and Beta Tarian was overseeing the operation in the human world. I leaned back in my chair, staring at the files on my desk as Father studied the files in front of him. In the last few days, we had gathered enough intel to know that Morelli's casinos weren't just for fun and games. The whole thing was a front for his money laundering operations. It was clever, but not clever enough for us. My father was a strategic mastermind. Having known humans for a very long time, He understood the complex of the underground world. He knew exactly how to take it apart without leaving any trace, because he had a lot of contacts in that world, starting from politicians to a small-town schoolteacher. He instructed Tarion to dig through Morelli's casino's financial records. And that's where Tarion found the missing link, the mule accounts where the dirty money was flowing through. But the question was how to take Morelli down without tipping him off. I had a plan in mind, but I needed to make sure it worked. It was risky, but it was the only way to hit him where it hurt most, his wallet. If we could shut down his casino operations, we could cut off his income. Without that, he'd be vulnerable, and that would be the opening we needed. Bradley, are you sure about this? Tarion's voice crackled over the phone, bringing me back from my thoughts. I'm sure, Beta Tarion, I replied, rubbing my temples. We've got everything in place. We just need to move fast and hit him hard. If we do this right, he won't even know what hit him. You'll have to be careful, Tarion warned. The casino's security is tight, and if Morelli catches wind of this, he'll retaliate. We need to be smart. I know. That's why we're going undercover, I said, a hint of a smile tugging at my lips. I've got a few ideas. The plan was simple but effective. We would infiltrate Morelli's operation by posing as high-rolling gamblers looking to launder some of our own money. Are you ready for it? I asked him, glancing at Dad, who had a smug smile on his face. Tarion had already arranged for Norris to help with the fake identities. He had brilliantly gained access to the casino's financial records and uncovered any illegal activity without raising suspicion. A pause later, he said, "All right, let's do this." The next day, Norris and I met with Tarion at a secluded location just outside the city. We had to be discreet. The last thing we wanted was for Morelli's people to catch on to us before we were ready. You ready? He asked, his eyes scanning the surroundings. As ready as I'll ever be? Norris replied, adjusting his jacket. He had changed into the persona of a wealthy investor, complete with a suit and tie, while I was his assistant with glasses and dark eyes. Tarion had put together a cover story for him, someone who was looking to invest in the casino business, and who also had some unsavory connections that Morelli could exploit. While Tarion stayed in the car, Norris and I walked into the casino. Father had sent a dozen wolves for security. They formed a layer of protection around us. The place reeked of money, with flashing lights, high-stakes tables, and the buzz of constant gambling. Inside, the lights were dim, and the air was thick with the smell of expensive cigars and alcohol. Morelli had built a kingdom, and tonight we were going to watch it crumble. I could see Morelli's men standing guard at every entrance. Norris and I approached the VIP lounge. When Norris showed his card, a man standing by the door nodded at Norris. "This way," he said, guiding us through a hidden corridor that led to a back office. The office was luxurious, with dark mahogany furniture and a large desk. A few minutes later, the manager of the casino, a man named Marco, walked in. He was tall, broad-shouldered, and had the air of someone who'd been with Morelli for years. "Mr. Norris," Marco said, extending a hand. "It's a pleasure to meet you." Norris shook his hand firmly. "The pleasure's mine. I've heard a lot about this casino." Marco beamed. "We pride ourselves on discretion, Mr. Norris, and we have the best in the business. You won't find a safer place to park your money." Norris gave him a tight smile. "That's exactly what I'm hoping for." Norris and I had planned for this moment. As Marco spoke, I subtly scanned the room. Marco was clearly unaware of Tarion's presence in the background, working his magic on the casino's computer systems as instructed by Norris. Marco asked us to show the proof of our finances. Norris had already created a fake account, and when Marco looked at the numbers, his eyes went wide in surprise. "Don't worry," he rasped. "We will help you out." Greed was evident in his eyes, and I hoped that he took the bait easily. After checking the details, finally Marco left to get some paperwork, and that's when I motioned to Norris. "Do it," I whispered. Norris moved quickly, slipping behind the desk and accessing the casino's system. Within seconds, he had pulled up the information we needed. I could feel my heart race as I watched him work. "There it is," Norris said, glancing at the screen. "A few large transfers under false names. This is where the money is being funneled." I nodded. "Copy it and let's get out of here." Marco returned with some forms. "You've got to fill these." You can return tomorrow, he said with a grin. We didn't waste any time. As soon as we had the evidence we needed, we made our way back out of the casino. But we weren't done yet. Now it was time to finish the job. We went over the details of the casino operation and the money laundering activities. Dad's eyes darkened as he processed the information over the video call. This is worse than I thought, Lucien said, his voice low. You've done well, Bradley. We'll make sure he pays for everything. Tyrion said, we have to move fast. The longer we wait, the more time he has to detect this. Lucien nodded. I'll handle the law enforcement side. You focus on getting the evidence to the right people. We need this shut down before he even realizes what's happening. Within the next 4 days, we heard the news that Morelli had to shut down his casino business abruptly. The CIA was chasing his men like rabid dogs. Many were caught, and many shell accounts and offshore accounts were discovered. This was just the beginning. Summer POV. Ever since they had announced that the next contest entails nesting trials, I was on tenterhooks. And where was Bradley for the whole week? His absence made me sad to the level that I didn't feel like eating. Tammy had to force me to have food. Moreover, the contestants weren't on their best behavior. Daisy was antagonized and polarized all other girls in her favor. As for Laura, I have no idea why she was ill again. This time hives erupted on her body and face. Her face looked like a swollen tomato. She forced me to continue with the next contest. Not only that, she appeared a bit shaken after she had called her father on Saturday. Though she mentioned something about the casino shutting down, I didn't catch it all. On Sunday, I was reading the flyer they handed to us. What is a nesting trial? I asked, bewildered as hell. Like we have to make nests like birds? I sighed, feeling like an idiot. I don't understand why we're doing this. It's like we're supposed to be cave women? Tamara laughed. When she-wolves are in heat, they have this natural instinct to make a nest. When she found me frowning all the more, she added, it's actually simpler than it seems. Basically, you're supposed to make a nest for your mate, or at least for the man you'd choose to breed with, for the first time. It's all symbolic for the trial, but it's about showing how you'd prepare for such a life-changing experience. I stared at her, confused. What's that? What kind of nest? I imagined twigs, leaves, and grass blades. You can search for it on the internet, she replied. I blinked. Wait, so I'm supposed to imagine who I'd want to breed with? My cheeks flushed as the idea sank in. Tammy nodded. Exactly. The nest is a symbol of comfort and warmth, a safe place to bond and mate. Think of it like a cozy place for your first encounter with an alpha. Your choice will say a lot about your future role as a Luna. You need to show that you can create a space that's nurturing and welcoming. I furrowed my brows in disbelief. Nurturing and welcoming? That's ridiculous. Trust me, you'll get it once you start, she said with a grin. Just think of Bradley. How would you like to share your first time with him? The mention of Bradley made my heart flutter, but I quickly pushed the thought away. But this is so Neanderthal, I muttered, irritated. I'll provide you with whatever you want to make it with. What are heats? Heat is when a she-wolf is on her periods. Eyes wide, I asked, so they make nests every month? How exhausting that would be. She chuckled. No, we are on heat 4 times a year. Shocked, I blinked my eyes. Just research, okay? Tammy laughed. You've got to play the game, Summer. Just let go of the absurdity and imagine what kind of space would make you and your mate feel comfortable and safe. I nodded slowly, trying to focus on her words. All right, I guess I'll try. It was the day of the nesting trial, and I could already feel the tension in the air as the she-wolves gathered in front of the judges, who stood in front of a row of small cabins, each one placed deep within the woods. The sun hung lazily in the sky, casting a warm golden hue over the scene, but inside I felt the chill of confusion. This was the one trial I wasn't sure of. Despite Tammy's explanation, I wasn't sure what it meant to make a nest, nor did I have any clue about what I was supposed to do. Okay, Summer, I muttered to myself, scanning the other girls who looked way more confident than I felt. They seemed to have it all figured out, but I was nervous despite all the research. I looked over at Tammy, who was talking to some of the other contestants. She caught my eye and waved me over. I quickly made my way toward her. Best of luck, she chirped. I nodded with a tight smile. As we walked over to our respective cabins, I couldn't help but feel an unease settle in my chest. I wasn't ready for this. How was I supposed to create something meaningful, let alone prepare for something as intimate as mating, with so many eyes on me? And the whole idea just felt like I was exposing my privacy. But I knew that Tammy was right. If I was going to be part of this trial, I had to do it. The cabin assigned to me was small, with a single bed, a fireplace, and a window that looked out over the woods. I glanced around at the sparse furniture. This was where I had to create my nest. I sighed and plopped down on the bed. The whole thing was absurd. I didn't even know where to start. I got up and began pacing around the room, my mind working on autopilot. I thought about Bradley, as Tammy suggested. How would I want to share that first moment with him? I imagined him lying beside me, the room filled with warmth and comfort, a place where we could truly connect. I felt the heat rise to my cheeks again, but I quickly shoved those thoughts aside and turned to face the bed. I didn't have any fancy supplies, no silk sheets or blankets like the other girls probably had, but I could make do. I pulled the bedspread off, folding it neatly and placing it in the center of the room. I grabbed some cushions and placed them in a circle. I knew it wasn't much, but it was cozy and comfortable. I added some small candles around the room to create a soft, intimate atmosphere. Finally, I laid down a few soft blankets on the floor to complete the nest. As I worked, I couldn't help but wonder what Bradley would think. Would he like it? Would it be good enough? A deep sigh left my chest as I sat back down because Bradley won't be coming to even see it. After some time, the other girls began to come out, but I couldn't stop thinking about Bradley. What did he expect? Would he even care about this silly trial? I came out of my cabin, anxiety getting the better of me. Once all the nests were ready, the judges called us to present our work. I stood up, my knees feeling a little wobbly, and took one last look at the nest I had created. It wasn't perfect, but it was genuine. When it was my turn, I walked to the judge, my eyes on the floor. "This is my nest," I said quietly, feeling exposed. My cheeks burned as I waited for their judgment. The judge had a stern expression on his face. He looked at me, then at my cabin. "This is your space?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. I nodded. Just as Judge Cody walked toward it, a ferocious snarl echoed in the woods. Summer POV. My heart pounded in my chest as I looked at the nest I had created. The task seemed silly, honestly, but as soon as I started to make the nest, I couldn't help but imagine Bradley. What would it be like to be in that space with him? My chest filled with warmth and familiar depression hit me. Where was he? So as I stood there anxiously with Judge Cody, I heard a low growl in the distance. It seemed that of a beast, sending a shiver down my spine. I glanced on the right, and from the periphery of my vision, I saw Damon circling around my cabin. He had come along with some alphas to see the nests as guests. The unsettling feeling spread inside me. Damon was watching me. I could feel his eyes on me, even though I wasn't looking directly at him. It was like an invisible weight was pressing down on my chest, suffocating me. The other girls were chatting amongst themselves, but I couldn't focus. Damon's gaze followed my every move, and I wanted to scream. It was only a minute later when Judge Cody snapped my thoughts, clipboard in hand. "Summer," he said, looking at me with a stern expression, "tell me about your nest." I was about to speak when we all heard a terrifying snarl emanating from the woods. All of us froze, then a blur of a moment. I whipped my head to the line of trees. Bradley appeared from behind the trees, his strides long and fast. He was moving toward my cabin like a storm, like nothing could stop him. He was a force of nature, something primal, which I could feel in my bones. Shocked, I stared at him as our gazes met. He decided to show after a week of missing over here. Damon, who had been circling, didn't see him coming. Before I knew it, Bradley barreled into Damon, sending him crashing into the tree behind him. The sound of Damon hitting the tree echoed through the forest. Everyone froze, girls gasped, and my heart skipped a beat. I knew Bradley could be intense, but I'd never seen him like this. What was happening here? "Alpha Bradley!" Daisy gasped, barely able to get the words out before he grabbed Damon by the collar, pulling him to his feet and sending a punch straight into his face. The force was enough to make Damon stumble, blood splattering from his nose. My hands went to my mouth in shock. "You have no right to look at that nest." Bradley's voice was a low growl, filled with so much raw intensity that I couldn't breathe. I felt my stomach drop as Bradley, his eyes glowing with an unearthly fury, struck Damon again, this time harder, smashing his nose with his fist. Damon fell to the ground, clutching his bloodied face. "Are you fucking insane?" Damon shouted. Bradley's eyes never left him as Damon struggled to stand. But before Damon could retaliate, Bradley turned to the cabin door. With a sharp motion, he slapped his hand against the wood, closing it with a solid thud. He was blocking the view from all others of the space I had made, the space that was mine and mine alone. And his. His scent, mixed with mine, was thick in the air. A powerful, possessive energy filled the space, as if Bradley was claiming. The silence was thick with tension, and every male in the area seemed to be holding their breath. Bradley stood in front of me, daring anyone to challenge him. His feral rage was palpable, and his chest heaved as he stared down the rest of the males and females. His teeth were bared in a snarl, his muscles tense and coiled like a predator ready to strike. His hands were covered in blood. I wanted to say something, but the words caught in my throat. I had never seen this side of him before. It was like he was a different person, someone I'd only heard about in whispered stories. It's then when I saw his fangs and claws, like he had a beast inside him who was trying to surface. I should have been afraid, but I was so turned on. Finally, he turned to me, his expression softening just a little. His gaze softened as he took a step closer to me, wrapping a protective arm around my waist. His voice was low but full of intent as he spoke to the others, his words leaving no room for doubt. "Stay the hell away from her, Nest," he growled. "If you see it, I'll rip your heads from your bodies." My heart raced. I didn't know how to respond. A mix of pride and fear bubbled up inside me. My chest tightened as Bradley's words settled into the air, and it was clear that the message had been heard by everyone. I looked over at the judge, who had stepped back, clearly intimidated by Bradley's actions. He cleared his throat and awkwardly shifted on his feet, unsure of how to proceed. Damon, still recovering from Bradley's punch, glared at him but remained silent. Bradley's eyes softened just a fraction, and he turned back to me, his voice softer now. "You're okay?" he asked, his tone protective, concerned. I nodded, still a little shaken. "Yeah, I'm fine," I whispered, trying to steady my breath, but I couldn't help the way my body was reacting to him. The connection between us was so strong, and it was all too much for me to handle. My heart was still pounding in my chest. Bradley seemed to sense my inner turmoil. He gave me a small smile, as if nothing happened right now. Damon finally stumbled back, retreating to the other side of the group. "We're done here," Bradley muttered, his voice still thick with tension. "Let's get out of here." And with that, Bradley escorted me out of the woods as others followed. "What have you done?" I mumbled on our way to the van. He didn't reply, but a muscle feathered in his jaw. As we all gathered in the van, the sun was setting down. All other girls left me alone, whispering that I was seducing Alpha Bradley somehow. With Bradley not allowing Judge Cody to see my nest, I was sure that I'd be disqualified. They would ask me to leave. And then Morelli would kill me if I got past Laura. Tears welled in my eyes. Summer POV. Laura called me in her room at the hospital before the announcement of results. Despite the tension in the room, I wanted to laugh, seeing her swollen red face. Her lips were also swollen, so the words that came out sounded alien. "Ho, Kudalalo, badness?" "Huh?" I really stifled my laugh here. She narrowed her already swollen eyes at me, glaring hard. "I will kill you!" I looked away, calmed myself, and then turned my face back to her. "If you're asking about nesting trials, then I have no idea why Bradley behaved like that. It was just very sudden and out of the blue." What she next said meant that it was extremely important that I didn't get out of the Luna trials. Her father had called her, and he was sounding harsher than before. "I'm trying my best," I replied exasperatedly, irritated and scared by Morelli's constant interference. "If they disqualify me, I'll appeal to the judges." Laura glared at me with total hatred. She said that if I was thrown out in this round, she would make sure that Morelli killed me and buried me 6 feet underground. A chill of fear ran down my spine. I was so trapped in her world, it only made me want to escape from here as soon as possible. "I'm trying, Laura," I said. "Get out," she sneered. I didn't want to stay in the same room because I was feeling suffocated, so I got up and hurried out in the open air. Once I was out, I sat on a bench and inhaled deep to fill my lungs with much-needed oxygen. I hated Laura, but I hated Morelli more. At 9 p.m., we were all called into the conference room of the resort for the results. I wore simple jeans and a shirt as I walked into the room. It was teeming with activity, with some contestants laughing while some making jokes with the alphas. As soon as they became aware of me, the murmurs decreased. I noticed a group, including Daisy, looking at me smugly. Daisy chuckled and whispered something to her friend. She laughed, but all others who hadn't listened to her also laughed. It wasn't strange that they laughed at my state, but it was strange that they laughed when they hadn't even heard the joke she made. Lowering my head, I made my way to the side where I picked up a glass of pineapple juice. "I hope they don't disqualify you," Damon's voice interrupted my thoughts. I didn't reply to him and continued to look at the podium where I saw Tamara speaking with Judge Cody. Where was Alpha Bradley? I wanted to give him a piece of my mind. I scanned the room where everyone resumed laughing and joking. "If you want, I can make an appeal to the judge," Damon continued. "No thanks," I gritted. I hated his creepy ways. "Why are you upset with me, Summer?" he asked, his eyes fixing on me. I licked my lips and let out a harsh exhale, not wanting to answer him. "What have I done to you?" he said. "If you want, then I can appeal to the judge and you won't be disqualified." I looked sharply at him. "And then what would you want in return?" He laughed softly. He gulped down the wine in his glass. "I would want you to spend a night with me, that's all." I shook my head. He was all red flags. "Get your head tested," I snapped at him. "And leave me." He chuckled. "Do you know that Laura wants to marry me?" My stomach plummeted at his words. "Laura wants to marry you?" He smirked. "Yes, and she will do everything she can to ensure that." Tension coiled in my chest as I stared at him with wide eyes. What did he mean? He tilted his head and assessed me. "Do you know that werewolves can hear even if you whisper? We have heightened senses of hearing and smelling. Not only that," he leaned closer, "we can sense your fear as well, so right now, I know you are scared." Chills skittered down my spine like a slithery snake. "I'm not scared." "Oh yes, you are," he scoffed. "But trust me when I say this. Laura will go to every length to secure herself an alpha. I'm ready to marry her, but I want you also. You know it's not a bad deal, to have a free maid with a legit wife." His eyes fixed my lips. "It would be better if you understand this situation sooner, else you may get disqualified from the trials in this contest." The shaking in my body had nothing to do with the cold. It was because of my situation. If I didn't listen to Damon, I would get disqualified for sure. And if I listened to him, he would take me to his room to spend a night with me. And who knew he wouldn't repeat it? At this moment, I really hated Alpha Bradley. He messed up my life so much. Tears stung behind my eyes, but I blinked them away, not willing to show the effect Damon had on me. My eyes went to Tamara, who was now looking at us sharply. Her expression was stern. Did she hear what Damon said to me? How could she over the noise in the room? "What do you say?" Damon pushed me. "Do we have a deal?" Something inside me snapped. "No," I rasped. "I'd rather get disqualified than take your deal." And then I would run away. Damon's nostrils flared in anger. "You're doing it wrong, Summer. If you think that you can get away from me, then trust me, I'll find a way to get you. And if you get disqualified, it will be better for me. I'll just take you away with me. No one will say a word about it because no one is bothered about you." "Then stop bothering me," I fumed. "Let's wait for the results." Saying that, I moved away from him toward the podium. He was such a creep. I had to stay low and make sure that I made it to my room as soon as the results were announced. It would give me time to escape. My backpack was ready, and I had $5,000 in my bank for winning the last contest. That was enough to start a new faceless life. Judge Cody coughed, drawing the attention of all the contestants. "The nesting trials were," he gazed at me, "interesting." A laughter followed, and my face turned bright red. He continued, "2 contestants will be going home tonight. Their nests were nothing but an assortment of luxury goods. But that's not what we wanted to see. We wanted to see something that showed your love in what you made." He stopped and looked up. I gulped, knowing that he would announce my name first. I lowered my head, holding my tears. Why was it that my heart didn't want me to go away from here? Something was tugging at it, and I didn't know what. Tears threatened to fill my eyes again. I knew Judge Cody's next line would be that Summer is disqualified. Two girls who will be going are, he paused, adding to the tension in the room. Daisy's soft laugh permeated the air. It's her for sure, she chuckled, pointing at me. Rena and Nella. What? I whipped my head, my eyebrows shooting to my hairline as I stared at Judge Cody. My mouth dropped open and I stared and stared at him. He wasn't looking at me. Tamara pursed her lips as she glanced at me as if to stop laughing. What? Daisy shot. This is not right, she said. Summer should be disqualified. Judge Cody gave her a sharp glare. And who are you to judge? She opened her mouth to say something and then snapped it shut, flustered like a chicken to be plucked. Relief flooded through me. I couldn't believe it, but a small smile tugged at my lips. How was this possible? Cody looked up at the rest of us. The winner of the competition is Denver Doe. She gets a check of $5,000. The room erupted in cheers and claps as people congratulated her. The list of all those who qualified for the next contest is over there, he said, pointing at a notice board. You can also see your rankings. Honestly, I didn't want to see my ranking, but I couldn't help my curiosity. So I rushed to see the rankings and found that my name was in the last. I thanked God silently for just making the cut. At least I was still in the contest. Damon and Laura could take a hike. I couldn't stop feeling relieved. Hey there, Tammy came to greet me. I laughed softly, feeling excited. I don't know what happened. She hugged me. My brother is getting protective about you. Why was he growling and strong-arming my nest? I mean, no one could dare to set foot near my cabin. Why was he doing this to me? I was sure to be disqualified, so how did I manage to make the cut? She grabbed my wrist and took me to a quieter place. Since this was a special situation, we made the alphas vote for you, and you won by 2 votes. Oh, I blinked at her in surprise. I guess you are making an impression. This only means that there are some alphas out there who still want you in the contest. Yeah, I guess Alpha Damon was one of them. She jerked her head. Damon? No. He voted against you. Bradley POV. I didn't know what came over me. My wolf turned feral when he realized that judges were coming to see Summer's nest. Was I going insane? Because I didn't have the slightest idea as to what overcame me. But I hated the way Damon was snooping around. I remembered how blood coated my hand when I barreled into him and pummeled him. The bastard had the audacity to peep inside her cabin. He had no right to look at it. No one had the right to look at Summer's nest. My beast howled his claim. It was a primal response. A feral rage overtook me as I stared at all unmated alphas out there, daring them to challenge me for my decision. Summer was mine, and then I saw Summer. She was shaking with fear. My wolf whined. All he wanted was to calm his mate. I returned to my penthouse and took a long bath, wondering how was I going to stay put if this was how Blaze reacted so possessively. It was like he was getting overprotective, jealous and domineering when it came to Summer. I came out of the bathroom only to find Tamara sitting on the chair, eating an apple. Shaking my head, I sat on the couch. Someone had to scold me for what I did. Better Tamara than my dad or mom. Am I slipping? She chuckled. Not the way I thought you would, but your reaction was natural. Summer is your mate, and it's not a bad thing. It was Summer's nest, I said, exhaling loudly. There's no coming back from this. Well, you've painted a target on her back, Tammy mocked. But thankfully, I suggested alphas to vote for the situation, else she would have been disqualified. I think I should get her out of here, I said, rising to my feet. What? No, Tammy protested. I saw Damon talking to her. I couldn't hear anything because their voices were drowned in the noise in the room, but Summer looked terrified of him. Maybe you should investigate that. I clenched my fists at my sides. Damon was a sore sight, and I wanted to take him down or kill him. But I'd already lost control once, and I wasn't going to do that again, lest Summer gets all the more afraid of me. I had to deal with Damon discreetly. Tamara came to me and placed her hand on my shoulder. I know that this is hard for you, Bradley. On one side there's Morelli, and then on the other side there's Damon. You want to protect her from both of them, but you have to be patient. She's your mate." My beast settled down, sighing. "You're right," I said, looking at my sister. "Thanks for the voting idea. Anytime." "The next trial be held in a few days. You think you can manage Laura?" She smirked. "Of course. She wouldn't know what she is dealing with." I couldn't help but laugh at my twin sister. "You're sinister. Remind me never to cross you." I wanted to meet Summer so badly that night, but I wasn't sure if she wanted to see me. Still, my wolf forced me to go to her, and before I could stop myself, I found myself knocking on her door. "Hi," she said, her eyes staring daggers at me, but her body saying something else. Her cheeks heated, and I could sense her heart rate picking up. "What are you doing here?" I couldn't tear my gaze away from her face, her lips, the way her smell coated my insides. "Are you angry with me?" She looked so cute in her short nightdress. What a stupid question. Blaze rolled his eyes. I stabbed my fingers at the back of my head. I couldn't. I shook my head. It was... She turned and walked back in her room, and I followed her inside, closing the door behind me. "Please don't be angry with me, Summer," I urged her, closing the gap between us. I needed to touch her, feel her, and calm my wolf. She turned sharply to face me, and gasped when she found me standing barely 2 inches away. I could have got disqualified. "Tamara took care of it," I replied, my hands lifting on their own accord to cup her cheeks. "It won't happen again." Her cheeks were so soft. I brushed my thumb on her skin, savoring the feel. The mate bond was getting intense by the minute. Before I knew it, I lowered my mouth to hers, and when I was just a breath away, I thought that she would flinch. But she didn't. Instead, her hands came to my shirt as if she didn't want me to leave her. That was all the cue I needed, and crashed my lips on hers. Summer moaned, opening up for me like a flower. I delved my tongue inside her urgently, like I was starved for her. And goddess I was. Cupping the back of her head, I angled her face to kiss her better. "Summer," I rasped and continued to kiss her, ravage her. I picked her up with my left arm and carried her to the bed. There, I sat down and made her sit on my lap without breaking the kiss. I never wanted this moment to get over. Suddenly, she whimpered and the smell of her arousal hit my nostrils. Summer was panting as she rested her head against my chest. "This is so inappropriate," she murmured. "No," I replied, tucking her head beneath my chin. "This is the rightest thing." "They'll accuse me of seducing you." I laughed out softly. "Tell them it's the other way round." She gasped as I lifted her chin and looked into those beautiful green eyes. "Are you seduced by me?" She blushed till her chest. "What is happening to me?" she asked, confused. All the anger she had vanished. "Flow with it, Summer," I encouraged. "Don't resist it, and don't run away." She snapped her eyes to me. I chuckled as I tucked a strand of her tousled hair behind her ear. "I saw your backpack. It's always packed." Another blush. Goddess, it was becoming difficult to resist her. I needed to mark and claim her fast. I think she was exhausted after the day's commotion. My wolf couldn't help feeling proud that our mate found solace in us. That night, I left with reluctance. Human Town. The morning sun barely peeked over the horizon when I walked into our small office in the Human Town. The town was still waking up, the quiet streets mirroring the brewing storm inside me. Another business of Morelli was detected. The dirty business he was involved in, human trafficking, was detestable. I couldn't stand the thought of innocent women being used and discarded like they were nothing. Beta-Tarian sat at the desk, sifting through papers, his brows furrowed. He'd been working on gathering intel for days, and now it was time to make our move. "Any leads?" I asked, taking a seat opposite him, my muscles tense. Tarian glanced up. "We've got a few. I've traced some of the shipments through a few contacts in the human world. Morelli's people are using legitimate businesses as fronts. Bars, restaurants, and," he paused, flipping through a file, "illegal adoption agencies." My stomach twisted at the thought of how low Morelli could go. "We need to hit him where it hurts," I said, my jaw tightening. "We've got to free those women, but we also need to make sure Morelli doesn't see it coming. This can't be traced back to us." Tarian nodded, understanding exactly what I meant. "I've got the human contacts we need. They've been keeping quiet about Morelli's operations. But to bring this all down, we need to get the authorities involved. We can't just let him walk free." I leaned back in my chair, staring at the ceiling for a moment. The plan was simple, but execution would be a nightmare. We couldn't just rush in blindly. Morelli had people everywhere. His trafficking ring was deep, and his reach was long. It had to be methodical, and we had to move quickly. We'll use our connections, and you'll have to leverage the PAC's resources to track down key members of Morelli's network, I said, a plan forming in my mind. We'll sabotage them, piece by piece, without alerting him. Tarian didn't hesitate. I'll start with the businesses. Morelli's operations are well hidden, but I can get us the locations. I'll also start tracking the women he's selling. It's going to take time to infiltrate the right places. I nodded, standing up and pacing. Once we get the intel, we'll arrange a rescue mission. We won't show our faces, though. After we free them, we make sure the law knows what's happening. Tarian's eyes glimmered with a touch of pride. Sounds like a plan. Bradley POV. The next few days were filled with information gathering and covert action. Tarian used his human connections to trace Morelli's supply chain, while I used the resources of the PAC in order to dig deeper into the businesses Morelli was using as fronts. Our wolves had a way of sniffing out secrets, and we weren't about to let this one slip away. As we got closer to the information we needed, Tarian and I set up a meeting in a small cafe in the human town. It was a nondescript place where people didn't question the occasional shady deal. I had never liked hiding in the shadows, but sometimes it was necessary. Tarian was already there when I arrived, sitting at a corner table with a tall man dressed in dark clothes. The man was nervous, constantly glancing over his shoulder. He was one of the workers Morelli had employed, and we had arranged to meet him to learn what he knew. Obviously, we paid a huge sum of money to him, and also arranged for him to leave the country as soon as he gave us the information. I slid into the chair opposite him, and Tarian wasted no time. Start talking. The man swallowed nervously, and after a long pause, he spoke. I don't know much, but I know about the women. I've seen the shipping papers. Morelli's got his hands in everything. Bars, restaurants, clubs, and these adoption schemes, he stuttered. We were shaken by the truth he was revealing. Adoption schemes? I was horrified. Did he buy babies and sell them? There's a house, a big one. That's where they keep them. I've seen them, broken women, locked away. They're never seen again. I clenched my fist under the table, the fury building up inside me. This wasn't just about bringing Morelli down. I needed to destroy everything he stood for. The bastard was so fucking vile that I felt like I needed to erase him and his spawns from the face of Earth. Tarian placed a hand on my thigh when he sensed my fury. Through the mind link, he said, "Your wolf is trying to surface. I can sense it. Calm down. You can't lose control at this moment." "Where's the house?" I demanded, leaning forward after calming myself. "Tell me everything you know." He hesitated for a moment before giving us the location. It was a small mansion on the outskirts of the town, with high walls and hidden from view. I could already see the perfect operation forming in my mind, how we would free those women and burn Morelli's empire to the ground. I turned to Tarian, who gave me a sharp nod. We were ready, but we had one last thing to take care of. I called my father and explained what we had learned. He listened carefully, and once I finished, tension rose in the air. What a horrible man. "What do you expect from Mafia Alpha?" Tarian sighed. "These people are the scums of society. By erasing this one bastard, we will do people a lot of favor. Give me the authority to go to his mansion alone and kill him." Father jerked his head back. "Tarian, you know I can't allow that." Then he paused. "We're going to use the PAC's resources to help," he continued, his gaze hardening. "I can get my wolves to track the location, but we'll need more than just strength to bring down Morelli." He paused for a moment before continuing. He lowered his voice and added, "This needs to be a message. Morelli needs to know that no one is above the law, and that no one messes with us. He dared to threaten us. Time has come, he tastes his own medicine." I nodded. "Exactly. But we also need to free those women first. We can't let them get lost in the system." Tarian added, "I'll bring my connections into play." We worked in silence for hours, planning every move, making sure every piece was in place. Tarian and I split up to carry out our plans. He handled the information gathering, while I prepared the team for the rescue mission. The day of the mission arrived sooner than I expected. Tarion had confirmed the location, and we had the authorities ready to move in on Morelli's network. But we couldn't let them know what was coming just yet. We had to keep it under wraps, making sure there was no trace of us in the operation. That night, I met with Tarion outside the mansion where Morelli was keeping the women. It was dark, the only light coming from the moon above, and I could feel the tension in the air. "We're ready," Tarion said, his voice calm but filled with an underlying urgency. I nodded, taking one last look at the mansion before we moved in. The rescue mission was fast and efficient. We freed the women, and as we moved them to safety, I couldn't help but feel a sense of justice finally being served. But even as we left the mansion, I knew this wasn't over. Morelli would retaliate. I was scared for Summer. If he traced all this back to us, I was sure that he would target Summer first. Later that night, I received the call I was expecting. Father was on the other end of the line, his voice tight with tension. "We've got Morelli," he said. "Come back and burn every trail that leads to you. Have you alerted the authorities?" "Yes, we did that yesterday after we rescued the women. We also alerted the NGOs which help such women." I sighed, feeling every muscle in my body screaming with tiredness. I hoped that they all go back to their homes. Most of them were bruised and injured and infected. "What about the babies?" "We found 5 babies, which were being sold on black market. We have rescued them, and all will be given back to their families as soon as the authorities finalize the proceedings." "Goddess, what a scumbag," Father rasped. "I've never seen a man so horrible in my life." "Neither have I," I replied, feeling happy that I was able to help so many people. "Our aircraft is waiting at the airport. Ask every one of our wolves to return immediately. I don't want anyone to stay there. Even Tarion. He will be in deep shit if Morelli comes to know that he was behind every information." Tarion was with me. He chuckled as he placed his hand on my shoulder. "Stop bothering about me so much, Alpha Lucien. I am on my way to the airport with Brad." Father chuckled back. "Come soon. I need both my son and my beta in front of me in 2 hours." "Yes, boss." Tarion laughed. I breathed a sigh of relief. I looked out at the stars. Another one of Morelli's businesses was down. He was going to spend more time thinking about what went wrong and would try to find people who sabotaged it. However, he won't be able to trace it to the wolves. He had threatened me that the police were in his pockets, that he could send hunters to kill us, that he had all the money in the world, and that he owned the humans. But with 2 of his empires crumbling to shambles, I wanted to hear from him. I could imagine him shaking and pissing in pants. Most of his money trails were frozen. CIA was after him. I got the report that the policemen who worked for him were getting nabbed fast. He dared to threaten me for Summer. Well, he was going to suffer horribly. I would do anything and everything for my Summer. She was my mate, one chosen by Goddess for me. No one could separate her from me. We arrived at the Shadowfang Pack by midnight. I mind-linked all the wolves and asked if they had reached safely. All of them had returned. While Tarion headed to his home, I went to the resort, to my penthouse, where I knew Summer was sleeping. I just wanted to curl inside her and sleep. Would she allow me to come into her room? The last time I was with her was phenomenal. I wish I could taste her arousal, drink her like my personal nectar. Through my tiredness, excitement bubbled, and before I knew it, I was standing at her door, knocking lightly at the risk of waking her up. Summer POV. The week had dragged on endlessly. The days were filled with activities, but the nights were unbearable. I felt alone. Laura was becoming all the more frustrated by her situation and by something I simply couldn't understand. It was like she was taking out her anger on me. Her rashes had settled down, but the swelling on her face hadn't reduced. It looked like her lips were stung by a bee repeatedly, and she had got fillers in her cheeks. One day when I went to visit her, I heard her talking to her father on the phone. I halted in my tracks on the side of the door of her room. "Daddy, I hate it here. This place has all sorts of infections. The forests don't suit me. I feel like I will never get out of the hospital," she cried. Since she was on the speakerphone, I could hear the conversation. "What the hell, Laura?" he shouted. "I'm struggling over here and you can't fucking do one small thing. Besides, you aren't even doing anything. It's Summer who is there in the trials on your behalf." She started crying. "Daddy, I am constantly unwell, and I hate Summer. She has started thinking that she is me. The organizers have given her a room to stay, like a big room. It is bigger than mine. They have provided her with clothes and everything else. Now she answers me back. I'm afraid that the alphas like her more than ever. With me out of the contest, it's like I'm out of sight, out of mind. And I feel Summer is taking advantage of the situation. What if she gets hitched by an alpha, and I am simply thrown out?" "Shut the fuck up," he shouted. "How does it matter that she is being provided with luxury? It is temporary, and it is for your success. You make sure that you have Summer in place. Keep an eye on her, and keep reminding her that she is nothing but a fucking maid." Morelli continued, "Things out here have gone out of hand. I don't know how, but authorities are after me. Someone has tipped them off about our internal businesses. My casino was taken down, and now my brothels are getting busted. Do you even know the kind of trouble I am in? So stick to your fucking task. We need this Wolf Alliance now more than ever. Keep Summer in check. Use her. This is the most crucial time. I am trying to keep business alive here, and you can't fucking manage one simple thing?" "What?" Laura cried. "What are you saying? Our casino? Brothels? How is it possible, Daddy? Who is behind it?" A chill ran down my spine, and I stifled a gasp. Morelli's empire was going down? Whoa, who was behind it? Who had the guts to go after him? Whoever the person was my hero. I silently prayed for his safety and success. And I don't know why I felt thrilled to hear this information. If he got destroyed, I would be free. "I don't know," Morelli said, "but my people are finding the perpetrators. I'll soon come to know. In the meanwhile, just hold on over there, okay?" "Yes, Daddy," Laura said in a shaky voice and disconnected the call. I peeped inside only to find her shaking. Blood had drained from her face. I walked in. She snapped her eyes to me. "You," she hissed. I gulped down my fear, my excitement. "How are you?" I asked. "Can't you see, bitch?" She waved her hand over her face. "What is the next trial about?" "They'll be announcing it tomorrow. Make sure that you win, okay? I heard that you were last for the nesting trials." I lowered my face, blushing hard when I recalled what Bradley did. "Listen, you bitch," Laura said. "Don't make yourself comfortable with all the luxury around you. It is temporary, and once the trials are over, I will be the Luna of one of the alphas, not you, okay?" I raised an eyebrow, anger replacing my fear. "Oh, don't worry, Laura. I'm well aware of how temporary everything is, including you. At least, unlike you, I don't need to rely on anyone's position to feel important. I've earned my place here." Her eyes narrowed, and I could feel the tension thickening in the air. "And just so you know," I added, "I'm not here for your approval or anyone else's. And unlike you, I don't need to be anyone's second choice. When the trials are over, you can have all the alphas you want in your life. Because of me." Her smugness faltered. Before she could speak another word, I spun sharply and stormed out of the room. I didn't want any more of her bitterness. I was already feeling depressed as such. I had been missing Brad every moment, even though I had told myself I wouldn't get attached. It wasn't supposed to be like this. I was supposed to be focused on the trials, on my future, but all I could think about was him. His eyes, his touch, the way he made me feel like I was the only woman in the world. Every time I woke up, his absence seemed to amplify. I couldn't help but feel lost, empty. My room felt larger without him in it, and I didn't understand why it bothered me so much. Was I just lonely? Was it just the bond between us? I wanted to scream at myself for feeling this way, for letting my thoughts drift to him so often. During the day, the organizers had arranged for the contestants to tour the pack. I should have been excited, but I wasn't. All I could do was look around, hoping to catch a glimpse of Brad, but he was nowhere to be found. My heart sank each time. I tried to focus on the things around me, the history of the pack, the beautiful scenery, but nothing could hold my attention. My thoughts always returned to him. "What's wrong, Summer?" Tammy asked one afternoon when she noticed how down I was. "I don't know. I'm just tired, I guess," I said, trying to shrug it off. Tammy gave me a concerned look. "You're missing him, aren't you?" I stared at her, unsure of how to answer. I didn't want to admit it, not even to myself, but there it was, the truth I couldn't deny. "Missing whom?" I said, my cheeks heating up. Surely she didn't notice my feelings for him. Or did Bradley tell her about us? God, that would be so embarrassing. She would think of me as a gold digger. Tammy chuckled, understanding more than I wanted her to. Don't worry, he'll be back soon, and when he does, you'll be glad to see him. I scratched my forehead and looked away. I don't know who you are talking about, I blurted and marched away to where all the contestants were. Tammy barked a laugh, but I refused to acknowledge it. The days had turned into a blur of practice and social events, and every evening felt emptier than the last. I kept waiting for something, anything, to make me feel whole again. But nothing did. Daisy would often stare daggers at me, but I wasn't bothered. She could go to hell for all I cared. By Friday, my exhaustion had caught up with me. I barely slept, tossing and turning in bed, trying to calm the ache that seemed to grow inside of me the longer Brad stayed away. What was wrong with me? Why couldn't I just focus on the trials like everyone else? Why was he the only thought that could occupy my mind? I tried my best to shake my stupid thoughts, to engage in activities like going to the hospital and helping children or reading them stories, but nothing helped me. I had lost my appetite. Sometimes I think Tammy looked at me with worry in her eyes. She even invited me to go to her house, but I chose to remain in my room, which was opposite to Brad's. At least, this way I was closer to him. As the night wore on, I lay there, staring at the ceiling, wishing for him to come back, wishing for his touch, his warmth. The room felt too cold. I was caught in a storm of confusion and longing, and I didn't know how to make it stop. Tears welled in my eyes. I was planning on escaping. That's what I had to focus, and not on Brad. But why was it that the idea of escaping and going away from him was painful, unthinkable? Please, God, stop this. I will descend into insanity if you continue this with me. Yes, I blamed God for my situation. Then at midnight, the knock on my door came. Summer POV. I froze. My heart started racing, and I shot up in bed, wiping the sleep from my eyes. Who was there? Could it be Brad? Or was I imagining things? No, that was impossible. Why would Brad visit me, and that too at this hour of the night? Still, I stumbled out of bed, my heart pounding in my chest. I opened the door, and there he was, Brad. My chest tightened as my breath caught in my throat. I wanted to say something, to ask him where he had been, but I couldn't. All I could do was stare at him, my heart swelling with emotions I couldn't control. Before I could say a word, he stepped forward, pulling me into his arms. His scent, his warmth surrounded me, and I couldn't fight it anymore. My body melted into his, and without even thinking, I kissed him. The kiss was deep and desperate, and it felt like everything I had been craving for the past week. His lips were firm against mine, urgent and hungry. I could feel the tension in his body, just like I felt it in mine. I needed him, and it felt like I was finally getting what I had been yearning for. Brad's hands roamed to my back, pulling me closer, until I was pressed tightly against him. He growled low in his throat, sending a shiver down my spine. "You've no idea how much I've missed you," he whispered, his breath hot against my ear. I didn't know what to say. I just wrapped my arms around him, pulling him closer. My body ached with want, with need. He gently lifted me off the ground, cradling me in his arms, and I didn't protest. I didn't want to protest. I was finally in his arms, where I belonged. He walked us to the bed, placing me gently on the mattress. The room was filled with the sound of our breathing, heavy and erratic. My mind was clouded with desire, and every touch of his felt like fire against my skin. He knelt in front of me, his hands gently pushing up the fabric of my nightdress. "Summer," he whispered, his voice raw with need. "I've never wanted anything as much as I want you right now." I couldn't speak. My words failed me. All I could do was nod, my body reacting to the intensity of the moment. The heat between us was unbearable, and I felt myself trembling with anticipation. Brad's hands found their way to my waist, pulling me closer, and I didn't resist. The way he touched me, the way he looked at me, it was like we were both finally giving in to something we had been holding back for too long. He leaned down to kiss me again, this time slower, more deliberate. Every movement was like a promise, and my heart raced as I felt every ounce of tension between us. I couldn't get enough of him, and it felt like we were two halves finally coming together, completing each other. Brad pulled away just enough to look at me, his eyes dark with desire. "Did you miss me?" he asked, his voice low and rough. I nodded, my voice barely a whisper. "Yes." With that, the world around us seemed to melt away. We were consumed by each other, lost in the intensity of the moment. It felt like the rest of the world didn't matter. Only him, only us. When it was over, we lay there, tangled in each other's arms, the weight of the world fading away. I could hear his steady breathing, and I pressed my ear to his chest, feeling his heartbeat against mine. I didn't want to move, didn't want to leave this moment. This was where I belonged. "I'm not going anywhere," Brad whispered, his fingers gently tracing patterns on my back. I smiled, feeling a sense of peace wash over me. How did he know what I wanted? I closed my eyes, holding each other. The tension, the longing, it was all gone now, and in its place was a sense of contentment, of belonging. I had finally found my place, and it was in his arms. As I drifted off to sleep, I couldn't help but feel that this was only the beginning of something much bigger, something that would change everything for both of us. Or was I dreaming? Summer POV. I couldn't seem to stay away from him. The ache that tugged at the center of my heart was increasing by the day. It felt like my choice to stay away from Brad never existed. Within 2 weeks, he had become my anchor. But I also knew that he was a dream. Our interaction was temporary. He would never make me his Luna. By now I had come to know that he was the strongest alpha in the north, just like his father. Probably stronger because he was the son of mated wolves. Whatever was between us would break the moment the trials were over, and then I would escape. Honestly, my mind was in such turmoil that I had no idea of what was happening. When I was around him, I was so happy and satisfied, and when he wasn't there, misery became me. I hadn't slept well in the last few days, but last night I slept like a log. From the looks of it, even Brad slept deeply. Last night was mind-blowing. I woke up with a delicious ache in my body and a big smile. When I turned my head to the side, I found him sleeping on his stomach with his arm wrapped around me possessively. I couldn't help staring at him, at the way God had carved him. He was like a Greek god coming alive. My fingers went to his forehead where I lightly brushed his hair away. He stirred slightly and tightened his hold over me, pulling me closer. I gushed at the warmth swelling inside my chest. No one loved me, and now here he was. Even if this was just a temporary thing, I wanted to bask under it. Once the trials were over, I would disappear from here forever. I wondered if I should tell him about Laura's call with her father. Carefully, I pried his arm from me and got out of the bed. The Luna trial candidates were supposed to congregate in the conference hall where the next trial was to be announced. Quickly, I took a bath, changed into a yellow sundress, and hurried to the conference room, leaving him still sleeping on my bed. "There she is!" Someone snickered as soon as I walked into the conference room. I snapped my head only to see Daisy and her friends standing in a group and glaring at me like I had just threatened to snuff their life. Rolling my eyes, I walked toward the edge of the room, my favorite place because it hid me well from the eyes of the predators. That reminded me of Damon. I scanned the room to see if he was there, and to my utter disgust, he was. Standing at the far end of the room, he was talking to other alphas, but his eyes fell on me, and he lifted his lips in a smile as if to greet me. Another roll of eyes, and I focused on those on the podium. This time, along with Tamara, I also saw Luna Auren. Boy, she was the most mesmerizing woman I'd ever seen. Beautiful, elegant, and had an unmistakable aura. "How much do you want?" A voice broke my thoughts. I turned my head only to see Daisy and her friends have come to stand near me. "What?" I asked, unable to understand what she wanted. "I'm asking how much do you want?" I blinked. "Want what?" "Money," she said. "How much will it take to get you out of here?" I felt like someone had poured ice water over my head. I stared at her incredulously. My eyes went to her group of 3 friends, all of whom were looking at me with equal hatred. What was wrong with them? What had I done to them? Anger swelled in my chest. Instead of backing off like I usually did, this time I crossed my arms across my chest. "You don't have enough." "Oh, so you have a price?" Daisy scoffed. "Freaking entitled bitches," I scoffed back. "In plain words, you all don't have enough money to make me get out of the trials." Daisy took a step toward me, trying to threaten me as her eyes flashed golden. But I didn't step back. getting used to these alpha behaviors over the last 2 weeks. Leave these trials or we are going to put a motion against you. Humans shouldn't be allowed to enter Luna trials. You are inferior to us in every way. So just fuck off and go back to your world. I am giving you a good exit. Take the money and leave. I narrowed my eyes on her. And if I do that, you'll not leave an opportunity to disgrace me? You won't go around telling people that I was too greedy and took your money to leave the trials? She tilted her head. No, I won't, she replied. So does that mean that you'll leave? Why do you care so much if I'm here? I asked. I'm not the real threat here. You should be least bothered about me, because in your own words, humans are inferior to you. Daisy gritted her teeth. I want you to leave because I hate you. I chuckled. Then you should leave, because I don't like you too. You. I put my hand up to stop her. I'm not leaving the trials, Daisy. Do what you want to, and shove that money up your ass. I've had enough of you. After today, don't come to talk to me. Her eyes widened at my words. Her friends started growling, but I growled back at them. Wow. For a human, I had a great growl. Eyes in the room snapped toward us, but I maintained my confident stance. Daisy and her friends left in a huff, but not before sending that glare at me, which said that this wasn't over. From the periphery of my vision, I saw Alpha Bradley leaning against the door of the room, watching me with a smirk on his face. Heat flooded my cheeks, and there went all of my confidence. He sauntered toward me, picking up a glass of orange juice from a server's tray. He offered it to me and said, I loved that. You're becoming bolder. God, my knees were wobbly. Thank you, I managed to say. My eyes went to those around us, and I noticed that everyone was stealing glances at us. Attention, everyone. Tamara's voice reached our ears. We will be announcing the next contest for Luna trials. An excited murmur broke out in the room. Excuse me, Luna Tamara, Daisy said loudly. There's something we would like to say before the commencement of next trials. Tamara nodded. You may speak. Luna Auren watched her, her eyes narrowing like she didn't like the interference. Daisy stepped in front along with her friends. After 2 weeks of trials, my friends and I have a very important suggestion, one that can't be ignored. Tamara sighed and nodded again. What is it? The Luna trials are all about the potential she-wolves meeting the alphas to become their Lunas. Daisy started. Only the she-wolves know how to be the Lunas. They are born and brought up in an environment where they see it closely. Then why have you allowed a human to be a part of the trials? She looked over her shoulder at me. She should be removed from the trials. A human isn't what the alphas are looking for. Disbelief exploded in my chest. She had gone to such lengths to publicly ask for my removal. What was her problem? How could she do this to me? Blood drained from my face as people looked at me, some with concern and some with scorn. Brad moved closer to me, a growl vibrating in his chest, as if challenging them to come near me. What nonsense is this? He barked. Daisy flinched, but she continued. We should have a voting to determine what all of us want. We can't allow a human to enter the Luna trials. This is ridiculous. Yes, her friends supported her, and a few from the crowd behind them. My eyes went to Damon, who was leaning against a window ledge, watching it all with a smile, like he finally got a chance to eat the canary. Are you done? Luna Auren said in a cold voice. Daisy opened her mouth and then shut it closed, nodding. So what you're basically saying is that you want the human girl to leave? Yes, Luna. She is no way in our league. We are a superior breed. Isn't your father Alpha of the Grey Moon Pack? Yes, Luna, Daisy replied proudly. Then doesn't he know about the treaty with humans? Or the latest clause that humans have introduced in the treaty? Daisy gulped. Either you are stupid, or you think you can fool the rest of us, Luna Auren fumed. If you want to erase that clause from the treaty, I suggest that you ask your father to approach the Joint Human Wolves Council and get it erased. Until then, the trials will continue. Luna Auren paused for a moment before adding, and so voting is out of the question. Daisy stuttered. Her friends stepped back looking like idiots. People snickered from behind, while some openly laughed. As for me, I couldn't help feeling ecstatic. Luna Auren was really something. Luna Auren ignored her and looked at Tammy. You can announce the next trials. Tammy shook her head as she chuckled. As a leader, The Luna often has to organize and oversee the pack's resources, including food. The next trial is a cooking challenge, where contestants have to feed a large group of people under time constraint. This will test their organizational and leadership skills. Summer POV. The place smelled of fresh herbs, simmering sauces, and sizzling meats. The challenge for the Luna trials was set the next day, which was a cooking competition. Brad had left yesterday in the evening. He wanted to spend time with me, but he had to leave because he had to prepare for what was coming next. Though I didn't understand it, I could sense that it was urgent. Pressing a kiss to my temple, his parting words were, "Do you trust me?" I was wrapped in his tight embrace, like he hated to leave me. When I nodded, he said, "Then please don't go anywhere. I'll be back as soon as possible. I'm going to make things right." I pressed my face in his chest, unable to bear this separation and face another round of depression. "When will you return?" He stroked my hair and kissed the crown of my head. "As soon as possible." He cupped my cheeks and lifted my face to press a kiss on my lips. "Goddess, I hate to stay away from you," he breathed. "Me too, Brad. Where will this all lead to?" I let out a deep sigh and decided to tell him about the conversation Laura had with her father. He listened to it intently, after which he left. So here I was. The outdoor cooking area was spacious, with large grills, an open flame pit, and stone countertops. There were wooden tables for food preparation. They were surrounded by shelves stocked with pots, pans, and spices. A canopy provided shade for us. Tables and chairs were set for the pack members who would come to eat the food we made. All the participants had been asked to prepare a meal fit for an alpha and his pack. The room was filled with activity as other contestants scurried around. As much as I hated to admit it, I was out of my depth here. I had no experience cooking for anyone but myself. And what did an alpha even like to eat? I used to be a waitress where I served dinner and not cooked dinner. I looked around nervously, seeing the sheer confidence in some of the girls' movements. They were used to this, used to impressing people with their skills, impressing the alphas with their prowess in the kitchen. Me, I was used to eating the remnants at the restaurant. But still I had some knowledge, like what was popular in my restaurant. I could use that knowledge to my benefit. Tammy appeared beside me, her bright smile not quite reaching her eyes as she sensed my frustration. "Hey, you've got this, Summer. Just trust yourself," she said softly in a low voice. "Do you think they'll like it if I make something simple like pasta?" I asked, trying to hide the panic rising in my chest. "Honestly, if you make it with love, they'll love it. And besides, we both know it's not just about cooking, it's about showing your strength. You'll nail it," she reassured me. Her words were reassuring, but I wasn't so sure. I had no idea what an alpha would enjoy eating. Pasta seemed too simple too, plain, but it was the only thing I could think of that I could make without messing it up. I grabbed the ingredients I needed: spaghetti, some fresh vegetables, chicken, garlic, and a bottle of olive oil. I worked quickly, trying to quiet the voices of doubt in my head. The other contestants were already plating their meals, their dishes looking nothing short of gourmet. The girls were well trained, unlike the uncouth me. I tried to ignore them and focused on chopping the vegetables. 5 hours into the trial, the place began to smell delicious. My fingers worked in rhythm as I seasoned my dish and added the final touches. The sauce thickened, the vegetables softened, and the chicken cooked to the level I wanted. I looked down at my meal, unsure whether it was good enough. By afternoon, the pack members started pouring in. I stood in front of my table, watching them eat and praise the food of other contestants. An hour passed, and I had no one coming to my table. The rejection from the pack members hurt, and I didn't even know why, like it was a personal rejection. I blinked the tears away from my eyes. It was stupid. Why would anyone eat the pasta I made? It was so regular that everyone had it in their homes on a regular basis. Just as I was thinking of wrapping it up and calling it a major defeat, a young 10-year-old approached. He took a long, deliberate sniff of the air, his eyes flickering with interest. Smells good. What have we here?" "Pasta with roasted vegetables and grilled chicken, sir," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, even though I was excited to see my first customer. I gave him a plate. He nodded, taking a bite of the dish. "Wow," he exclaimed. "Your seasoning is so much better than Mom's." I chuckled. His compliment was small but enough to keep me going. Soon my table was surrounded by young kids. They thronged my area in large numbers. Surprise couldn't fit the emotion I felt. I felt honored and so happy that it drove away my depression. I had to ask the helpers to get more vegetables and pasta to cater to the demand. Most contestants' food didn't finish for the first time also. From the corner of my eye, I saw Daisy glaring at me. There were hardly 4 people on her table. I chuckled silently. I guess people liked regular meals more than the exotic ones. I watched as people ate around my table. Most of them seemed to enjoy their food, exchanging praises and small talk. However, I noticed something was off when a few of the pack members started to shift uncomfortably in their seats. One by one, murmurs began to rise from the table. "I'm not feeling well," someone said. "Is this a stomach bug?" A loud crash echoed as a chair scraped against the floor. Another pack member rushed to the restroom, holding their stomach in agony. Panic began to ripple through the group as more and more people complained of nausea and cramps. I froze. It couldn't be. As the commotion grew louder, fear clenched at my chest. "What happened?" I heard Tamara's voice. I looked up only to see Daisy standing across the table with her friends, looking at me with suspicion. "Isn't it obvious?" she snapped, stepping closer to where I sat. "She poisoned the food." "What?" I blurted out, my voice shaky. "I didn't poison anyone. I cooked it just like we were supposed to." Daisy's smile was thin and cruel as she continued. "Don't pretend. Why else would everyone suddenly get sick after eating your food? No one else had this problem when they ate food prepared by others. You're wrong. I swear. I didn't poison anyone." I scanned the room as chaos unfolded. Tamara looked back at Daisy, her jaw tightening. "You're out of line, Daisy." "You can't seriously believe her, Tamara," Daisy hissed. "Can't you see that she mixed some poison in her pasta and now the pack members are ill?" All other contestants came to stand behind her. "Everyone, settle down." Tamara's voice cut through the tension. She turned to me, her gaze softening. "Summer, did you use any unusual ingredients?" I shook my head quickly. "No, nothing out of the ordinary." "You should throw her in the dungeons for poisoning the food," Daisy shouted. "It is her. I told you not to trust humans. I cautioned you to throw her out of the content. Now look, what happened? How are you going to undo what she did, Luna Tamara? You should have listened to me. Now the pack members would never believe in humans. By the way, you can use this incident to erase that clause from the treaty. Oh, and you can thank me later." A murmur broke in the area. Everyone was staring at me like I was a criminal, but I hadn't poisoned them at all. I mean, where would I get it from? I looked at Tamara and she appeared flustered. "A proper inquiry will be conducted in this incident," she announced. "Until then, I suggest that all of you return to your rooms." Then she gazed at me. "Until the inquiry is finished, Summer will stay in our house for safety reasons." "What?" Daisy exclaimed in shock. "Why?" "Like I said, for her safety," Tamara stated seriously. "She isn't in any danger," Daisy protested. "How can you upgrade her living conditions?" Ignoring her completely, Tamara came to me. "Come on, let's go." Flustered and confused, I nodded and followed her. "I didn't poison Tammy," I said. She didn't say anything and led me to the car. Third POV. "This is stupid," Daisy fumed as she flopped on the couch in her room. "How could Tamara take that little scum to Alpha's house? This is the opposite of what I was thinking." Her friend Haley sat on the couch beside her. I was hoping that Tamara would take quick action and disqualify Summer, but she's a moron. She took her to the Alpha's house and has put her under his protection. The pack members are going to hate her. Ugh, what a moron. She doesn't deserve to be a Luna. You have to rule the pack members with an iron fist, not show compassion. "That's right," another friend of hers, Jade, said. "And why is Tamara even helping Summer? Is it because Bradley has a special interest in Summer? Doesn't she understand that the Alphas love to have many partners? He is interested in Summer only because he gets to taste a new experience with a human." "Exactly my thoughts," Daisy ranted. "But our plan worked well." Jade giggled. "No one even came to know how smoothly we added the mixture of deadly nightshade and belladonna in the last batch of her pasta." "Shh! Keep your voice down!" Daisy scolded her, but the next moment she began laughing. "I swear, Summer's such a moron." While she was busy serving the pack members, You and Haley took the opportunity. I was hoping for her to get disqualified immediately, but Tamara came in between. Well, I'm sure that she will be disqualified soon. We just have to wait for a while. And then we all can prove that we are superior to that human bitch. And that too a maid. Had it been Laura, I wouldn't have minded competing against her, Haley scoffed. That's what. I'm pissed that the judge gave her maximum marks for the first contest and she won. Then Bradley went all alpha over her nest, Daisy fumed. Haley nudged her shoulder. Come on, we all know that you have eyes on Alpha Bradley. Jade started giggling. Yes, we know how you get moon eyes for him. Hush! Daisy blushed. I like Bradley. I mean, who wouldn't? He is so handsome and is the strongest alpha of the North. He is stronger than his father, and it would be a shame if he gets mated to a human. She looked at her nails and brushed them with an air of superiority. I will do my best to throw Summer out of the contest. She could go and fuck other butlers and stewards of the human world. Bradley would come to his senses once she is out of the race. He wouldn't even think of her. Jade and Haley burst out laughing. You're slaying this, Jade said. Daisy tipped her head up slightly. Ever since Summer had entered the contest, she had noticed how Bradley took interest in Summer. When she was coming for the Luna trials, her father, Alpha of the Grayson pack, had specifically told her to keep her eyes on the prize. Alpha Bradley Vaslov. He had told her to make sure that she seduced him well during the trials, so she tried to do that, but it didn't work. She would wear suggestive clothes, try to be near him, or give him those sultry looks as if she meant to flirt with him, but nothing worked. It was like she didn't exist for him. He had eyes only for Summer. That irked her. How could he give her all the attention even though the trials weren't over? It was like he was favoring her. When nothing worked, she asked her father to send the poison from the pack, explaining to him the whole situation. And then she cleverly asked Jade and Haley to help her, telling them that if she became the Luna of the Shadowfang pack, she would give them and their packs special status and ensure that they have free trade with it forever, though she wasn't going to do anything of the sort. Jade and Haley were a means to an end. She looked at them as they laughed, internally scoffing at their stupidity. Jade picked up a grape from the tray on the table and curled her legs up. Hey, we have a week now. What do you plan on doing? Daisy let out a lazy exhale. I need to sleep, then I'll go for spa, and after that I'm planning to shop a little. All these trials have had a toll on me. But in reality, she was going to wait for Summer getting disqualified. Oh wow, Haley said. Why don't we all go for the spa together? Ew, Daisy protested. I can't go for a spa with company. I like to be alone. Jade laughed again. Okay, we get it. Then she got up. I'm gonna sleep for the next 2 days. I'm so mentally and physically exhausted. Who the fuck puts a cooking contest in the Luna trials? She rolled her eyes. When do you think they will disqualify her? Haley asked. Anytime soon, Daisy replied. They wouldn't want to look like fools for delaying the judgment. True, Jade replied, yawning. She walked toward the door. See you, babe. Haley also got up and went out with Jade, both of them talking about the cooking contest. Daisy leaned back on the couch, recalling how the contest went. She loathed how all the pack members flocked to Summer's regular pasta while she sat there with her exotic dishes. Hers was one of the least appreciated tables. She gritted her teeth, murmuring curses. War! She thinks she can entice Alpha Bradley? She doesn't know what it takes to be a Luna. See how I make a mess out of your life, Summer. The entire day, even as she stayed in her room, hoping to catch some sleep, she couldn't. There was no news from the judges whether they had disqualified Summer or not. In the evening when she went down for dinner, she heard people talking amongst themselves about the whole incident. She kept her head low as she walked to the buffet. You think she will be disqualified? Damon's voice made her jump. Daisy's heartbeat increased. She placed her hand on her heart and said, You made me jump! He chuckled. So do you? He asked, raising his eyebrow. I hope she gets excluded. After all, it isn't right to poison the pack members. It's criminal. She took a ladle of pea soup in her bowl. Damon scratched his chin. I hope she is excluded. Daisy's lips lifted in a smile. People were in her favor. Well, if she poisoned, then she should be, he added. Daisy shrugged nonchalantly, even though she was excited inside that people had fallen for her little trick. Soon Summer would be eliminated. That night, she couldn't sleep well, wondering what Summer must be doing in Alpha's house. She hoped that they kept her in the dungeons. Next day, she came down early to find out about the final decision for Summer. There wasn't. It irritated her, but she waited patiently. They must be gathering evidence. For the next 2 days, nothing happened, and she was at her wit's end. By evening, she demanded the organizers to tell their decision about Summer. Third POV. It was 9 p.m. when all of the contestants had gathered to have dinner, that they were called in the conference room for an urgent meeting. Daisy's hopes rose. Abandoning her food, she hurried to the room along with Jade and Haley. Both of them were excitedly talking about how they would celebrate after this. The three of them came to sit right in front of the audience. Daisy noticed that Summer was standing with Tamara and Luna Auren, and she was looking even more beautiful, like she was glowing. Jealousy reared its head inside her, and she felt like killing Summer. She had no business to look so healthy and pink when she had been simmering in rage and anxiety for last 3 days. Drama started. There was a serious allegation on one of our contestants, Summer, regarding wicked deed. She was accused of poisoning the pack members. Her eyes met Daisy's for a moment, and then went to the screen that was hanging behind them. We all take this very seriously. If found guilty, we are going to ban her forever from entering the trials. Jade squeezed Daisy's hand and whispered in a sing-a-song voice, "There she goes!" Daisy pursed her lips to not smile, but the excitement inside her built a notch higher. Tamara said, "The pack doctors examined the patients who got ill that day after eating the pasta prepared by Summer. Our pathologists confirmed presence of poison in it. A mixture of deadly nightshade and belladonna was found in it, and this proves that the food was indeed poisoned." A collective gasp emerged from the audience, and murmurs of how pathetic the human was erupted. Daisy couldn't help feeling elated. Her plan worked beautifully. Tamara remained quiet for a while as she scanned the crowd, while Summer clasped her hands and stood on the podium like a culprit. Daisy scoffed. She dared to be snarky with her. Now taste the consequences. How neatly she eliminated her forever. Tamara's eyes came to Daisy and she said, "However, after an intense investigation into it, we wondered how would Summer find that poison. Both the herbs are grown in controlled places in all the werewolf packs because they are potent poisons. It's not like we grow them wild." Daisy shifted on her feet, her heart beating fast. For Summer to have those herbs, she must have access to the facility where we grow them, Tamara continued. But she didn't go out of the resort other than to meet Laura and to the woods for nesting trials. She doesn't have the idea that werewolves have such facility in their packs. How would she? I mean, would she know that those herbs would act like poison to werewolves? Werewolves aren't affected by normal herbs like humans. Daisy paled. She clenched her jaw. Next to her, her friends stepped back, blood draining from their face. The kind of poison found in the traces of pasta was a mixture used by someone who knew about it very well. But that doesn't prove that Summer didn't poison," Daisy blurted. "She could have acquired it from somewhere." Tamara nodded. "Sure, why not? But now I'd like you all to see this video footage of that day." "Fuck," Jade rasped. She caught Haley's hand, tears welling in her eyes. Tamara pressed a button on the remote in her hand, and the video started. They all stepped aside for everyone to see the video. And in it, they saw Jade and Haley sprinkling a green and purple powder over the seasonings Summer used to make pasta. A loud gasp, excited murmurs, and deadly glares came their way. "Goddess, such bitches," a she-wolf on the right exclaimed. "They tried to poison the innocent pack members. They should be thrown in the dungeons. How could they do this to poor Summer? She is so innocent. Luna Tamara did right to take Summer under her protection. Who knew Jade and Haley would have killed her as well?" Daisy felt like someone had driven a hard punch to her gut. For a moment she couldn't breathe as she stared at the video. Suddenly, Jade cried loudly, "This wasn't our plan!" Daisy whipped her head to look at her. "Shut up!" she hissed. Haley cried louder. "This is wrong. We were used as pawns. It was Daisy's plan to add the poison." "Oh my goddess," girl around them said. "So vicious." "Are you insane?" Daisy shouted. "Why are you pulling me in this?" Just because you are friends doesn't mean that you can blame me for what you've done." Jade and Haley's mouth dropped as they stared at Daisy with disbelief. "But it was you." "Enough," Daisy shouted at them. "Don't drag me into your dirty deed. How can you do that to me? I've supported you in every possible way, and now you've stabbed a dagger in my back." A loud clap sounded in the room. It was Tamara. She chuckled as the sound of her claps boomed in the room. Everyone became quiet. "Nice show, Daisy," she scoffed. "Did you think that we couldn't trace the people who brought poison from the Grey Moon pack?" A stone dropped in her belly. "What?" Daisy rasped. "What are you saying?" Tamara sighed. Summer picked up an envelope and handed to her. She lifted it up in the air and showed it to all. "This is an envelope that had the poison. It was retrieved from the trash bag of Daisy's room. And the wolf who brought the poison in our pack was nabbed the same day when this incident occurred. We were only waiting for the lab reports to confirm this crime." Daisy felt like the earth slipped beneath her. "No, this is..." There was a deadly silence in the room now as everyone shot glares at her. "We take crimes against our pack members very seriously," Tamara said. "And so we have called your fathers to the pack to discuss the severity of the crime. All 3 of you will be put in the dungeons for 3 months and are banned from entering the Luna trials forever." "No," Jade cried. "Please, Luna Tamara, no. I did it because Daisy wanted it. She wants to be the Luna of the Shadowfang pack." Tamara glared at Daisy, who looked like she had seen a ghost. She couldn't speak anything, her mind going numb. How did this happen? Did she underestimate Summer and Tamara? "Guards!" Luna Auren's loud voice sounded. The warriors, who Daisy didn't even see, came from somewhere like a storm. They surrounded the 3 of them. "Take them to the dungeons." "No," Haley shouted, bawling hard. But the guards pinned her down, cuffed her, and took her away along with Daisy and Jade. Tamara switched off the video. She turned to Summer and hugged her. "Sorry for all this nonsense." Summer hugged her back. "Thank you for supporting me, Tammy." "Anytime," Tamara replied as Luna Auren watched them with a kind smile. How she hoped for the trials to end fast and hold wedding ceremony for Summer and Bradley. Bradley POV. Tamara briefed me about the outcome of the cooking competition. "I hated the first day I saw Daisy misbehaving with Summer. Had Summer been my Luna, I would have killed her already. But I waited for things to be normal for Summer. However, what Daisy did to remove her from the contest was worse than anything I had imagined. She tried to frame my mate, and for that she was going to pay. Mother had punished Daisy and her friends by imprisoning them for 3 months, but I was going to make sure that they never saw the light of the day. I called Summer and asked her if she was okay after the incident because I was worried about her mental health. She was like a fragile butterfly amongst the wolves, and yet she proved her tenacity. Goddess, I loved her madly. I had come to the human town to take down the last business that Morelli owned. After this, he was going to stay in prison for the rest of his life. His empire would be completely shattered, and Laura could go to hell. At the same time, I knew I had to be careful. Tammy had said that Laura had recovered mostly and was planning to return to the contest to take her place. In the human town, I had been running in circles for days. Morelli was involved in manipulating real estate prices. Beta-Tarian had gathered enough information about his shady deals. He had a bunch of my pack werewolves working over it for the past few days. It seemed Morelli's hands were everywhere, even in shady real estate dealings. He wasn't just making money off properties, he was manipulating, extorting, and using fear to make sure no one crossed him. And today, Tarian and I were going to put an end to it. The sun was setting over the human town as we pulled up to the area we were investigating. It was Morelli's office where he carried out his real estate dealings, situated at the south of the town where the neighborhood was sparse. The air smelled of fresh paint and money, the scent of renovations and people trying to build their futures. But I knew this was the front Morelli wanted to put up. Behind the glossy surfaces, corruption ran deep. We had a plan. Pose as potential investors interested in buying up the property. Tarian was going to handle most of the talking, his human contacts making him the perfect negotiator. I was here to stay quiet, observe, and make sure we got the documents we needed to nail Morelli for his crimes. I'd known business dealings with him in the past to know the kind of underhanded tactics he used. As I entered the office with Terrien, I noticed how agents that Morelli had deployed for real estate dealings were nothing more than gangsters. They weren't vetted agents by the government. "Hello," said one of the salesmen. "How can I help you?" he asked with a large grin with stars in his eyes. Terrien grinned at him with equal enthusiasm. "We were looking for a house on your property, New Heights." "Oh, then you've come at the right time. Only a few apartments are left." In the next half an hour, the salesman went on and on about the benefits of it. "Would you like to take a tour?" he asked, his eyes gleaming when he saw how interested we were. "Of course," I replied. "We are looking to invest a large amount, but only if you have good plans for us." He looked at his calendar and said, "I can give you the tour tomorrow at 10 a.m. Does that work?" "Yes," I said with a polite smile. It worked perfectly for us. Next day at 10 a.m., Terrien leaned against the car, staring at the abandoned property, New Heights, in front of us, the one that had recently been bought under suspicious circumstances. "This is it, Morelli's new project. If we find what we're looking for here, we can tie him to something bigger." I nodded, keeping my voice low. "Let's get in, get the info, and get out. I don't want to stay here longer than we need to." As we approached the entrance of the complex, the air grew thick with tension. There was too much on the line. Inside the complex, we were greeted by the salesman who introduced himself as the project manager. His smile was tight, and his handshake even tighter. "You're here about the investment opportunity," he said, sounding almost too eager. "Houston said that you would be coming." "Yeah," Terrien said smoothly. "We're interested in seeing the apartments and other plans, and what kind of ROI you're offering. The market is competitive right now." Terrien was doing what he did best, sounding professional and disarming, but I could see the tension in the manager's posture. He was on edge, and I didn't have to guess why. My instinct said that he guessed we weren't really here to invest. Did he know that we were here to take this all down? We moved through the building, my eyes scanning every inch of the place. I noticed the decaying pipes, the cracks in the walls, the missing tiles. This place was a mess. It was clear Morelli wasn't going to spend the money to make it livable. He was just going to flip it for profit and leave the mess behind for someone else to deal with. Terrien and I exchanged a glance, and I could tell he was getting what we needed. The manager kept leading us through rooms and hallways, offering us just enough information to keep up the facade. As we walked through another hallway, Terrien asked the manager, "How many people have bought it?" The manager hesitated for just a second too long before answering. "Many have. The few left are, waiting for the renovations to be completed." "Right," Terrien said, his eyes narrowing. "And I take it all of them are eager to move in." The manager's eyes darted nervously. "Yes, that's why you should buy it fast." "Buy it?" I said, my voice hardening. "Let's be clear. How many of these owners are being forced to quit with no option to leave? How many of them are being pushed around to make your project look legit?" The manager's face turned pale. Bradley POV. I could see the sweat beading on his forehead. Before he could respond, Terrien moved in quickly and caught him by his arm. "Take us to your office in this building. We know that you have one here." "What? No," the manager shrieked. I punched him on his face just enough to dislocate his nose. "Now," I growled. The manager cried, looking at us with disbelief. "Who are you?" In less than 10 minutes, we were on the way to their hidden office in this building. In his dreams, Morelli wouldn't have thought that he would be able to uncover his real office, where all his shady real estate deals were carried out. With an army of a dozen wolves, once we reached the office, which was in the basement, my wolves took charge. They hauled the 5 men working there and locked them all in a room despite protests and fights. Idiots. They didn't know that they didn't have a chance against the wolves. As soon as we rounded them up, I nodded at Terrien. Using his contacts to dig into the situation, he accessed Morelli's ledger, and what we found was worse than I imagined. Morelli had been using threats, bribes, and extortion to force tenants out of the building. He wasn't just flipping properties for profit. He was driving people out of their homes and taking their money under the guise of renovation fees that didn't exist. Done. Tarion whispered as he looked at the information in front of us. He gave me a quick nod, and I felt the weight of it. This was the proof we needed to bring Morelli down once and for all. He must be still reeling under the trauma of other two businesses falling. But I also knew that things weren't going to be that easy. As we were leaving the building, we noticed a group of Morelli's men walking into the complex, carrying large duffel bags. They looked around, and the tension in the air shifted. They weren't just here for a regular inspection, they were here to handle something or someone. I wasn't sure if they'd noticed us yet, but Tarion's hand shot out, grabbing my wrist. "We need to leave, now." Before I could respond, the sound of a door creaking open echoed behind us. I spun around to see Morelli's men advancing. It was too late to sneak out the back. This was something I hadn't thought about. How did these men come to know about us? Was there an alarm in the basement room? "Bradley," Tarion hissed, pulling me down a side alley. "Get out of here." I shot him a glare. "Not without you." This wasn't the time to be reckless. We needed a plan, and fast. We ducked into an alley, and I quickly called my father. "I've got a situation. Morelli's men onto us." Within seconds, my father's calm voice came through. "Get out of there, Bradley. If it's not safe, don't hesitate to move fast. Tarion, do what you need to." Tarion nodded sharply and took off, making his way to the back of the building. Meanwhile, I stayed put, keeping an eye on the men who were now moving towards us, still unaware of who we were. But that was about to change. Just as the men rounded the corner, I pounced. I kicked the door open, slamming it into one of them, sending him flying into the wall. The other two were caught off guard, but not for long. They quickly recovered and came at me. 3 wolves around me came in front of me. We didn't have time to waste. We needed to take these guys down and get the hell out of here before things escalated. The fight was quick but brutal. We had them pinned and on the ground in a matter of minutes, but as we finished them off, I heard the sound of more footsteps approaching. This wasn't going to end well unless we moved fast. "Bradley, go," Tarion urged, pulling me back into the alley. "Get out of here before Morelli's men get more reinforcements. I'll clean this up." "I'm not leaving without you," I snapped, but I knew Tarion wouldn't let me stay. He was already pushing me forward. "Go," he barked, shoving me in the direction of the car. "You've got the info. I'll handle the rest." He handed me the USB where he had copied all of Morelli's shady deals. "My contact is waiting at the 6th Avenue. Go now." Fuck. I didn't want to leave him, but the situation was too pressing. I turned, running down the alley toward the car where my men were waiting. We couldn't let Morelli win. As I reached the car, a loud boom echoed in the air. I felt a sharp pain in my side. My breath caught in my chest as I staggered. My shirt was soaked with blood. My hand went to my chest where it got covered with blood. "Alpha!" One of my wolves caught me. One of the thugs had gotten a lucky shot in during the fight, and I was starting to feel dizzy. It was a bullet through my heart. I knew that my body would heal fast and my heart would stitch, but it would take a few hours of rest, and I didn't have that kind of time. I climbed into the car, but before I could say anything, my vision blurred. The pain was starting to overwhelm me. "We need to get to the hospital," someone muttered. "No," I said firmly. "We need to finish this." A bullet to a werewolf's heart was an ugly scene. We recovered in a day because the heart was where all the blood pumped to and fro. But being an alpha, I knew it would be a matter of a few hours. As the car sped through the streets, I succumbed to the darkness. Bradley POV. I slowly opened my eyes, the blurry light around me beginning to sharpen. Even the light was too harsh for me. The pain in my chest hit me immediately. My head was pounding, my body feeling heavy. It was like I was sinking into the bed beneath me. The air felt heavy, almost sterile. I realized I was in some kind of medical facility. I instinctively reached for my chest, and the ache reminded me of what had happened. The memory of the bullet wound flashed in my mind. One of Morelli's men had managed to shoot his gun at me. Rage consumed me, and I wanted to go back and kill the bastard. Driven by my anger, I jerked up and immediately winced. The ache was still there. How much blood did I lose? I closed my eyes and took a deep breath as Blaze growled in my head to lie down quietly and let him heal. "We will kill the bugger soon," he growled. "We will," I said and went back to sleep. When I opened my eyes next, The dull humming of machines was persistent. I turned my head and saw Tarion sitting in a chair beside the bed. Even though his usual calm demeanor was laced with concern, there was a slight relief in his eyes when he saw me stir. "You're awake," he said with a hint of a smile. "Where am I?" I croaked, my throat dry and scratchy. Though the last thing I remembered was fighting Morelli's men, getting shot, and the pain, everything after that was a blur. "You're in a secret facility," Tarion replied, "in Human Town. We didn't want to take the risk of you being seen in town's hospital. This place is hidden, used for treating werewolves in emergencies." I blinked, still groggy. It was then the scent of antiseptic and the faint sounds of equipment in the background made me realize where I was. "Wow! They have a secret facility here?" Tarion chuckled. "It was made by Alpha Lucien after a lot of convincing to the humans. We have only 2 doctors here." I couldn't help smiling. My father really saw things in the future. Thanks to him, I was taken care of in time. I was sure that there would be countless other wolves who must have used this facility. "How long was I out?" I asked, trying to sit up, but immediately regretting it when my body protested. "About 6 hours, Tarion said with exasperation. "You took a direct hit to the heart. The bullet crossed through it. You bled a lot, but we managed to stabilize you in time." I groaned, feeling a wave of discomfort ripple through my chest. "It doesn't feel like I was stabilized," I muttered, trying to shake the grogginess off. Tarion's lips twitched in amusement, and he laughed. "Well, you were pretty damaged. In all my life, I hadn't seen such a terrible wound, straight to the heart. Your heart stitched you up, but your body's been in shock. I suggest that you allow your wolf to heal up well before you become active." I leaned back, resting against the bed. The dizziness was starting to subside. "I feel like I have been hit by a truck." "I understand. This wasn't a pleasant experience." "What happened with Morelli?" I asked, remembering the task at hand. He couldn't have just gotten away with everything. "Where's he?" Tarion paused for a moment, his face turning more serious. "Morelli's empire has fallen apart quicker than expected. His real estate business has been completely dismantled. The authorities are moving in on him. We've been working with them to gather evidence. Most of it is already there. It's only a matter of time before everything is with them. And I'm sure that whatever evidence is stacked up against him, it will be enough to send him to prison for 200 years. I exhaled in relief. Finally, it's over. "It's not completely over," Tarion said, his voice dropping lower. "Morelli is still out there, and there are others working with him. We've taken out his biggest sources, but he's got connections and lawyers. We'll have to stay alert." "Fuck, right," I muttered, trying to clear my head. I was glad Morelli was on the ropes, but the fact that he was still out there, trying his best to get out by using his lawyers, was unsettling. Before I could say anything else, my phone buzzed from my bedside table. Tarion handed it to me. I saw the name on the screen, Alpha Lucien. I answered immediately. "Father?" "Bradley," Lucien's voice came through, deep and controlled. "How are you feeling?" I sighed. "Better. Then you both come back here as soon as possible. My contacts said that Morelli's men are searching for you like wild dogs. They want revenge, and they are bribing every damn person in the town to get information about you. Not only that, he is trying to influence some officers in the Human Werewolf Council to turn them against me." "The hell?" I raged. "That dog was in so many illegal trades. Don't they know it?" Father chuckled dryly. "That man was the head of a dangerous mafia. He has an ego larger than the universe. Do you think he is going to stay quiet? Just come back as soon as possible. Use the cover of the night and come today." "Yes, Father," I replied and disconnected the call. Then I looked at Tarion and said, "We have to go back." We arrived in the Shadowfang pack before dawn. Tammy was waiting for me in the main hall. "Brad," she said as she hugged me tightly. "Goddess, how are you?" She sounded so worried that I hugged her back only to assure her, "I'm better, Tammy. Stop being so dramatic." She removed herself and smacked me. "You don't deserve my love." I laughed at her as I sat down on the couch. "Why are you awake at this ungodly hour?" Over the last few hours, I was completely healed. Tammy pursed her lips and muttered a curse under her breath. "We really needed you back here. There's a situation with Laura." I frowned. "What's going on with Laura now?" Tammy sighed heavily. She wants to replace Summer. She said that she was fully well and that now she would enter the last contest instead of Summer. I could feel a spark of frustration flare inside me. What do you mean she's trying to replace Summer? I asked, my voice sharp. She can't just waltz in and take Summer's place. Not like that. I know, Tammy replied, her tone hardening. But she's being stubborn. You need to see. This could cause issues with the pack if we don't handle it quickly. They've started liking Summer a lot. Besides, she said that the agreement signed between Human Council and Werewolves stated her name, not Summer's. So Summer can't continue. According to Laura, Summer was her proxy, a ghost whose name would never appear in the history of Luna trials. She has mildly threatened us that she would report us to the council if we didn't allow her to come back. I closed my eyes for a moment. What a fucking mess, I fumed. But what did I expect from Laura? She was just like her father, a slimy stinker. Her threat added another thing on my to-do list. But before that, I had to make Summer stay in the contest. But how? The past few days had been a blur of emotions, and I couldn't shake the sinking feeling in my chest. Bradley's absence was once again depressing me. He hadn't been around for the last week, and no matter how many times I tried to convince myself that I should be focusing on the contest, I couldn't. I missed him. His presence, his touch, the way he made me feel like I was someone worth fighting for. I couldn't stop thinking about how we spent that night with each other. The attraction between us had nothing to do with what our bodies demanded. It felt like it was an instinct, something I couldn't deny. Every day without him was agony. I'd wait in my room anxiously, hoping he'd show up. Nights were all the more unbearable. By the end of 5 days, I felt like I was a husk. I covered myself with a blanket and curled into a fetal position, crying silently. Why the hell was I so attracted to him that it weighed heavily on my mind and body? I needed to get away from here, escape, before my emotions led me to my ruin. The Alphas and Luna trials didn't mean a thing to me. I was never meant for this world. Despite trying to put my mind back on track, I wanted him more than ever. So when I heard the knock at the door, I jumped out of the bed, wiping my tears because only one person ever knocked on it, and it was Brad. But I wasn't prepared for what came next. I opened it to find Laura standing there, her expression smug as ever. "We need to talk, Summer," she said, stepping into the room without waiting for my response. I was shocked to see her, but I felt the weight of her words, and my stomach twisted. "What's going on, Laura?" I asked, trying to stay calm despite the unease bubbling inside me. "When did you get discharged from the hospital?" I saw that her lips were a little swollen and the right side of her face was pale red, like the hives were fading, and she had a hostile demeanor, as if she didn't like to see me. "I got discharged an hour ago and came straight to meet you. Thanks to all the medication, I'm feeling a lot better now." That's great to hear," I replied, wringing my fingers. What did this mean for me? Dread coated my insides. Laura turned her gaze at me. "I'm done with you," she said, her voice cutting through the air like a knife. "You've done your part." I shook my head, confusion flooding me. "What do you mean? What are you talking about?" Laura crossed her arms, looking at me with cold eyes. "It's time for you to leave. I don't need you here anymore. You've been useful, but now it's time to go back to your little life in the human world. I wanted you to take my place in the contest, but I've returned. So you can leave. You were nothing more than a placeholder. So why are you so shocked? You can pack your bags and leave as soon as possible. I don't need you as my maid anymore." Her words stung. They were meant to hurt, to make me feel small, and they succeeded. My heart ached at the thought of leaving the pack, of leaving everything I had come to love, of leaving Bradley. But I didn't want to admit it, not to her, not to myself. "I don't want to leave," I whispered, almost pleading. Laura's lips twisted into a cruel smile. "You have no choice. The Luna trials aren't for people like you. You are a maid, and now I'm done with you. I don't need you here, and neither does anyone else. They all will understand it when I return to the final trial in a few days." Tears welled up in my eyes, but I tried to hold them back. "What do you want me to do?" I asked, barely able to speak. "Like I said, leave," Laura said firmly. "A car will be waiting for you. You'll go back to the human world, and we'll forget all about you." I stood there, frozen, unable to make a decision. Deep down, I realized I wanted to stay. I wanted to fight for my place here, for Bradley, for the life I had started to build. But I didn't have the strength or the means like Laura to fight my case. I was nothing but a means to an end, and the sooner I understood that situation, the better. With each word she spoke, the hope inside me faded a little more. Seeing my hesitation, she added, "It seems you've forgotten your place, Summer. You are nothing but a girl whose father sold her to us only because he couldn't pay his debts. You are here simply to make sure that you help me every possible way. So you better leave before I get mad and complain to my father about your insolence. After that, don't blame me for the repercussions." I trembled at her words. Morelli was a feared mafia boss, and he wouldn't think twice before killing me. "Pack your bags fast," Laura ordered before going out. "There's a car waiting for you outside the resort. It will take you to the town. Daddy is waiting for you over there. Resume your work and forget that you ever came here. Remember, not a word about this to anyone." And then she stormed out of the room, slamming the door shut behind her. As I packed my bags, my heart shattered. I couldn't stop the tears from falling now. I thought about everything I'd lost, everything I'd dreamed of. And I realized that maybe my dream of staying here was just that, a dream. As I zipped up my bag, I thought of Bradley. I wanted him to come and stop this, to fight for me. But I knew he wouldn't. I was just another obstacle in his way, and if Laura wanted me gone, then there was nothing I could do to change it. With one last glance at the room that had become my home, I stepped out, feeling the weight of my decisions and the finality of it all. It was time to escape. Laura POV. The phone call with my father had left me furious. His empire was falling apart, and the one person I could rely on to fix everything had turned into the biggest problem. For the past few weeks he had called me, telling me how his power crumbled piece by piece. Businesses were getting raided, his associates were turning on him, and now he suspected it was all done by one of the werewolves. The realization made my blood boil, as confusion raged in my mind. When I asked how he knew that it was one of the werewolves, he said that he had enough contacts to know. "Laura," my father had growled on the phone, his voice cold with frustration. "I don't know who's doing this to me, but have you seen this werewolf out there?" He sent me a picture of a werewolf who I felt like I had seen somewhere. It was right there in my memory, but eluding me. Father said, "I suspect this wolf is the one behind it. One of my men saw him at all my places, and I do feel that he's the only one with enough power and influence to pull something like this off. I don't know why, but I know he's involved." "I am not sure, Daddy," I replied, "but he does seem familiar. What's his name?" "Tyrion." I was stunned. Tyrion. He was Alpha Lucien's beta. Why was he going after my father? What was going on? Blood drained from my face. Why would he target my father? He had everything he could ever want. Why would he destroy the empire that I had been set to inherit? Did Alpha Lucien instruct him to do that? Anger blasted in my chest like a dormant volcano coming to life. "Why don't you complain about them to the authorities?" I hissed. "He has breached a protocol between humans and werewolves by interfering in the human world." "I wish I could," Father grumbled. "But I can't because what will I report? That he destroyed my brothels and casinos? I can't, Laura." "So what option are we left with?" I asked, frustration rising inside me. I wanted to destroy Tyrion. I paused for a while and asked, "Does he have an old enmity with you? I mean, have you ever antagonized him or Alpha Lucien?" "I haven't, but Bradley had called me asking if he could pay Summer's father's debt. Then it clicked. Oh my God. It wasn't Tyrion. It was Bradley all the way. Earth shifted beneath me as my mind became dizzy with shock. So much happened and I didn't even know about it. Was Summer a part of it? Bitch. Bradley wasn't targeting my father's empire for power. He was after Summer, the human girl, the one who had wormed her way into the Luna trials because of my health, the one who had no right to be part of this world. Summer had been with Bradley constantly, and I had seen it. I had heard the whispers, the way Bradley had protected her, how he refused to let anyone see her nest. It was clear now. Bradley wasn't after my father's empire. He was after Summer, to free her from my father's clutches, to take her away from me. And that I couldn't let happen. I wasn't going to let that pitiful whore take what was rightfully mine. and she was going to pay for what Bradley did to my father. "Laura, be careful," Father said in a low voice. "The authorities are closing in on me. Right now I'm in a safe house, but it won't be long before I get caught." "But I know who was behind it, Daddy," I rasped. "Who?" My father growled like a wild animal in a cage. "Alpha Bradley." Daddy screamed, and then I heard something shattering against the wall. "That fucker! Why didn't I realize it earlier?" There was no one in the town who could match my powers, and I was wondering who was destroying me so silently. "So what do we do?" I asked, feeling as enraged as him. At this point, I wanted to wring Summer's neck, kill her for what we were reduced to because of her. Before it, my father calmed me and doled out the plan to me in the next 20 minutes. After that, I marched straight to Summer's room. She had no idea what was coming for her. As I knocked on the door, my heart raced, out of rage. It was because I was about to finish this and make sure that everything I had worked for remained mine. Even if my dad's future was bleak, I still had time to secure a good one by being Luna of Alpha Bradley. When she opened the door, her confusion was evident on her face. I bet she wasn't expecting me. I barely gave her time to speak. "Summer," I said coldly, pushing past her into the room, "it's time for you to leave." At the end of our conversation, her eyes filled with tears. Nothing but satisfaction bubbled inside me. She was leaving. My plan was working. Everything was falling into place. I could almost taste the victory. I turned on my heel and walked out of the room without looking back. But just before I left, I added, "Remember, Summer, you're just a pawn. And now, you've served your purpose. Go back to where you belong and stay out of my way. You don't matter anymore." As I walked away, I could feel the excitement bubbling inside me. My father had still one ace up his sleeve. Tomorrow, I will go for the final trial and come out victorious. Only 5 girls were left in the final contest, and in a way, Summer's presence made it possible for me to reach this level. I chuckled. What a fool! She doesn't know who she is dealing with. With the way she behaved, I was sure that Bradley hadn't said a thing to her about how he took down my father's mafia empire. Well, it worked in my favor. She would be gone, and my father would abduct her, hold her as a leverage for me to win the trials. I would demand to marry Alpha Bradley, demand him to give money he owed to my father if he wanted Summer. Everything I wanted, everything I deserved, was finally within my reach. I had one last thing to do. Take care of Summer and make sure she was no longer a threat. And then I would have it all. A giggle escaped my lips. "You're done, Summer. Because of you, Alpha Bradley would be mine." Now all my father had to do was kidnap her. Impatient as hell, I called Summer 2 hours later to make sure that she was on her way out. When she didn't pick up the phone, I called Father. "What's the update, Daddy?" "We've got her," he chuckled darkly. "Laura POV." The next day was so quiet that I wondered if they were going to hold the final contest or not. It was supposed to be held the next day, but I didn't see any instructions or people running around to arrange for it. It seemed like a boring day at the resort, and I didn't even find the contestants. At lunch, when I went down to the dining area, I only found Damon eating. He was reading a newspaper. "Hi," I greeted him, sitting opposite to him at the table. He jerked his head back. "Laura, how are you?" "I'm good. How about you?" "Great," he smiled, tilting his head. I lowered my voice and said, "Thanks for helping me yesterday." His forehead creased with a frown. "What help? I'm seeing you after a long time." Oh, so he wanted to keep it under the wraps. Well, that made it easier. "Ah, just like that," I played along with him. I glanced around to see if someone was overhearing us. Apart from a few servers, there wasn't anyone. But I knew that wolves had a keen sense of hearing, so I kept quiet. Last night, I had asked him to send his car to transport Summer to the edge of the Shadowfang territory where my father's men were waiting. "Tomorrow is the last day of the trials," I said excitedly. "Yes," he nodded, "and thanks to Summer, you can make a comeback." Anger bubbled inside me at the way he mentioned Summer, but I forced a smile. "Yeah, she was here only as a proxy." "I hope you win," he replied and got up. "Have they announced about tomorrow's contest?" I asked. "How would I know?" He chuckled. "Anyway, I have something to do. See you later." Saying that, he hurried away, leaving his half-finished breakfast on the table. I was left alone in the dining area. Since I didn't know what else to do, I helped myself to a nice meal. As I sat down, I couldn't help smiling. Summer was gone, and I was going to make sure that I would win. When I came here, I thought an alliance with any alpha would be great. But a marriage with Alpha Bradley? Well, that was something I never dreamt of. I would be rich beyond imagination and help my father to regain his empire. But for that, I knew that we had to keep Summer alive. Or not. Bitch. I chuckled as I had my breakfast. They had announced that the last trial would be announced at the venue. So the next day, I couldn't help feeling excited as I walked toward the final trial location. I had barely slept the entire night, my mind still reeling from what would happen now. I could taste the victory. My father hadn't failed me, and I was certain he'd taken Summer away. I was sure she'd be in the town by the time I woke up. And here I was, still in the midst of the PAX trials, expecting to finally claim what was mine. The moment I arrived, I sensed tension in the air. There was a quiet murmur amongst the contestants. They looked at me, and then started talking amongst themselves. Feeling neglected, I pursed my lips and came to stand near the podium. Bitches. I was going to give them a horrible time once I became Bradley's Luna. Having said that, I wondered where the son of a bitch was. Today was his first day of doom. And where was his fucking sister, Tammy? Why wasn't she here? She was an organizer. I scanned the crowd for any sign of her. However, my heart nearly stopped when I saw her. Summer. She was standing there looking calm, her eyes bright. She looked fine, too fine. I had thought she was supposed to be gone. How could she be here? If Summer was here, then who did my father get? A chill ran down my spine and panic rose as I saw Bradley standing beside her, his eyes seeing her intensely, his posture protective. His eyes flicked toward me with that unsettling dominance he carried. My stomach twisted when he narrowed them at me, as if he knew my secrets. Shit! 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 I was caught off guard. The entire situation was quickly spiraling out of my control. How did Summer get here? Why wasn't she kidnapped? My father had failed me, or was there something more sinister awaiting me? So I did the only thing that came to my mind, which was my last resort. There was no time for me to waste. I walked up to Summer, my mouth dry, my fists clenching at my sides. "What are you doing here?" I hissed her. Summer narrowed her eyes back at me. "Oh, hi, Laura. Are you surprised to see me here?" "You shouldn't have come here," I almost barked. "This place is only for the contestants?" "Right, this place is only for the contestants and not for the kidnappers." I paled at her words. "What do you mean?" Bradley placed his hand behind her back. "Laura, it's you who is not supposed to be here," he said, his voice cold. "You've been disqualified." I froze. "What? What do you mean?" Bradley's cold eyes met mine. "The Werewolf Council went over the conditions of the treaty. You breached it, Laura." "What nonsense?" I barked. "Did you take permission from the council before you let Summer replace you for the trials?" My mouth dropped. "But it was mutually decided." Bradley cocked his eyebrow. "No, it was never mutually agreed upon. In fact, you pushed Summer to be your proxy. Guess what? You couldn't use Summer as your proxy. There's nowhere in the treaty that says a candidate can use a proxy. You violated the terms, and so you're not eligible for the trials anymore." The words hit me like a slap. I couldn't breathe for a moment. Disqualified? For what? How could this be? I had the perfect plan. This was supposed to be my moment, my victory, not something stolen by Summer or anyone else. I couldn't even compete. This wasn't how it was supposed to happen. No. I shook my head violently. I have every right to compete and be here. Bradley's gaze remained cold. "No, Laura, you don't. You didn't even follow the proper channels. You can't just use someone else in your place." His words echoed in my head. No. No, no, no. This can't be happening. The bastard was too smart. Not only did he destroy my father's empire, very cleverly he was waiting for this moment to throw me out of the contest. It was like he was on a revenge path, and I couldn't even shout at him for all the things he did to my family. Because if I did, it would become evident that my father was into illegal businesses. My body trembled with shock and anger. I was supposed to be the one to claim this title, not Summer. But why was she here? How did she avoid my father's plan? What went wrong? I felt the anger rising in me, and before I knew it, I screamed at him. "You don't get to tell me what I can and can't do, Bradley. You don't get to take this from me." "Then you don't know me, Laura. I will send a formal complaint to the council about your breach of the treaty. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. My mind was racing, struggling to find any foothold in the situation. Bradley had fucked us all in a way that there was no comeback. I tried one last tactic, hoping that my connection to the Human Werewolf Council would give me the leverage I needed. You're going to regret this, Bradley. The Human Council will back me up. This whole thing will blow up in your face. Bradley didn't flinch. Not when they'll find out that you violated the agreement by using a proxy. If anything, the council will have no choice but to support the decision. My chest constricted, but I wasn't going to give up that easily. Fine, I spat, trying to mask my panic. You think you can get away with this? I'll make sure the council hears about it. I'll make sure you regret this. You'll see. Bradley's expression was unreadable. No, Laura. Summer is staying in the contest. As a goodwill gesture and to honor the treaty, I will allow a human, which is Summer, to continue in the trials. However, you are leaving. His words felt like a slap across my face. My whole world had just come crashing down. I was out, and Summer was in? Summer POV. 2 nights ago. My beautiful dream shattered. The time had come to face the reality. Laura's cruel words, her threats, and her attempts just broke me. I was too scared, too beaten down. And in that moment, when she'd said I was nothing more than a pawn in her game, I knew my time here was limited. The fear of what Morelli could do to me, what he might make me do, had taken over my mind. So I knew that I had to escape before he could force me into doing something sinister. It was my only chance to escape. She said that a car was waiting for me, but I was going to dodge it and make way toward the woods. I would trek for a few days to reach my town. From there, I had plans to disappear. With shaking hands, I packed my bag quietly, trying my best not to cry, but tears slipped anyway. I didn't know where I was going, but I knew I couldn't stay another second at the resort. I felt suffocated, like the walls were closing in around me. I glanced around my room one last time, wishing I didn't feel so hollow, wishing I didn't have to leave, wishing I could hug Bradley one last time. But then, all I could think about was Morelli and Laura, the pressure mounting on me. Strapping my backpack to my shoulder, I stepped out of my room quietly as my heart raced wildly. I was terrified, but what else could I do? If only I could see Bradley one last time. My gaze went to the door of his room, and depression seeped in my bones. I felt like without him my world would end. But wasn't this a dream that I had been nurturing ever since I saw him? Giving myself a mental shake, I walked toward the elevator. My head was full of only one thing: getting away, finding freedom, escaping the nightmare that had followed me for so long. Maybe this was a sign from God. I wasn't even sure where I would go. But the moment the elevator doors opened, I froze. There, standing in front of me, was Bradley. His eyes went wide, and my breath hitched in my chest. I could see the concern written all over his face as his eyes went to my backpack. "Summer," he asked softly, but in a tight voice. "Where are you going?" I swallowed hard, my eyes darting away from his intense gaze. I couldn't look at him, because all I could think about was how much I cared for him and how much I was about to lose. I had no idea how to explain this. How could I tell him the truth? How could I say what Laura had asked me to do? How could I admit that I was running away from him, from everything? What if Morelli attacked him and killed him if I revealed what Laura did to me? When I didn't say a word, Bradley stepped closer to me. His hand reached out and he took my hand in his. The moment he touched me, sparks tingled across my skin, and somehow I felt calmer. "What's going on, Summer?" His voice was laced with worry. At that moment, I wanted to tell him everything. Tears stung my eyes, and before I could stop myself, they started to fall. I wiped my face quickly, feeling the weight of everything crashing down on me. I couldn't even look at him. I felt like I was betraying him. My voice cracked as I tried to speak. "I'm sorry, Bradley. I can't stay. I have to go. There's a car waiting for me outside the resort," I said, my voice trembling. "What?" he said, shock etched on his face. "Why? Did I do something wrong?" I shook my head. "It's not about you. It's just that I don't..." My throat was so hoarse that I couldn't speak. "Tell me what is going on," he urged, and grabbed my upper arm. "You're not going anywhere." He pulled me toward his room, opened the door, and slammed it shut. He removed my backpack and tossed it on the floor like it was a feather. In a sudden move, he pulled me against his chest, and it was then that I couldn't help myself. I clutched his shirt in my fists and cried hard. "Oh, baby!" he rasped as he held me against his chest tightly. I continued to cry, letting the weight of my misery leave me. And Brad continued to hold me patiently, stroking my hair, kissing me, murmuring soft words in my ear. Once I was quiet, he picked me up in his lap and took me to his bed. He cradled me in his lap and asked, "What happened, baby? Please tell me. I'm sorry I couldn't be here to protect you. I had some urgent work to do." He was so receptive, so sweet. I think this was my sign that I would never find someone like Brad. He really cared for me. I didn't debate mentally whether to spill the beans or not. Laura made me do this. She said I had to leave. She said I had to leave the trials. She said she'd go to her father and have him hurt me if I didn't. I went on to tell him the rest of the conversation I had with Laura. Bradley's expression darkened as he processed my words. His eyes narrowed slightly, and I could feel the anger simmering beneath his calm exterior. "Morelli," he whispered, "you're scared of her father?" I nodded, my hands shaking. "Yes, he'll hurt me, Bradley. He'll do anything to get what he wants, and Laura, she said that if I didn't leave, he'd make me pay." Bradley's face hardened. "No, Summer, this is not how it ends. You're not leaving, today or ever. This is all wrong. I will never let you go." "But I have to," I whispered. "I don't have a choice. Morelli is too powerful. He can hurt you all." When he looked at me next, intensely, it sent shivers down my spine. Bradley cupped my face and pressed a soft kiss on my lips. "Morelli can never hurt me. I'll make sure you're safe, okay?" He spoke with such conviction that I believed him. "We'll figure this out." "But..." No buts," Bradley cut me off. "We're going to fix this once and for all." I could sense fury radiating from him in waves. He reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone. "Tammy, get Mom and Dad on the phone. There's a situation." I nodded, wiping my eyes. "What are you going to do?" Bradley called Tammy, speaking in hushed tones. As Bradley hung up the phone, he turned to me with a determined look on his face. "It's done. You're not leaving. Tammy's going to help us. Mom and Dad are at it already." Relief coursed through me. "Thank you," I whispered. Bradley took my hand in his, squeezing it gently. "Goddess, I'm so glad that I came in time. If not, you would have been." He didn't complete his sentence and wrapped his arms around me. "Never leave me, okay?" In his embrace, I felt a strange sense of calm wash over me. The phone rang again. It was Tammy. Bradley quickly answered the phone, and as he listened, his expression shifted. A look of concern crossed his face. "What's wrong?" I asked, my heart pounding. "The plan is active," he said, his voice tight. "Matt is also on his way." "Who's Matt?" "Bradley POV." Instead of Summer, Tammy went in the car. And this time again, the car was that of Damon. However, we were all very cautious. Matt's bears were everywhere, trailing Tammy through the shadows. When we told Matt about the plan, he said, "Just leave it to me." He was so pissed at the thought that Tammy was personally getting into it, but my stubborn sister didn't listen to him. He dispatched his warriors that night, and along with our warriors, they all trailed my sister. The driver had to take Summer to the outskirts of the pack, where he had to deliver her to Morelli's men. However, he changed his course, and instead of going out toward Morelli's men, he sped his car toward the Crimson Howl pack. And this was Damon's doom. He was in the trials, thinking that it was Summer who his driver was abducting, but in fact it was Tammy. Matt was mad, I was mad, and I swear my parents were madder than us. We all knew their history with Maris and Josh, but I also knew that they didn't do a thing to them and kept them at a distance because it was Josh who made peace with them. But now, Damon had taken it too far. "Matt wants to attack the driver and kill him." Tammy giggled through the mind link. "Come back, Tammy," I growled. "I don't like this at all." "No way. This is turning out to be so much more fun." "I love the way Matt is chasing me," she replied with a smirk. I rolled my eyes. These two loved their cat and mouse game. "What do you plan to do?" I asked. "I will play along with the driver and go to the Crimson Howl pack. I want to know what they are planning on doing." "That's risky." "Nah. Not with Matt following me," she replied confidently. I shook my head. "I am sending more warriors." "You don't have to," she replied nonchalantly. "Dad has already sent them. They are following us." Third POV. The next day, while everything was very quiet at the Shadowfang Pack with all the contestants excited about the final trials, there was chaos in the Crimson Howl Pack. The driver took Tammy to a secure location. She waited patiently over there for whatever had to come next. Matt, in the meanwhile, was cursing away to glory, agitated as hell. A few hours later, Damon came to where she was, and according to Tammy, his shock was priceless. "What are you doing here?" he asked. Tammy shrugged. "Waiting for you." What ensued was a fearless rescue. Maris and Josh were both stunned by what their son did. Matt attacked Damon, accusing him of abducting his wife. Damon had to defend himself and couldn't even reveal that he actually wanted Summer and not Tammy. He tried to wiggle his way out by saying that this was a mistake, but the driver spilled the beans. Matt rescued Tammy, and much to Maris's horror, he said that he would take this to the council. Damon was disqualified from the Luna trials for life. Maris and Josh were petrified that if this went to the council, they would catch Damon and throw him in the dungeons. Matt and Damon had a fierce fight in which Damon was so badly injured that he couldn't wake up for the next 2 days. Maris cried and cried, asking Matt to spare Damon, but he didn't. Once he had knocked Damon to unconsciousness, he said that Alpha Lucien knows what he did, and he has already approached the High Council. 2 days later, we heard that Damon was missing from the Crimson Howl Pack. My father sent trackers and warriors to hunt him down. As for Morelli, he was furious when instead of Summer, he saw one of the warrior girls. Father was smart in his game. He had called the human authorities and informed them that Morelli had abducted one of the female wolves and was about to enslave her for his nefarious activities. The Human Council had immediately cracked upon him for violating the treaty. They caught him red-handed and tossed him in the prison. Morelli couldn't believe that Alpha Lucien had tricked him so smartly that he couldn't escape. Not only that, my father had told them about Laura, what she did and how she used her maid Summer for Luna trials. This further infuriated the Human Council. They were about to terminate the agreement when Father offered them a way out, saying that Summer could continue as a human candidate in the trials. Laura heard about her father going into the prison. When she reached the human town, she realized that all her wealth had disappeared. Most of her family was in prison, and some were awaiting trials. She went to her relatives to take her in, but they all turned their back on her. Not even her so-called friends helped her. She was abandoned, penniless, and without family. Afraid that if she met her father, the police would catch her as well. So she left the town. However, she lucked out because our wolves found her and handed her to the police. She tried to hit them, claw them, scream, and shout, but her strength was nothing against them. With Laura, Morelli and Damon dealt with, Bradley focused on the Luna trials. The contestants walked to stand in front of the podium in the main hall as Judge Cody looked at them. Bradley could stop smiling as he watched Summer standing there with confidence. He had told her that she had nothing to worry. And this morning he showed her a news clip which said that Morelli was finally taken to the jail. She was beyond happy as she launched herself at him. He hugged her immediately, knowing that her happiness, her joy was worth all of it. When he pressed a kiss to her lips, she didn't hesitate in opening herself to him. That small element of fear he always sensed was completely gone. She didn't have to be at the final trials because he had already chosen her. But Luna Auren had insisted that Summer be present at the final trials. As the future Luna of the Shadowfang Pack, she had to lead by example. "Welcome to the last Luna trial," MC's voice boomed. "The trial is designed to test not only your leadership skills but also your ability to lead a diverse group for a task." Summer POV. The day had finally arrived for the last trial, the pack integration trial. I stood with anticipation as the contestants, including me, gathered in the clearing. I could feel the weight of the eyes watching, not just from the pack members but from the alphas and judges. The pressure to lead, to show my worth, felt immense, because I had no idea how to go about it. I had heard that all the Luna candidates were trained to be the Luna of the pack. Though I didn't know what that meant, I was sure that it consisted of something intense. From the corner of my eye, I saw Bradley standing, leaning against a tree with a smile on his lips, watching me. Where was Tammy? When I gazed at him, my cheeks heated and he shamelessly winked at me. Shocked, I looked away, my heart racing wildly. I think he chuckled. As we stood there, Alex, the contest MC, called us all to attention. "Welcome to the pack integration trial," he announced. "You will each be given a group of pack members from varying backgrounds. Your goal today is simple: unify them into a cohesive team. You have to show your leadership skills, resolve conflicts, and prove you can make decisions which will be in the benefit of the pack members. You will have until nightfall to complete your task. Remember, there will be no second chances." I had offered to back out of the trial to Auren, but she insisted that I should continue with it. They must be having their reasons. Later I heard that after Laura left, Brad had offered to the Human Council to let me continue as a gesture of goodwill. I guess I was obliged to continue. I glanced over at the group assigned to me. There were 5 pack members in total, 3 male wolves and 2 she-wolves. Seemed like each of them had their own quirks, and it was clear from their faces that they weren't sure about me, especially given my position as a human. Alex handed each of us a list of tasks and objectives. As the trial progressed, I realized that the challenge was not only about resolving conflict, but also about maintaining the pack's unity, even with differing personalities. "Remember, you will need to keep things fair," Alex added. "The Alpha and Luna will be watching." I could feel their eyes on me already, and nervousness fluttered in my belly. All of us were then taken to different spots to alienate every group. After I introduced myself to them, I stepped forward. "All right, we have a few objectives ahead of us," I said, never feeling this heavy with the weight of the leadership role. "First things first, let's introduce ourselves and figure out what everyone's strengths and weaknesses are. We're going to need to communicate, and I need to know what each of you can contribute. Like, what are your strengths?" The group hesitated, but one by one they spoke up. Some were more open, while others held back, clearly unsure of me. There was one wolf, a gruff-looking wolf named Jax, who seemed particularly skeptical. "I'm Jax," he said, crossing his arms. "I don't see how talking's going to help us today." "Talking's just the start," I said, keeping my voice calm. "Communication is very important. Once we've got that down, we can move on to the other tasks." I noticed another pack member, Kate, watching us intently. She seemed eager to help, and I could sense her quiet strength, the kind that didn't demand attention, but commanded respect. She smiled at me. "Hi, I'm Kate." The first task was a basic teamwork exercise. We were to navigate through an obstacle course that required teamwork and quick thinking. I divided the team into pairs, ensuring that each pair had someone who could balance the other's weaknesses. Jax, despite his gruff exterior, was surprisingly strong at clearing obstacles, so I paired him with me. As the trial unfolded, I found myself constantly moving between the groups, resolving small disagreements, keeping things on track, and making decisions that I knew would benefit the pack as a whole. My mind was working overtime, and I was surprised by myself. With each task, we grew closer as a team. Jax, who had been resistant at first, began to trust me more. He nodded approvingly when I made a decision to change our approach to any task. His respect for me grew, and it felt good to see him soften. I could tell that the others were starting to see me not as a human, but as a leader, and it was such a lovely feeling. I felt like I wasn't the weak girl who was constantly abused by my father. I was something more. At one point, Kate came to me with a small problem. Her teammate was getting frustrated with the pace of the task. "I think we're pushing too hard," Kate said quietly. "They're getting frustrated." I nodded thoughtfully. "Let's slow it down a little. We don't need to win every task, but we need to work together." I instructed the team to take a short break, allowing everyone to breathe. We sat together in the clearing, catching our breath. As we rested, I watched the team interact more freely, exchanging ideas and laughing. And I joined them. Gods, I loved these people. They were so much better than humans. We were building trust in each other. I could see the shift. There was a sense of camaraderie in the air that wasn't there before. At the end of the day, as we reached the final challenge, I felt confident. We had come so far. There was still one last task, a team-based decision-making exercise. We had to choose between 2 options, and the majority vote would determine how we proceeded. All right, team, I said as we gathered in the clearing for the final round. This is the last test. We need to decide quickly, but we also need to consider what's best for everyone. We can't let personal interests get in the way. I laid out the two options. One required immediate action, but might put some of us at risk. The other was a safer, long-term choice that would benefit the group in the long run. I watched them debate, listened carefully to their concerns, and then spoke up. I think the second option is our best bet. We'll be safer, and we'll come out stronger, I said firmly. Jax nodded. I agree, he said, his tone softer than it had been earlier. You're right, let's go with the long-term plan. The group agreed, and we completed the trial successfully. As the trial ended, and we returned to the resort, as we all gathered in the garden outside to hear the results, I couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in what we had accomplished. The other contestants looked tired, some scowling and some muttering curses about handling Omega wolves. The judges came forward, and Auren stood beside them. When I saw Tammy climbing the podium, I couldn't help but be relieved. I made a mental note of asking where she was. Bradley was watching me from the sidelines, his eyes filled with pride and an emotion I couldn't put my finger on. After careful consideration, Judge Cody began, we have decided on the winners of the pack integration trial. There was a moment of silence as we all held our breath. And the winner is Team 2, led by Summer. The judge's voice rang out, and I couldn't believe it. My team had won. I looked at my team members, and I could see the pride in their eyes. The pack members erupted in applause. Jax, Kate, and the others cheered, and I felt a warmth in my chest. It was the kind of victory I had hoped for, not just for me, but for the team we had built together. Tears welled in my eyes. Jax came to me and lifted me up in the air, but he immediately put me down when a dangerous growl emanated from the side. I whipped my head, only to see Brad staring daggers at Jax. Jax inclined his head in submission, muttering sorry. Then, just as we were celebrating, I heard a noise in the distance, a growl. It was low and ferocious. Everyone stopped. My heart skipped a beat, and before I could react, a werewolf lunged at me from the shadows. Summer POV. The shock was so much that I couldn't move a muscle when I saw a huge brown wolf lunging at me. I had seen wolves in my life, but this one looked evil. With his lips peeled back, his fangs drawn out, and his claws extended, he aimed at me. And at that moment, I thought I was going to die. I also wished one more thing, to be a werewolf. The screams around me faded as I watched it, frozen to my spot, petrified. Somewhere behind me, a blood-curdling snarl emanated. Demon! I whipped my head to see what it was, and it all happened in a blur of a moment. My hair flew, and right in front of my eyes, I saw Bradley transforming into a massive black wolf, taller than 6 feet. He opened his jaw wide, and my heart skipped a beat. His maw was big enough to crush a skull in one go. The transformation was shocking for me. I had never seen anyone turning into a wolf. It was a chapter right out of a fantasy book. I should have backed away, run for my dear life for the fear of being sandwiched between 2 feral wolves. But here I was, appreciating the beauty of Brad's wolf. I guess I had no survival instinct left within me. Or was it that I was numb, maybe dead already? Bradley's wolf growled, rushing toward me. I screamed, ducking, thinking that he was also attacking me, but what happened next was surprising. Before the attacker could pin me, Bradley's wolf barreled into him, and a massive fight ensued. The fight between Bradley's wolf and Damon's wolf was fierce, a blur of fur, teeth, and claws. Damon snarled, snapping his jaws at Bradley. Bradley's wolf was aggressive. He growled and leaped, locking jaws with Damon. The 2 wolves tumbled across the ground, each fighting for dominance. Bradley's wolf landed a savage blow to Damon's side, causing him to howl in pain. Damon retaliated, slashing at Bradley's wolf with sharp claws, drawing blood. The air was filled with the sound of growls and snarls as the 2 wolves struggled against each other. Bradley's wolf was relentless, his growl vibrating through the air as he twisted his body to pin Damon down. With a final, forceful lunge, Bradley's wolf sank his teeth into Damon's neck, squeezing until Damon's body went limp. The forest fell silent, except for Bradley's deep, ragged breaths. Damon was dead. He dropped Damon to the ground and looked at me. While I was shaken, I was unharmed. His eyes darkened as he turned toward the pack, who all dropped on their knees and inclined their heads in submission. Brad was filled with a primal need to protect what was his, and I, in that moment, realized I was undeniably his. He picked up Damon's dead wolf and dragged it to me. He dropped it at my feet like some kind of offering, and then stood tall. On instinct, I reached out for Brad's wolf. He brought his face down to my hand and snuggled it softly. Gods above, the big, bad, ferocious wolf who just killed another was so soft to me. "Brad," I murmured, "thank you." No one had ever protected me the way Brad did. He bowed to me slightly, and then shifted back to his human form. Someone brought him jeans to wear. The moment he wore it, he picked me up in his arms. The emotions inside me were crashing to the extent that I felt numb. So I curled into his chest and closed my eyes, knowing that he was my world from now on. I didn't have it in me to resist him any longer. All I hoped was that he accepted me. Would he? Bradley took me to my room where he made me lie on the bed. "I'm so sorry," he said as he brushed hair from my forehead. "That was Damon." "I know." He slid beside me. Curling his arm around me, he pulled me closer to him, and both of us just reveled in that moment of being safe in each other's arms. None of us moved. I think I slept, or passed out. When I woke up, morning sun was filtering through the curtains of the room, and Brad was looking at me with soft eyes. "Are you awake, Sleeping Beauty?" He chuckled. Immediately, I covered my mouth with the blanket. "I am." He laughed, pulled the blanket away, and pressed a deep kiss on my lips. It soon turned frantic. Before I knew, he pressed me to the mattress, his hard cock begging to dig deeper. However, a knock on the door made me jump. "Brad," Tyrion said. "Alpha Lucien wants you at the office." When we reached there, I saw an enraged woman standing over there. She snapped her eyes at me. "Oh, so you're Summer?" Brad bared his fangs at her, shoving me behind him. "Maris, careful," Alpha Lucien warned her. Luna Auren was standing beside him, looking at Maris with equal hatred. Her eyes were red with crying. She looked at Alpha Lucien. "Your son killed mine," she screamed, her voice laced with grief. "He deserves to die for what he did." Lucien's expression was stern as he met her angry gaze. Bradley only defended himself and his mate, Maris. Damon wanted to kill Summer. "No," Maris sobbed. "My son is dead because of him." Lucien banged the desk with his fist. "Don't forget that he tried to kidnap Summer, but got Tamara instead. Or have you forgotten how Matt attacked your pack? Your son got injured in the fight, and then you hid him in the hospital. Matt didn't kill him only because he thought that Damon won't dare to come back, or has learned a lesson. You begged him to leave Damon. We got the news that Damon was missing from the pack, but this was what he was up to. He was waiting in the shadows to kill Bradley's mate." "No," Maris shouted. "My only son is dead, and it's all because Auren hates me. She wanted to kill Damon because she still has a beef with me about Bram." Josh, standing beside her, placed a hand on her shoulder. "Let's go, Maris." "No, I demand justice." Maris shoved him away. "I will take you to the council." Auren sighed. "We're sorry for your loss, Maris, but Damon's actions led to this. Bradley had no choice. What goes around comes around, Maris," she said calmly. "Your son's actions were not right. You may take this to the council, but we have proof that Damon wanted to kidnap and enslave Summer." "No," Maris' sobs intensified as she turned away. "Let's go," Josh tugged at her. "It's no use. We knew Damon." "I'll never forgive you," she muttered under her breath as Josh guided her out of the room. In the afternoon, after the final round, 2 girls exited, leaving only 3 contestants for the alphas. As the 2 other girls chose the alphas for themselves, I bit my bottom lip glancing at Bradley. He was watching me with a smirk. God damn it, what was I supposed to do? When my chance came, Bradley sauntered to me. Then in a sudden move, he knelt on one knee and proposed, his voice full of love and pride. "Will you be my Luna, Summer? Will you marry me?" Brad POV. The Luna trials were over. Summer had not only won it, she had won the hearts of my pack members. Who would have thought that my human mate would achieve so much despite the situation she was in? Pride swelled in my chest, and I knew that I had to make her mine. Now. "Yes," she whispered, tears flowing out of her eyes. "Yes, yes, yes!" The relief that flooded inside me was phenomenal. I got up and hugged her tightly. "You've made me the luckiest wolf in this world, love." She clutched my shirt with her wee nails and pressed her face in my chest, crying silently. I thanked the goddess silently at that moment. It was time for us to finally be together, and nothing could hold us back. 24 hours later. As we stood in the moon temple, surrounded by our families, friends, and pack members, the air was filled with excitement, love, and happiness. It was the perfect place for our wedding. Summer looked stunning. She wore a beautiful dress made of white lace, her hair falling around her shoulders in soft waves. I couldn't take my eyes off her. As we stood there exchanging vows, I felt my heart swell with love for her. I, Bradley Vaslov, promise to always love you, protect you, and cherish you as my Luna until the end of time, I said. I, Summer, promise to stand by you, to love you, and to be your Luna in every way, Summer said with a smile that made my heart beat faster. The ceremony was a blur after that, because all I could do was focus on my mate, trying my best to control Blaze, who wanted to mark her in front of everyone. He was getting impatient and growling at every unmated male wolf. After the ceremony, when we were feasting, Mom came to us. Summer, she said with a warm smile, I know that it will be too early to ask you, but you must get Luna training. It's important for you to learn everything about being a Luna, about leading the pack with wisdom. However, I'm not going to force you now, but you should. Summer nodded eagerly. I'll do whatever it takes, she said, glancing at me. Her words took me by surprise. I watched Summer, proud of how strong and determined she was. She would be an amazing Luna. Thanks, I mouthed. My mom was so happy that she pulled Summer in a hug. I knew Brad's mate would be the best. Summer giggled in Mom's embrace as I watched the two of them with love. Father joined me with a glass of champagne in his hand. Son, he said very solemnly, be ready for a lifetime of tantrums, sulking, pouting, and being offended by your wife. Mom shot him a glare, and a blush rose to his cheeks. He sighed, and despite all that, you'll keep loving her. He looked at me and patted my shoulder. Welcome to the club of married and whipped men. Summer laughed as I grinned, but Mom narrowed her eyes at him. Mind you, Alpha Lucien, she said. Don't make me mad. Whoa, never love. You are so beautiful that I can never do that. I barked a laugh at Father's save of the situation. Oscar and Hans came running to us. Gah! These two were the bane of my existence. They coddled Summer, and she immediately bonded with them. Seemed like a small mutiny against me. Tammy came over with Matt. Summer wanted to know everything about her adventure at the Crimson Howlpack. As the two chatted nonstop about it, Matt and I watched them with silly expressions on our faces. Where are you taking her for honeymoon? Once everything was settled, we left, ready to begin our life together. We went on our honeymoon to a hidden place in the mountains covered with snow, which was one of the cottages made by my father. This view is so beautiful, Summer said, inhaling the air. Not as beautiful as you. That night, as the stars shone brightly above us, I couldn't keep my hands off Summer. We kissed, slowly at first, then with more urgency as our passion grew. Every touch, every kiss made me want her more. We were finally alone, away from everything. I've dreamt of nodding inside you forever, Mrs. Vaslov, I said, as I pressed her naked body to the mattress. She cupped my cheeks and nodded. So have I. We spent the night wrapped in each other's arms. I knew that this was just the beginning of our journey, and I couldn't wait to experience everything with her. Alpha Lucien POV. A week later. I stood on the balcony of the house, my gaze settling on the horizon. The sun was beginning to dip below the tree line, casting a warm orange glow across the sky. I couldn't help but feel a deep sense of contentment. The pack was thriving. My son was married to a strong and beautiful woman. My daughter was married to a wonderful alpha bear. And for the first time in years, I could truly say I was at peace. Bradley's marriage to Summer was not just the union of two hearts. It was the binding of two worlds. The alliance with the humans had never been more solid, and I could see the strength it was already bringing to our pack. I was proud of my son. He had always been a force to reckon with, but seeing him take on his new role as a husband, as a future alpha, brought a new kind of pride. Auren, I called to my Luna, who had been standing inside, looking over the latest reports from the pack. She stepped up behind me, resting her hand on my arm, her touch grounding me. Yes, love, she said softly, her voice filled with affection and warmth. I curled my arm around her shoulder. You know I'm so proud of Brad, I replied, my voice thick with emotion. And I'm proud of Summer, too. She's proven that even a human can be a force for good in our world. Auren smiled, her eyes softening as she thought of Summer. She is a good soul. She will be a wonderful Luna. Yes, just like you, I said, watching as Auren gazed out at the landscape. She's exactly what Brad needed. Auren chuckled lightly. I took her hand, bringing it to my lips. I love you so much. I was grateful for her every day. She stood by me through everything. You're the pillar of this pack in my heart. Without her, I wouldn't have survived. I pulled her in my chest and hugged her tightly. I've lived for you, Auren, and I've lived for you. We shared a quiet moment, enjoying the tranquility that had settled over us. But there was one thing on my mind that I couldn't let go of. I think the time has come for us to retire, isn't it? To pass on everything to Brad and let him take full command. Her face softened with a quiet understanding. It's time, Lucien, but the kids will need some time to settle. Let Summer get trained as a Luna, and when they're ready, I want to pass everything over to them. Her words filled me with warmth. I kissed her forehead gently. I thought back to all the struggles, the sacrifices, and the battles we had fought, and then I looked forward to the life that was now ahead of us. Goddess, do you think we can have more babies? She smacked my chest. Oscar and Hans are growing. Mommy, Daddy. Oscar came running. Look at Hans. Auren shook her head. See? She said to me. I laughed as I grabbed Hans and made him stand in front of us. The two argued with their mom, but as I stood there, watching the sunset, I knew that our journey together wasn't over. It was just beginning. The end.